morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to another super interesting day of us sitting here and hoping something will happen. Because I looked up the previous trial. It took them 27 hours to reach an agreement. And if I'm mathing somewhat what correctly, they have been doing the verdict for about 10 to 11 hours so far. So it could be today. It could be that I'm gonna lose the will to live. You never know. Either way, thank you for joining and watching me and Shizzy talk about nothing for a lot of hours.
Yes, and I'll be
And
off and on all day today. I have to run some errands, and I'll probably be. Hey, good morning, Miami. Sorry. Yeah, I'll be in and out. So, but the stream will
ladies,
continue to run over on my channel. It will be bouncing along there, and it's been an interesting morning. Discord went completely wonkers on me and won't allow me to view, send, shows up as blocked by and banned by Cloudflare because of my IP address. But whenever I go into my phone, I have no problems there. So I don't know what's going on with uh with Discord, but it's gone completely screwy. So if you're trying to get in touch with me through Discord, forget about it. It's not going to happen. Not until they get it fixed. I don't know what's
yeah.
going on. It could
And
be something
today,
on my end. I don't know.
yeah, it could be a virus. It could be technical problems somewhere. It works in my end. It works on the phone. I haven't tried it on the PC yet. And today I haven't added Shizzy's link to my chat because Nick is having a fundraiser for Zachariah Anderson as I is running on the banner in the bottom. So if you want to go over there, maybe are able to donate a buck or two. Feel free to do it because we are on verdict watch, so we are just killing time, and it could be that it'll get interesting with Nick. He tends to do crazy stuff when he sells his liver for charity. So that's why Shizzy isn't linked. It's not because we have internet drama, even though I hear it's a good thing on the internet.
Is it? I don't know. I don't like drama.
No, I just did. I don't know. Did you watch Ricada this morning?
No, I went to sleep at a very reasonable time last night and slept for good straight hours, 8 hours.
No, good straight hours, not the
Good straight
hey,
hours. Yes.
hours he normally sleeps.
Hours. So, Jamie, how are you doing this morning?
I'm so
You
tired.
didn't get any sleep. You were up with all the boys last night.
Are you so tired, Jamie?
Yes.
Jamie, I have no idea. Is it
I'm
okay?
gonna come. Oh my God. I'm gonna leave. I'll start this today.
Okay,
Good morning,
we
Jamie.
won't start with you, but it was good. It's good seeing you this morning, Jamie.
No, it was funny. It was
It was.
funny. That's what I get for reading a super chat the way it was written. And now I have a soundbite.
It's just
Well,
so matter of fact. It's so
Just very
so Jamie.
and
Just
and
like
again, how long have you been doing these YouTube stuff? You know what happens if you have a soundbite.
Yeah, I don't like women.
I know.
it happens.
It happens. No, I hope you had fun. I saw you were up late, so
Yeah.
hopefully you're ready for a full day of sitting here hoping something happens. I really hope.
Yeah.
But let's do the YouTube thing. Say hello to Wolfram. He's the first one today. And Iris is a close second. Reindeer, please do, and thank you for dropping by this early. Good morning, genitals. How that's not been made into a soundbite yet, I don't understand.
I don't either. Come on, people. You're focusing on the wrong thing.
Iris, Shizzy has the same problem. So
What problem?
being blocked.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not just me.
Yeah.
Good.
So,
Just know that there's issue with Discord, and cool, because I was getting ready to wipe my entire computer and figure out what the hell's going wrong with it, which I didn't want to do, but I will do it in a heartbeat if I think I've got a virus on my computer.
Yeah.
I can usually clear things out, but if I'm not seeing anything, that means it's beyond my capabilities, and I'll wipe it. I mean, I can't even log in through a browser. It just immediately pops up and says, "This you have been blocked through Cloudflare."
Hmm.
Don't know. Not Ric Flair, but Cloudflare.
Yeah, Ric Flair, he only has these alligator wearing diamond bracelet. I can't remember his old spiel. So yeah. Hey, Miami Spice. Seen you already a few places this morning. Good morning, Stephanie Bland.
Hey,
Bland
Stephanie.
is such. I'm pretty sure she's not.
Bland.
She's yeah. And Rabbit is here. Yeah, everyone is having trouble with Discord on their PCs, it seems.
Oh, good. It's not just me. Not just me.
Jackpot Springs, you didn't need to be a clairvoyant to know that Jamie will be met with that soundbite a lot in the coming days.
He was there, so.
Mm-hmm.
Oh goodness! And I didn't get anything for it. I was just reading the super chats for Dave. Come on now.
Hey,
and oh
Danny.
my gosh, Shelly! I had no idea what her voice sounded like. And
No, Shelly, you can call me anytime.
Anytime.
Maybe talking about baked goods.
I love a buttered biscuit.
I mean, come on, that's just amazing.
Yeah.
Tell her.
I like a buttered biscuit as well.
She's
Yeah.
got oh, I've word and I always
Nope, just me.
Well, someone did, because I was sent some sound bites.
I know Dave told me. I was like, you jerk off.
See, even Irish agree. Shelly has a wonderful voice.
Yeah, she should do voice acting and read smexy novels for men. Really don't use those. Well, she should still be a voice actor.
Yeah.
You and Shelly together, that would be just that would be so great, wonderful. We have already told Shelly and Shelly. Audiobooks, please.
Audiobooks.
The dirty.
We'll read the chat messages back and forth between Daybell or something like that.
Maybe we could, because nothing is really happening in court today, so we could. Can we pull up 50 Shades of Grey and you can read it back and forth?
Wait a second. Now, do I have this right? Because I asked my wife, because I have no idea about this kind of stuff, and she was just like, "Oh, that was like fan fiction for Twilight or some crap like that."
50 Shades.
Yeah.
I thought it was a different one.
I don't know. That's what she said, but what do I know? I don't know anything about this stuff. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, and again, it's
I don't know. I'm surprised, actually.
Yeah.
But
again, she started describing it. I was like, that sounds like the secretary with Gyllenhaal, or whatever her name is.
Yeah,
that's what it sounds like. The secretary. Have you ever seen that? So so Gyllenhaal gets a job working for this, and she's like a cutter. She like cuts herself, and so she gets a job working for, I guess, an attorney, maybe something like that. And so
if you have mental problems, go work for an attorney.
Well, and he's like real abusive, and like keeps telling her like, carry the papers, on her hands and knees and stuff like that, like really degrading her. But she's like totally into it and likes being, just dominated by this guy. So
is it a movie?
Yeah.
Oh,
Secretary with Gyllenhaal. Yeah. It's and David Spade. That's who the lawyer is.
No, Iris.
Basically, he tells her, you're not gonna cut yourself anymore. That's not appropriate.
Iris, I said people who have mental problems shouldn't work for an attorney. That's not a great idea because I know you are the most stablest of all the women on YouTube's. Hey, Thierry, thank you for stopping by. Tickle our like buttons and then pop in and out as much as you want because I know it's Friday, a lot of stuff going on, and now there's movement in the court.
Well, it might just be their opening.
We asked for you yesterday, Wolfie. We're like, where's Wolfie? When we need him. When Shizzy and Shelly are on panel.
Sure, answer.
He's just going to probably read the same thing. If you read anything or seen anything.
Yeah, but
what would be awesome
just hanging out to see if
back
there's any motions or anything. If there's talk about being sequestered or anything.
Well, it would be really nice if they came back within the first hour because somebody looked something up.
Which they absolutely didn't do. Remember, they followed the judge's order.
Yep, they followed the judge's order to a T. They never looked at a map.
Good morning.
And he has a shitty mic.
I must ask again if anyone had any difficulty following my instructions to not discuss this case with anyone, including each other, aside from your deliberations, of course, to refrain from any outside research or investigation, to avoid contact with the participants in this case, and to avoid all media accounts concerning this case. If anyone has,
it's only good when she has the mask on. She has nice eyes.
Instructions, please
her
raise
face
your hand.
isn't that good.
And I
hey,
see
Indigo.
No response, so I will send you back to resume your deliberations.
Mm-hmm. Good morning, atheist.
This way is up is on both chats and everything's great today. Let's get a verdict before noon.
Thank you.
Oh, sidebar.
James Spader, not David Spade. Thank you, James Spader.
Well, we're just going to leave it going if they come back and argue after so that they can put it on the record.
Yep.
We should put a poll up, see if we're going to get it today or if I need to buy more beer. My Chrome is really slow today.
Yeah, beer is something I need to get today. Some people. Mm-hmm. See, now your song is stuck in my head.
Muffin Man
song. Yep, totally stuck in my head now.
I have a friend who plays the guitar, and I've asked him to play it as in a heavy version, but haven't really gotten to it yet. Just to spice it up a bit.
See, what we need is a good intro for Valhalla. That's a little bit like that song Valhalla Awaits. Don't pull it up because it'll get your channel.
I can't do it because the monetization doesn't mean nothing, but it's more the copyright strike I don't want.
Right.
So,
but Yeah.
But
I mean, I fought the copyright strike, and it says that I've won it. That they're not proceeding with it, but it's
yeah,
still just a pain in the butt. And I was like, yeah, I had to go back and re-record with a different song, redo it with a different song to get it correct for him. So, which really
hey, one
pisses me
blessed
off because
manna.
that song fits so well for him. Man,
Yeah,
so aggravating.
yeah, and that's I would really like that it was more clear what you can use and you can't use, especially because you had as long as you credited the the guy who made it, it was fair use. Am I right?
Um, as long as you put in there and credit who it's from, it's fair use, but they do say that it could get copyright struck. If you go into YouTube Music, like in your
Yeah, in the studio.
through Studio, all of those songs, some of them have you can't use also, and you have to go in. It's under Creative Commons or something like that. That they'll get a portion of it, so you have to eliminate those out, so you don't get those dinged. Also,
Uh,
it's
I got
crazy.
I got struck with a previous short video. I was so one day is maybe half a year old short video. You got a copyright strike. The music you put on shorts are in the shorts program. It's not.
Right.
I didn't upload anything, and but they must have rescinded their free use contract. But
Yep.
I got a copyright strike, and
Yep.
if you monetize, that could be a whole lot of problem. That's
Yes.
just annoying.
Well, and if you do get a copyright strike like that, it'll give you a warning. You can just go in and remove the music on it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, but it's still that one day you pop a copyright strike and you think, what the hell did I do? I didn't play any music the last 5 videos or anything, and then it's
right.
a half-year-old short video. Yeah, I know Winning has this list how to respond, and I know Nick has talked about you need something from the TOS you put in, but I got hit with the birds aren't real because I was dual streaming with Dave, and I think we were on with the expert or something, or we were mirroring the
Mm.
expert or something like that. And both of us got stuck. And I just wrote in. It's clearly parody. We are making fun of it, and we're talking about how a TV station could be that stupid to bring a guy like that on. So it's clearly parody, and that's the TV station that hit us.
Mm-hmm.
So I really hope their lawyer have read that I called them idiots.
Yeah, and that song Valhalla Waits, it was so perfect for Valhalla. I mean, it was like straight up just amazing, and
Yeah,
it just fits so well with all the artwork and everything. And then I ran it on with MG Law, no issues.
yeah,
I checked the next day, it was good. I came back after I'd shown it to him, and he had I put it on my birthday stream, and I'll be damned if it didn't copyright strike me almost immediately. And then it copy struck the other one. I was like, man. So I
yeah.
reached out
But
to Valhalla, and I was like, I am so sorry. Let me get this here's what they recommend doing. Sent that information to him, and man, and Dave got the strike also, and he just deleted the song. He was like,
yeah, but
it's just,
but again, if you have the rules and stuff. But again, I was watching Aussie earlier, and he said he doesn't put monetization on his Friday streams because he's showing the lingerie football league and stuff like that, and playing music. And he says as long as you're not monetized, they don't go as hard for the copyright, because if you're monetized, they need to get half or all of the money for it. But Atheist Dan has a question. What do you think the jurors are leaning toward guilt? Uh, what do you think jurors leaning toward guilt are thinking, or evidence they might argue for? Well, if you're still thinking guilty, you believe that every little trace of luminol indicates blood, and therefore you are pretty certain she cleaned up the crime scene. She tried to hide the murder, and she just, maybe you're sitting there thinking, well, she couldn't move the body, and then she just gave up, and instead of hiding the body, went out to make herself an alibi. That's why you only cleaned part of the basement, but the entire kitchen. That would be the reason. Some of them will be leaning to guilty, and they will have the domestic abuse in the back of their head, even though the police officer said the only reason she got hit with a domestic abuse was because the other one went through the door first. But again, I sit here, I don't do it for a living, because it doesn't pay that well to be a layman in Denmark. But I'm used to sitting here for long hours without saying anything, just listening to evidence. And I can stop, go back if we hear something interesting. I can talk it out with Shissy. So we're kind of used to it. But if you're a juror, and that's why prosecutions always try to blow your head off with all these information and all of these technical jargons, because they never said luminol was indicative of blood. They just said she cleaned the kitchen. Nothing there on the floor, and now you can see everything lights up with luminol. But when someone asked me in my chat if I didn't understand the evidence, I looked up the components in the stuff, and it reacts to fingerprints and feet prints as well. So it's not an indication of blood, but they talked about it as it could only be blood. So I believe if you're still holding out after close to 11 hours, it's because you really think she tried to cover up the tracks, but she couldn't remove the body, so she went out and made all the phone calls to try and cover the timeline. And
Right.
all these girlfriend is just trying to hide it. That is what I would believe people are sitting in there and thinking.
Yeah, I have a feeling that I have a feeling you're right on that.
I agree 100% with the luminol stuff. I think they may have that indication that it's blood.
Yeah.
And they might start putting like, oh, I mean, they might be thinking like what Iris was thinking, like, oh, well, that's weird. She went and now she's calling her a million times. I mean, come on, guys, this seems weird. You know, that's just my thought.
Yeah, and that's what. And if you're a person who just hears that, and that's the thing you take away from the trial, you can fight for it a lot. If people say, but don't you understand? It could be footprints. No, they said it was blood. They said there was blood. But again, why would there be the big pile of blood underneath the chair in the kitchen? It was where they were sitting. And Cool Frog got hit with a medical misinformation strike for making a sarcastic. Yeah, and that's why I really try to speak YouTube, saying essay and CB and stuff like that. It slips up sometimes, but and that's why I like that we have other options. Hello, the two people watching over at Rumble. Thank you for joining us over there as well. Because it's so hard to navigate what you can and can't do on YouTube. It seems like
When it can change. So
yeah,
say for example,
overnight.
I said, say for example, I say Crown amps today, and have no problems with it. 2 years go by, and then all of a sudden they say it's illegal to say Crown amps, and my
Yeah.
channel could be totally banned, deleted, removed. Especially if I was, for example, a promoter of that particular product, which I'm not. You can always contact me though, Crown, because I would use your stuff. Because it's good.
Woke Wesley, thank you so much, not for destroying Nick, but thank you so much for the support for Zachariah Anderson. I really hope Nick does a great job. Me and Shifty will jump in and out if we have an early an early decision, then we can do it whenever. But we might jump over there during the stream just to help promote it a bit, and that's why I have the banner running today, because I hope that if we get a verdict and people might be hanging out over there, I'll write it in the chat and people can come back. But I really, really, really hope, if you have the opportunity, maybe you don't have any monetary opportunity, but then share the link to Nick's channel so as many people as possible can learn about the Zachariah Anderson case, because in my opinion, he is wrongfully convicted. It's kind of the same we see in this case. They looked at a man, they saw the perpetrator, and they looked nowhere else. And the evidence they found, they made them stick or they didn't look at them.
Right.
That's why I really hope that Nick will do an awesome job to raise some money. I know he have made a fair amount of money for the Zachariah Anderson Foundation earlier. I'm proud to have donated a bit of my liver as well earlier and raised a little bit of money. But even if you can't donate money, if you are on Twitter, share the link, share the stories, go join the people on Twitter who talk about it, and share whenever there's updates, because I really hope this guy can get a fair trial.
Yeah,
It's Kenosha County. It's Judge Roeder. It wasn't fair.
and I've got that pinned up at the top of mine also. So you're more than welcome. If you're on my side, you can just click on it and go by and show a little bit of love to that crazy old Swedish Santa Claus looking. We love him, Nick.
Yeah, and go over there. Just say hi, give it a thumbs up. It helps with the algorithm getting blasted out there. It's whatever little thing people can do, and even though you can't give money, you can still give so much to a cause if you just talk about it or share it. And that's all we can do, because some of us might not have as many means as other people, and some of us can't do a lot monetarily, but everyone can chip in. Just having his stream on shows it in the algorithm that people are watching it. So and still, we will be sitting here. We will try to keep you entertained. But if you want to talk over there, just wave and say. Maybe you can ask if he has any of these things. Some people
I
like.
love a buttered biscuit.
You can ask him if he has any buttered biscuits.
Well,
Because,
my Discord is locked out, so I can't do anything right now. I actually tried getting those.
Oh boy. Murph has a question for Shizzy.
Do what? Oh, who does?
I'm way behind. So, hey, Murph Surf. Her chicken was delicious. No, and we don't give any advice at all because we're stupid people. Hey,
Absolutely.
Tootly Pip, long time no see. What's the question? What's the question? Oh, have we asked Shizzy?
What do you think?
People were asking last night after you left. It was funny.
Well, the truth is, yes, I did. A long time ago. If you remember back in what was it, the 80s, 90s, back of Penthouse magazine, you'd have those 1-900 numbers.
Is that you?
I worked at one of those.
Shut up.
Oh, I'm dead serious.
I mean, it makes
Were
sense.
you the feet lady, or which one of them were you?
I was multiple ones because I had the ability to get my voice to change. And whenever I was much younger, I could get it to a much higher pitch. From being a singer, I was able to get those vocal cords stretched to really high notes. And if you think Shelley's voice sounded good, yeah.
We should hear you at $6 an hour.
I know, right?
It was
A
something
minute.
like $7.99 an hour or something like that, and the first 2 minutes were free because that's how long it about take you to log into it.
Yeah.
And I just worked out of a call center. I worked with a bunch of other musicians. We just sit around and have fun, poke fun at each other and tease people online. We were the worst kinds of trolls you could imagine whenever we were doing it.
Oh my god.
And I worked with homosexuals. I worked with transvestites. I worked with vampires and freaks of nature and just all kinds of people. I mean, one of the best voices that we had that worked there was this girl that was about 6'2", 6'3",
Oof.
and weighed about 300 or 400 pounds, but she had like the silkiest voice. And I mean, there would be people calling up just requesting to talk to her. I was like,
Oh no.
okay, so it's amazing. Oh wait, what I walked into? Yes, yeah. See, it didn't pay a whole lot, but it was a way to
It was
make
income.
it was a way to make money as a musician whenever you can't really get a job out in California with long hair, tattoos, piercings. Most places are a little hesitant about hiring you. So
Yeah, they were back
you-
then for sure.
and a lot of people were working those same people were working for Sprint and selling long distance. It was working in call centers was the easiest way to make money because you could work at your own leisure pretty much.
I had a childhood friend who made a lot of these annoying caller up things, where hello, this is this and this newspaper. We have a special offer. Yeah, don't call me between 6 and 7. I'm eating. Get the F off. And he made tons of money on that when they got onto when you can dial up via the internet, because he moved his entire operation to Spain. So Danish pay rates, they went away, and he could hire a lot of Danes went down there because, oh, you have to, you get to stay in Spain and you can go out and have fun, and yeah, and you can sit for 12 hours saying, hello, this is Georgie calling about. Do you know the New York Times are having a special sale for the next 6 weeks? You can get it for only $5. No, I'm sorry I called in the middle of dinner. Yes, but have you ever read the New York Times? Would you like to do it? And doing that scam,
Oh yeah.
because these telemarketers, it's just scam.
Oh
I
yeah.
hate it.
Well,
I have
see,
I
the
have a
whole
guy
part
who
was
calls
I
me.
didn't have to call out. They always called me.
Yeah, I know, but I was just he got he got a few bucks out of that one. And in Denmark, it was really popular to sell electricity, because the part what we pay for electricity is kind of like 20% of the price you pay for it. The rest is for the transportation and the environmental thing. So they could always do it cheaper, because
Mhm.
we have done this and this, and then there was just a little bit of extra transportation because they had to do something. So you ended up getting stuck in long contracts and getting cheated out of money. And my mom did it. It was so I was appointed to the board of our local electricity company, because the politicians had a certain amount of seats in that. Um, I don't know what you call it, but you have the board, and then you have the rest of us who's elected. I don't know.
Council members or something like
Yeah,
that.
kind of like that. But and then one day the guy out there said, "Oh, I talked to your mom yesterday." I said, "Oh, what? Well, yeah, she changed her electric company." I was just, what did she do now? My mom was the kind of person who she would call me up and say, "The computer's not working." I said, "What did you press?" "Nothing. I never press anything. It just doesn't work." I said, "Well, I totally cleaned it a week ago, so it should be working. Did you chance participate in any competitions?" "No, I didn't do that at all." I said, "Well, I'm coming over." Then I opened her search history. He said, "Well, here you pressed this to win a vacation. Oh, you wanted a new TV, I can see. And you, yeah, but it was on good websites. There's no such thing as good websites. You don't press anything that turns around or blinks. You
Right.
stay away from that because that's how they get you. I didn't do it. A week later, my computer doesn't work. It's running really slow. What did you press? Nothing. I'll do a quick scan of your computer again. You gotta love your moms. I miss her every day. I would make her computer happy every day again if she still be here.
Yeah.
But when she called me every week with her computer problems, you got kind of annoyed.
Yeah. My one of my favorite computer problems was, and this is a old wives' tale or story from an IT guy where he's gets a phone call and says, my computer is not working. Says, well, did you try turning it off, turning it on? She was like, yep, it's not working. Is your monitor working? I don't know. It's not powering up, powering off because it's connected to the computer, right? And he's like, all right. So he starts troubleshooting it. And he says, do you have have it on a power strip? She was like, I don't know. He goes, well, if you look behind the computer, see if it's plugged into a power strip. She's like, comes back and is like, I can't see it. It was like, well, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I'm trying to figure out if you have, power going to it. She goes, well, can I call you back in a bit whenever the power comes back on in the building?
Yeah.
I'm like,
Oh my
yeah.
Lord.
Yeah. So the power's out in the building and she's trying to figure out why her computer won't come on because it runs separately. Some people are like that. They don't think about computers logically like that. They
So,
just,
and if you used to work on a laptop,
Mhm.
because
Yep.
that's you just charge it and then it works. Hey,
My-
Bama.
My grandpa, R.I.P. because this is my favorite grandpa story. Oh God, I love him. He's so funny. This is like they first got a computer with the dial-up. I mean, this was like new stuff for them. And he was a big lotto guy. Like he loved the lottery. And we told him that you can get the number because he'd usually like have to get home and watch it on the TV for the numbers. And now we have the internet. So I'm like, you can look up the numbers on the internet, Grandpa. Like instead of having to like if you miss the show, or whatever, and have to like watch the paper, get the paper and stuff. He's like, oh, okay. And had the family over for dinner one day and he's like, well, I need to look up the lotto numbers. And we're like, how do I do that? And we're like, well, just type it in the Google search bar or whatever. And he typed in bigballs.com. Only a minute. And all the kids were over and everything. And they had their computer like right in the living room. So like facing everybody. And you know what came up? And he's like, what the hell? And he's trying to, and it was one of those sites that like doesn't give you the X. So you can't like X out of it. Like you have to like alt control. It was really crazy. It was so funny. And they're screaming for me to come help because apparently I know how to turn a computer on and also I'm a genius. So
yes.
but it
Well,
was the funniest
and
thing.
there were people that literally thought this was a coffee cup holder for their computer.
Yeah.
Oh
And it worked fine for it too.
Yeah.
How?
Up until you spill coffee on it.
Yeah, but and how funny it is to look at a computer with a DVD drive and a disk drive, a CD drive.
Right.
And I had before I got a new when I started doing YouTube, I needed something that with better airflow and I took and got a silent cabinet with insulation. So before that, I had one with you still had the floppy drive in, but it was such a great cabinet to work in. So I just kept it every time I upgraded because it's so easy to get into. They were massively big back then,
Mhm.
And now everything it doesn't. I don't know why many of these computer cases are still so big because you don't need anything in it. I think my motherboard is the size of an iPad.
Well, one good part about having a large computer case is if you're running multiple hard drives as backup, Like, but at this, and that's only if you want to have it localized. If you want to keep it from being online, like you can easily do Dropbox for practically nothing compared to what it would cost for a hard drive, and no data loss.
But
You know,
and again, what does you can get two terabyte a terabyte for $100 today.
yeah,
So
you can
it's
get
not
2 terabyte for $100, but you can run like over 100 terabytes on Dropbox, and then you can just upload it onto Dropbox and download it as you need it.
I hate Dropbox because they keep writing me, "Oh, you're soon out of space on your Dropbox." No, I'm not. I don't upload anything to it. I have two uh, Diamond Dallas paid yoga videos because when I used to be a politician, whenever we went away on some conference or something, I had it on my phone so I could still work out. That's everything I have in my Dropbox. And they're not that big that I'm running out of space, but it's to promote it so they can sell more.
Yeah.
But congratulations to Nick and especially to Zach. It's
Nice.
so amazing. That's 10. I'll have to for that's $10 a minute he's been earning so far. That's a pretty good paycheck.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Man, oh man, you sacrificed
Yeah.
his liver for that. That's so much.
Yeah, that's and the funny thing, people is they can't understand why doesn't it work. Well, have you checked the cord? Have you my my neighbor once came in and asked me if I could help him with his what do you call it? Your hedge clipper. And I said, "What's wrong with it?" And he said, "It stopped working." And he had it in his hand and said, "Why? That's not a cordless." No, no. Have you thought about you brought it all the way into my house now? Shouldn't it be stuck somewhere? Oh, he cut the cord. Yeah, yeah, it don't work when you cut the cord. He was just if I could fix it. No, no, you cut the cord. So you have to go and buy a new or get someone to splice it.
Yeah, it was.
Oh,
It's that whole sling blade thing where brings a lawnmower to him, and it's just like, it don't work. Can't figure out what's going on. Pours gasoline in it, cranks it up.
don't say that when Jamie is on.
Don't say pour gasoline.
Ask Jamie why her dad was over one day with the lawnmower.
Happens. It happens.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Just won't doubt and aren't sure will be swayed by the people who think she's definitely guilty. No, I hope it. I would say at the worst, I would hope for a hung jury. At the worst.
Yeah, and again, we are. I don't know if they have. I haven't timed it yet. How much? It's around an
almost 3
hour.
days into this.
They've been deliberating for. They did 2.5 hours the first day, so 10.5 hours plus, so 11 hours, 11 hours and 15 minutes roughly. And if the easily swayed ones, and if it was leaning pretty heavy against guilty. Even if a majority was on, we think she's guilty, and a few holdouts about reasonable doubt stayed there, they would have swayed them yesterday. I see it more like there's probably like 4 or 5 people on guilty, not guilty, and a lot of mediation from the guys in the middle who can be swayed. It's not only one or two trying to. I think they're arguing a lot, and I don't understand why. But again, juries is it's a
Jury
crapshoot. You take your chance with a jury, and that's what it is.
Yeah, juries are very, very, very fickle when it comes to this.
Yeah. Hey,
I
Colleen.
agree. Thank you, Diva. If you guys haven't checked it out, Dictionary Diva actually has a channel too.
Yeah, she does watercolors. I'm thinking about, because I'm kind of an artist or autist. I can't remember the English word, and I would like to draw stuff like this because Jamie wants a Mark Lecola saxophone, and Jungle Minx, she wants my ninja spider, but I'm not sure how to start drawing in watercolors. Maybe I should watch Dictionary Diva streams and learn how to do the techniques.
Yes, she's
Oh,
got wonderful technique, and she has a wonderful voice too.
yeah, and that's again, if you're gonna show something, that's my problem with the baking videos, because I sound kind of like a waterfall going through a ravine and being hit with a avalanche at the same time. So I can't sell it that well. But when you have that smooth voice and you say, and then you dip in the water, make it red, and then you draw, do some more, forward, back.
Well,
Oh, Jamie, Sissy has
really
a
helps.
question for you.
Yeah,
I was gonna sneeze. I think I'm good.
bless you.
What's up?
Sissy, you were supposed to ask her something about her father and why he stopped by one day.
Why did your father stop by one day? Something about missing a little gas?
The stupidest thing I've ever done in my life. Wow.
I'm going to fill up my cup while...
What'd you say?
He said he has to fill up his coffee cup.
Oh, I was telling Dave a story behind the scenes too, and then he blasted me on internet. My stupid lawnmower was not working for like 3 weeks. And when it stalled out, I looked and I swear to God, I saw gas in the tank. And I was trying to get it started and it wouldn't work. So I pushed it back to the garage and I was like, well, I'll just have my dad come look at it or whatever. And he didn't have time to come out. And then like, it was like 3 weeks later, he comes out and he has like all his tools to like, cause I told him what, I was doing this and that. And he's like, did you check if it had gas? And I said, yes, Dad, I'm not an idiot. And then he comes out and opens it up. And I was like, I came out and I'm like, well, what's wrong with you? And he goes, it doesn't have gas, you idiot. Nuh-uh. And I like went over there and looked and it was bone dry. And I was like, I swear to God, it was sloshing around because it was the first thing I checked. So Dave thought that was so funny and he had to tell everybody that I'm a retard.
Well, and here's also a common problem, and this goes for ladies especially. Men, not so much. They tend to skip this one, but generally, ladies, that you go to BP and put gas in your tank, okay, and then you go over to some place like Shell or Marathon or one of those other gas stations, and you grab that green nozzle. Don't ever put that green nozzle in your tank and start filling it up, because that green nozzle means that it's diesel. Okay. Whenever you put diesel in a gasoline engine, okay, this is what a mechanic has to do, because you'll crank it up and you'll get about half a block and won't realize what happened until you think back and go, oh, I guess it was diesel. And then you have to pay for a tow bill.
Mm-hmm.
Then they have to drop your tank, empty all the gasoline out of it, rinse it out or the diesel out of it, rinse it out with gasoline. You've probably filled it up. So you have about 20 gallons worth or 11, whatever gallons worth of diesel in your tank. They have to empty that all out. They have to flush that out. Then they have to flush out your system of all the diesel that's in it, which is a pain in the ass, especially if you have direct injection on it. And then you hope that it didn't cause any other damage internally. So just a note, do not grab the green nozzle. I know you might be used to BP that all their nozzles are green, but don't grab the green nozzle and double check. Make sure it says unleaded or whatever.
Yeah. I just thought I was dying laughing because I almost fell on the floor when he told me. And I was like, I'm like, well, at least it was an easy fix. Because here's a gas tank that I have full of gas. He's like, oh my God, I can't believe you. He's like, well, I'll spruce up. He had like stuff to change my belts and stuff on it anyway. So I was like, okay.
Oh, that's so awesome. That is so awesome.
So, but I don't know what it is, but he's retired now. So he's just like, he gets really funny about like coming over and just like helping me. Like I don't even ask for it, but he'll just come over and do things. Like he did it on Saturday, come over and like weed whacked all my ditches and stuff and like cut some tree branches and like, do you have nothing better to do, Father? I appreciate you.
Yeah. That's what fathers should do, though.
Yeah. And then, how's that lawnmower? Are you keeping it gassed up? Yes, Dad. That's the first thing I check now. And I like stick something in there now. Like, so I'm like, see it.
Well, and what is it? Wicked Psych said, I don't think diesel nozzles fit into gasoline tanks anymore. No, it's vice versa. You cannot fit a gasoline nozzle into a diesel tank. Because gasoline will cause more damage to a diesel engine than diesel will cause to a gasoline engine.
Oh yeah.
So that's why they've got it set up like that. But yeah, usually the diesel nozzle is going to be even smaller than a regular gasoline nozzle. I know, because whenever I worked at Honda, I would get at least one of those a month that somebody would come in. So it's a son of a buck, but
I imagine there's people that are doing it. I couldn't imagine myself doing it. I'm a little bit smarter than that, but I get what you mean with the BP green, because it can fool you.
Mm-hmm. My brother-in-law came pulling up to my wife's house whenever I think he was still in college, and she goes, I bet you're missing your gas cap. And he was just like, why would I be missing my gas cap? She walked around and grabbed the nozzle and set it down for him that he'd left in his car whenever he drove off.
The nozzle of the oh my God. I know somebody that did that before. That's crazy. They're like, oh my God, what do I do? I was like,
throw it away.
Yeah.
Buy a new gas cap.
God.
Hope they didn't get your license plate number.
Yeah, I've ran out of gas in my car so many times.
Oh my God.
I'm that girl. I've never done anything like that though, where I'm like, hey, come fix this. Oh, there's no gas. It's like, oh my God. But yeah, I totally ran out of gas in my car before, so many times.
Oh, I've had people use starter fluid on their intakes on their car, like spray it on their air filter, which just is beautiful. It starts everything on fire all the way in through there.
Why would they do that?
Well, because they're having a hard time starting the car because there's other issues. Usually it's like a crank sensor that's bad. And so they don't know any better, and they'll crank it up. And there's a little sensor inside a lot of those that will check stuff. I've got pictures of intakes that have been melted from people using starter fluid, because they're used to doing it like on a big diesel or like their lawnmower or some crap like that, or motorcycles use them on those, carbureted engines to get it started. Once it gets started and warmed up, it does fine. But yeah, I've seen them like I had pictures of the whole box. It was had flamed up with fire. What do they call it? Fire extinguisher? All the powder all over the engine bay and stuff. And just like, what in the hell were you thinking? Oh, I've got stories, like crazy stories. Ladies pulling in with piston rods sticking out of the engine block, asking if we can do an oil change. Can we figure out what the rattle is? No, serious. Pull in, you pop open the hood, you look, and there's no piston connected. There's just a push rod that's broken off, sticking out of the side of the engine block. When the car's still running, it's just go. Oh, that's pretty.
They're my she was saying my nails match it. They're it's my Halloween nails.
I was gonna say Mardi Gras, but that works too.
Yep. It's true.
Yeah. You have to start your backhoe with ether sprayed on a rag. And now, see, people will do that on cars too with ether starter fluid, and they'll spray it in there, and it'll it'll burn up an intake really quick. Those rubber intake hoses torch really fast.
Yeah, I like to play gas tank roulette I used to. I'm better at it because I have a truck now, and that thing doesn't play around like my car used to. My car, I could be like, oh, I knew exactly how many miles I could go. I had it down to a science. Before I run out of gas.
Like I've got a quarter of a mile, and there's a gas station half a mile away that's cheaper, but I think I'll stop at this one because I'm not gonna make it.
Yeah, I just love the first time I ran, because I have a new truck or whatever, and I can't. This one I can't predict anything because it's crazy, but I like pulled right. It was pulling into my parents live out in the country, so they have a big yard. So we pull like through the yard around because they park weird. And I just remember it was like, I had no idea, and I was like, I think I'm fine. I can get to their house, and then I'll get up to the gas station on the way out of town or whatever. And here I go. I'm coming down the road, and I felt it like coast. And then I was like, I got like right in their yard, just right in the yard where it's off the road, and it was like meh. And those new trucks, like, you have to have like that special thing to put in there to put the gas. You can't just like
explain this to me more. I like the hand gesture.
I didn't have one
special
thing like it. So anyways, it was a fun time. My dad
I've had
every time he sees me do stuff like that and just shakes his head. He's like, how old are you?
Well, and I've had people come in whenever I was working at Honda that would come in with because the gas nozzle would have this little automatic shut off thing in there. So whenever you tip it up, it would just slide back up in. And so they would be pouring the gas, and that piece would come out, and it would go down and like wedge itself into the gas tank.
Oh, really?
And you know, I could get in there with I've got this tool that can reach in there and grab a hold of it and pull it out. But they would freak out whenever that would happen. Those things would break off because it wasn't uncommon. They'd be pulling the nozzle out, and that thing would still be hanging out, and it would break off, and they would see it go in there, and they're just like, oh my gosh, what do I do? It's just like, yeah, pay me like $5 and I'll reach in there and grab the thing out.
Yeah, mine has I don't know, like that little metal hole where you just have to push it in. I don't know.
Yeah, all of them have that little metal flap that comes down. So you push open that metal flap, and and on those gas tanks, whenever you tip it up, that little thing nozzle comes out to allow fluid to come out. And then whenever they're pulling it back out, they don't push that little thing, and it breaks it off.
Yeah, we had to like figure out how to like hold it in because my sister was trying to get the little nozzle in there, and it was just running down the side of the truck. And we're like, well, that's not going to work. I was like, I don't want to spend the night here.
When I was I was a radio operator in the last place I was in the military before I just joined the International Brigade, and we were out driving, and we had generators so we could power the radio, and you had to fill them up with diesel sometime during the trip, and you're taught to do this. And my co-driver, she came back and said, I don't get that fuel canister. I said, what? It's just normal. You just rip up off the spout and put it on and jerk it over. It's no problem. The spout? Well, she was just trying to pour it, and it went all over the place.
What?
So I said, I'm not sure we're going to start up the generator right now if you just pour diesel all over our generator. It could be fun, but I won't be there when you start it up. Why? Because you put diesel all over a generator that's going to generate a lot of heat. And diesel burns pretty good. That's why we use it. Oh. And the spout is connected to the jerry can. And you're trained to fill those up. You can't be a radio operator without going to a course where you have to fill up a generator because you need to know those things. I was just, don't be prejudiced. It's 2001. Women are better than men, but some jobs I did the rest of the exercise because
Well, I had the 5-ton tanker that I operated while I was in my last duty location. It required a gasoline generator to pump the fuel out,
yeah,
which really sucks whenever you've got 20 18-wheelers pulling up there and you've got to fill those things up with diesel, and all you have is a gas powered generator and nobody has gas because it's all diesel.
that's kind of stupid. What are you doing?
Yes,
We're pumping the diesel. Oh, can you go to the nearest gas station and get some gas? Because
it happened.
yeah,
It happened. Oh, they were just like, yeah, that's a gasoline engine, because I was getting ready to just pump some in there, from one of the other trucks, and they're like, oh no, that's gasoline. So they actually did bring out a smaller truck that would pump gas out, but it sucked so bad because it was all hand pump. So you go and get your 5-gallon jerry can, fill it up. Because it would only hold, I think, like a gallon and a half or something like that. But you could run it for hours doing that. But yeah, that was, it was so crazy. Military doesn't think things through sometimes.
no, it's the typical military thinking. It's let's make this absolutely not make sense at all. And yeah, that's there's so many things where you just sit there and think there's somebody who's earning a bigger paycheck than me, and this is what they came up with. It doesn't make any sense.
Mm-mm.
But that's why
Well,
I only had one bar, not a full set of bars.
well, we were on maneuvers. See, I was in the National Guard, so we were on maneuvers out in El Paso around White Sands missile range, and that's where they would do the training for New Mexico state, National Guard. And so the 5-ton tanker that I was on, we'd have to take it into, I think it was into White Sands. I don't know, because I would be so damn tired. I was on that truck for almost 72 hours straight without any sleep. Because I would be filling up trucks all night long. And then
Yeah,
sometimes I would have to go back into White Sands, and they would fill up the two 1,500-gallon tanks. And then I would be driving it out to the field, filling up all of the chaparral units with diesel, and then as soon as that thing was empty, I'd drive back into White Sands and fill it up again, 3 or 4 trips a day. And I got out on the final one. I was just like, yeah, I can't go anymore. I'm completely exhausted. And they're like, yeah, you just go ahead and rest up. And I laid down on the truck hood, because it was somewhere around 100 108 degrees. I mean, it was like 130 in the sand. Like if you took one, we would take our generator thermometer and stick it into the sand, it'd be reading like 130 degrees. It was hot.
oh my
It
God.
was really hot. And they had these little Corsairs that were flying, little subsonic jets. They were flying low flying. That was so awesome, because they come blasting by and just bring this cool breeze of air, and you're like, oh, that feels good. I'm laying there just almost asleep, and the captain of our unit comes showing up, and he starts yelling at me, and I'm exhausted at this point, and he says, well, why aren't you shooting at these planes? I was, because they want you to like fire blanks at them or something
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that. And I was like, I'm 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 exhausted, and I'm just trying to get a little bit of rest. Well, you need to be shooting at these planes. And I was just like, well, I don't have any ammo. And he goes, well, just pretend like you have ammo and just act like it. And I was said, well, how about this? How about I act like I'm shooting it and go take my ass back to sleep?
yeah. Yeah, sometimes you get. We have very strict rules for how long you can drive, and you always need a co-driver and all this stuff. Once I was in the field hospital in the kitchen unit when I was in the international brigade, and we had to drive from basically one part of the country across most of the and set up. And then when we arrived, they said, well, we kind of only have drivers for half the trucks. So when you get over there, we're going to shoot you into minibuses, shoot you back, and drive again. We said, well, we're not allowed to drive for that long because we need to fill out these schedules, and you can only drive for, I can't remember how many hours a day and
Yes.
stuff like that. Yeah, this is the military. We can do it. I said, no, because we are not at war. So we have to follow the rules. It's in the regulations, and we can get in trouble if we do it. I don't care. I said, well, okay. And I didn't want to make any more fuss because it was a pretty good paycheck. And then we went over there, got back, and then we said, where's our co-pilot? Why? So we need to have a co-pilot to keep us awake. That's their job, to keep the driver awake. Yeah, but normally we use the nurses as co-pilots, and then they need their sleep. So it's only you drivers who are going back. At the end, you could just see this row of trucks going 80 kilometers an hour, with everyone was smoking and they head out the window just to try and stay awake. And then he got angry the next morning when we weren't ready for parade or for assembly at 8 in the morning. I think I put the truck down at 4. I was just, some of these officers, they should just be hunted into the sun.
Yes, I agree. And that's pretty much how I felt. Yeah, and come to find out, I actually had gotten heat stroke. In the middle of all that, because they came by and they were just like, oh, so just checking on your water, making sure you got, because they would have a medic come by and look, and I was like, I don't know what's going on, but I can't focus right now, and my head hurts, and I had already slept for probably about 5 or 6 hours at this point. It was starting to get a little bit dark, and I'm just like, yeah, I can't focus right now. And Feinstein died. Well, that sucks. I mean, I hate to hear loss of anybody. I wasn't a fan of Feinstein, but it really sucks, that.
Yeah, every death is a tragedy. Let's could do this, and then we can do this. I hope they don't strike people. Oh, now my screen is acting up. Why don't you? This one. Put this one down and maybe take it over on the big screen so it's more easy to see. Also, Newsom gets to appoint her. Passed away at the age of 90, 6th Senate term after previously serving as mayor of San Francisco. She stepped down from her perch, blah, blah, blah. But she has been in bad health for quite some time, hasn't she? She was just admitted to hospital. I can remember watching the video where she came out of the hospital and said, oh, are you back in full health? I haven't been away.
Yeah.
Yes,
everybody knows. The same way that everybody knows the status of Biden. Perfectly top of his health.
Absolutely. One of the healthiest people in all of the US.
Exactly.
Because on YouTube, we can't say anything other than what an amazing job.
Yeah.
That's the big problem I see. And again, I hate politics, even though I used to be a politician. Maybe that's why I hate it. When interest people knows how to handle you, let's say it that way, and know how to get what they want, they keep you there. And then you have, because if you're a senator or governor or something like that, you're kind of like a big fish, and you have a lot of pilot fish swimming around eating all the leftovers from the big fish.
Yep.
So you want to keep a person you can handle, and you can make into a meal ticket. And in politics, it's so dangerous because you take off all the rough edges of a politician because you want to ensure that they get reelected, so there's another meal ticket. And you just see it so much. And in Denmark, we had a few family dynasties in politics where you just got elected because you had the name. And it doesn't matter if you could do anything or if you were completely inept, because the party wanted you to remember that grandfather who was a great PM or something. and that's really there should be some kind of we have our former Communist Party has you can only do 2 turns, then you have to go away from 1 turn to get a normal job, which means you just work for the party in their headquarters. But it sounds good. But
Yeah.
still, you can only be in our Congress for 2 periods.
Be right back.
Yeah, and then you have to go away. And I don't know if 2 is the right number, but again, it depends because in Denmark, between elections, it's a maximum of 4 years. It could be 1 day if they wanted to put up another election. So, but something like three, I can't say 3 terms or 4 terms should be enough, and then go away for a period of time. Go be a gray eminence in the party and ruin stuff from there. But those people, as I told on another stream, our PM has been in politics my entire adult life. She's the same age as me. I think she got elected when she was 20 or 22 years old. And she's been there for more than 20 years. And she has a degree in Africa studies. And that's her degree to run a nation.
Yeah.
And everyone in there is just now her party has been it's the Social Democrats, so they were the one who fought for 888 days, 8 hours of work, 8 hours of rest, and 8 hours of sleep. That was a big thing back in the 30s. And now the last week she has been yammering on about that people should work more, not less, because the state won't function without you working. So you can pay your taxes and the state can function. And because that gave such a backlash, every social democrat is on X today saying, "Well, she didn't say that they should work for the state. She just said that people should work if they wanted to." No, she is even on her. They had their party congress where that's just a gathering of clapping seals that salute every time she says something. Even there, she was booed when she said people should work more, because the people who need to work more are nurses and healthcare workers. Because in Denmark they go part time, most of them, because it's heavy female jobs. Not heavy female. It's mostly female. Well, some of them are quite heavy too, but. And they tend to work less hours. So where a normal working week in Denmark is 37.5 hours, they tend to work around 30 hours. And now she says, well, they should work more so the state can function better. And that's something a commie would say. It's not a social democrat statement.
It's so crazy. I do have to jump off here for a bit and go pick up some equipment. But I'll be streaming this over here on mine. If something comes up, drop me a DM in
Yeah, I can
Discord.
DM. Yeah,
Discord's working on my phone, so you can
Okay.
DM me on my phone.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, it's not working on a computer. It's funny. DHSI, I guess, needs a StreamYard link. I don't know who the hell that is, but they
No.
retracted the messages, so I don't know what's going on with that.
Well,
Maybe
it could be
they
someone
meant
who was going on someone else's and just wrote it in the
Yeah.
wrong one.
It
We
might
don't know.
happen. We don't know.
Yeah.
They
But
might have
there
been
could be
watching multiple streams. We love
that
them.
happens a lot.
Yeah.
But it could be a nice guy, maybe.
Absolutely.
I looked up the guy who was asking yesterday. It seems like being another Danish streamer who does a lot of streaming music and stuff like that. I don't know, because I could just see in his bottom of his stream he had some old Danish comedy shows running. So, but yeah,
Yeah. I
I don't
mean,
know why he wanted on, but it's okay. Maybe he just wants to meet a fellow Dane.
hey, that's always a possibility. That is always a possibility.
Yeah.
On it, he had thoughts, he said.
Yeah, and that's okay. But again, I would like to know you because
Oh,
I don't only get myself yeeted. I get Shizzy yeeted as well.
Yeah, we don't need that kind of stuff to happen. And you know, there's nothing wrong with having people on, and you know, you want to sort of vet them out. I know that I've streamed with Fast Group before, and he's pretty straightforward and would I don't think would do anything to get you deleted. So Fast Group's good people. He actually runs a channel.
Fast group is pretty straight.
Well, pretty straight. I mean,
Yeah.
he is in South Georgia, so. And I always say Birmingham. It's Brunswick. Damn it.
Yeah, I don't know any of those places. Why do you name your towns after English cities?
Sister cities, that kind of stuff. You know, they tend to. A lot of people came from that area, so they maybe just like the name and said, well, what do you want to call it? Well, we're not going to call it Stinky Pinky Town, so we'll call it, Brunswick.
But you have so many other names, Albuquerque and
Albuquerque, New
yeah.
Mexico, yeah.
But we have I shouldn't say anything because in California there's Solvang, the Danish city. So, and
well, we have a place here in Georgia called Helen, Georgia.
Yeah, I have heard that before.
Oh, you got to look up the pictures. It looks like a Swiss countryside, or what people think what Swiss countryside looks like. And they have very strict rules there. In Georgia, we're still British. Squabom's in Georgia also.
1776 will commence.
It's awesome. No, I got quite a few people that are in Georgia constantly over here. You know, it's crazy. It is crazy. Talking Rock. Yeah, that one I don't get.
Well, but I was wondering while you run away, should we I don't want to do the closing statements because we just watched them. Should we see the opening statement again and try to see how far away or if they prove what they say, Jamie? Because Shissy's gonna run out on us.
I think you should. I think you should
just to
play
see,
those closing statements again until it comes back up, and you'll also have it running in the background, so you might be able to see, a little bit of, if they do come back.
Yeah, I have it on my iPad, but it was just because I don't like to do the closing statements again after watching a full trial, but try to see the opening statements and see did they prove what they set out to prove.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, because I honestly don't remember the state's opening. I remember we were thinking, oh, okay. And
blood everywhere stuck in my mind.
Yeah. All right. So, well, I'm going to jump out of here. I'll see you guys in a few. Hopefully before noon.
Hopefully, yeah. I'll DM you if we hear anything. Either
Sounds
way.
Good. See you then.
So Chad, we are just gonna go back and try and rewatch the opening statements just to see if they proved what they set out to prove. Because as I remember the opening statement, it was a lot about the cleaning up and the blood, but I could be mistaken because again, it's been 10 days and there might be something there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna hit it and then I'm just fast gonna water the roses. And then again, people in chat, if there's anything you want to talk about, please put it up so we can talk about something because I'm going to be here for a lot of hours.
Yeah, ask some questions or give your thoughts.
That's right. They couldn't agree on that. But ultimately, despite that, in 2007, they got married. And in short order,
I'm just going to restart it.
The decision for them to even get married was a cause of great strife. They couldn't agree on that. But ultimately, despite that, in 2007, they got married. And in short order, they adopted a daughter, a baby girl that they named Brianna in 2008. A fact the defendant would later describe in an interview with the state police on the night of Anna Marie's killing as, quote, another stressor in their lives. And within a little over a month after Brianna's adoption became final, was the first time the police had to intervene in the relationship of the defendant and Anna Marie. This was in September 2008. On this date, there was yet another argument within their home. And the evidence will show that Anne scooped up Brianna, got into her car, and fled to the Grandview police station. The defendant was in her own car in short order behind her, but Ann got there first. And shortly after Cara arrived at the police station, she was put in handcuffs. And she was placed under arrest for assault and battery on Anna Marie. Also, Anna Marie got a restraining order against the defendant. That restraining order kicked the defendant out of her home, which was only deeded in her name. It gave custody of Brianna to Ann, and it prohibited any contact from the defendant to Brianna on this restraining order. You'll also hear the Department of Children and Families was notified on that date. Now, you will hear in the evidence that within relatively short order, that restraining order and ultimately the charges of assault and battery were dropped. They didn't move forward. But this is an important event in the lives of the defendant and Anna Marie. This event set a tone. Again, months later, on the night of Anna Marie's killing, in her interview with the state police, the defendant references this time frame. She says she was bamboozled by Ann, that Ann had got there first, that Ann had committed an act of violence towards her in the house. But she's the one that ended up charged. She's the one that ended up with a restraining order against her. Ann got the upper hand, and it was something the defendant would never forget.
No.
You'll hear that after that arrest, the hostility and the issues continued. Nothing changed. According to the defendant's words, the same problems were still there. By late spring of 2009, the two had made a decision, both of them, that the relationship was over. They could continue.
No, I haven't seen any of the three. What?
I said so much.
Oh, I have to put in my earphones.
Oh.
Yeah, come again. Now I can hear you.
So much BS already.
Yeah. The Brianna thing, yeah, it was Anne Marie who wanted to adopt, and Cara who was afraid that because of her money problems, she didn't like. It wasn't because she didn't want the daughter. It was because she was afraid of the money problem.
Well, yeah, they start off with she didn't want to get married, but she did it anyway, and they adopted a baby, and it was so stressful. Everything's so stressful. This is so hard. And then they had this altercation, and then she says the dates, and I mean, obviously I knew it was 2 years prior, but I'm like, yeah, 2 years prior.
Yeah.
They're definitely, I didn't realize how much they harped on that 2 years prior incident. One incident.
Yeah. And again, I have tried to look up to see if we could see something, but everything that pops up and I could probably do a deeper dive on YouTube, but again, YouTube only shows the most recent stuff. So I haven't really looked into. You can find a video where somebody goes around the crime scene outside, but you can't use that for anything. Oh, you found the Valhalla cartoon. Is it on YouTube or where did you find it? And it's kind of like the Hobbit style, not as bleak, more cartoonish, more happy. And if it's the other language is probably Danish. So if you want to have a Danish education, you can watch with subtitles. Yeah, and that's why I wanted to hear the opening statement. I'm not that interested in closing statements because we have all the evidence. We really don't need the summary from the lawyers, but this is what they're setting out to prove. And being this deceptive in the opening statements, again, it reminds me of another trial where they just made up everything.
Where everything she did meant murder. Yeah.
Yeah. And Jariah, it isn't double jeopardy because they had two hung juries. Then she was convicted, but it was overturned. So that's back to square one. So it's not double jeopardy. And if they end up in a hung jury again in this one, she can be tried for a fifth time. Or if it will be overturned if she's found guilty, it can end in another trial if she wins her appeal. But again, at some point, as I said yesterday, if I was a Democrat running for the public defense. No, not the public defense. What's the job?
Prosecutor?
Yeah, if you ran for prosecutor, I would go in there and slam the former one and say, why do he keep wasting taxpayer money? And it's just because she is a lesbian, and it's because he has prejudice against the LGBT. I can't say that name. That's also banned on YouTube. That letter combination. But I could run a pretty good political campaign of this, and I can tell you that our friends at Lawn and Crim had another poll this morning, and the amount of guilty people went down. People are leaning more towards a hung jury today than towards a not guilty.
Mhm.
But still, it went from, I believe, 65% yesterday to 58% today. Hello. Hey, Wilhammer.
Hey, Bill
Thank you
Hammer.
for joining yesterday, and thank you for the amazing work you do with sound. It's so helpful, especially now we're listening to this, and I have the booster on, and you still really can't hear anything. Yeah, objection trickery. That's a good one. A website called All Cartoons. I don't know that one. Hey, Mims. No, thank you. You make it easy for us to be monkeys pressing buttons. But let's get back to hear all these riveting evidence she's going to show you.
Continue no more. And they both filed for divorce. But they took two different paths. The defendant filed divorce paperwork first, but she did not have Anne serve with that divorce paperwork. Her plan was to try to do it amicably, to hire a single attorney, and to come to agreements. Anna Marie, had different ideas. And before the defendant could serve Anne with the paperwork, she filed her own paperwork at court. She asked for the house, she asked for custody of Brianna, and she asked for spousal and child support.
And did? I didn't realize that. Okay.
Didn't realize what?
I didn't realize Anne's a jerk, man. I'm sorry. I know she's the victim, but I didn't realize, wow. I mean, other than all the shady stuff going on with all the other people, like,
Yeah.
to be like, I want all of this stuff too. I mean, it still doesn't make me believe that she just was like, well, the only way I can get out of this is to, unalive her. But still, I didn't realize that. So.
No, but again, we heard them in court.
I wasn't really looking too hard at the divorce papers either. I don't know if it had all that information on there. We were so appalled by them, just like, that was like the divorce proceedings and the TRO or whatever. We're like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, it was just like a random thought I had.
They don't have the verdict, because I'm watching the live feed right now. So is anything come up? Do you have Twitter open? So I could open Twitter.
Yeah, I do. I haven't seen
I
it.
haven't got any messages. Nope. So
yeah, there's nothing on Law and Crime that says verdict.
No, and I have the direct feed open. So yeah.
And on May 26, 2009, a sheriff arrived at the home of 18 Barton Street, which is where Anna Marie and the defendant lived together with Brianna, and served Cara the papers of this divorce, of what Anne was asking for in this divorce filing. Within hours of that, a 911 call came from the house. The defendant was calling 911. You're going to have an opportunity to.
Hey, expert.
Hi, expert.
Did you have fun watching football over at Aussies? Yeah. And and again, remember, Anne ran up 25K in her dollars of debt in her wife's name by fraudulent taking out a loan. And when we hear the police 911 call later, the thing Cara is so afraid of is she would try to wrestle the baby from her or take the baby from her. She doesn't sound like one who's doing all the stuff.
Yeah. And that's how I felt too, Wicked. It's like I don't want to disparage the victim, but man, some of the stuff.
She was. There's a song about gold diggers we can't sing. Yeah, there was a football game on, but you might have missed it because.
What were you looking at, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just messing.
The only thing we can tell you is
don't come.
Oh my God.
Hear that 911 call. It's approximately 4 or 5 minutes in length. And I'd ask you to pay very particular attention to it. I would suggest that that 911 call is a peek into the life of the defendant and Anna Marie Rintala, of what was going on with them, and particularly the defendant's state of mind, her response to these issues. You will hear wild mood swings. You will hear her pleading for help, going into hysteria. You can see from this 911 call how quickly the smallest of things in this relationship can make things spiral completely out of control. This 911 call triggered a police response to the home. The police arrived at the home, they spoke with the defendant, and they spoke with Anna Marie. And after the police were there, the two of them got in their own cars and immediately went to the Eastern Hampshire District Court in Belchertown seeking restraining orders. The defendant seeking a restraining order against Anna Marie, and Anna Marie seeking a restraining order against the defendant. And you'll have an opportunity to hear the court recording of that restraining order hearing, the words of the defendant, the words of Anna Marie, very importantly, the words of the judge. We'll hear that both of them sought restraining orders against the other to force the other one out of the home so they could stay there, and for custody of Brianna. Both cross asking for that, making that request to the judge, and the judge heard both of them in the same hearing. You'll hear the defendant in this hearing say, "I have reached all that I can take." She's emotional, and she asked the court to make Anne leave, saying, "I cannot live in this house with her anymore." But the judge, after hearing from both of them, did not give them what they wanted. He didn't give either one of them what they wanted. They ended up with only something called a no abuse order, which is simply an order not to abuse one another. He refused to force either one of them out of the home. He refused to grant custody to either one of them, and told them in no uncertain terms, go back to your house, figure it out, and if you come back here, I'm going to call Child Protective Services and your daughter will be taken away from you. That's what they heard. And I would suggest the evidence will prove that they heard that loud and clear. Because although there had been multiple 911 calls before that, there had been multiple restraining orders, multiple things that occurred that where they were reporting out to what had happened. On May 26, 2009, all of that stopped. The evidence will show they weren't going to risk what the judge had threatened. And instead, they went home to do what they'd already said they couldn't do, which is figure it out themselves. In the ensuing months after that, for about the next 7 months or so leading up to Anne's death, the divorce proceedings that I told you about earlier proceeded in court. There was a back and forth, there were many court dates. Anne moved out of the house, they were separated. Anne established her own residence away from the defendant. They were working on co-parenting with one another. On Christmas Eve, in the holidays that year, they made an attempt to reconcile. And they signed paperwork voluntarily dismissing the divorce proceedings on Christmas Eve, 2009, 3 months before Anna Marie's death. But the evidence will show that despite that effort on Christmas Eve to try to stay together, to try to work it out, that those efforts were completely futile. All the issues that they had had for years were unresolved. They had not gone away, and all the same issues were still present.
How did they show that in court that all the same issues were still present?
I know, I'm listening to this and I'm like, you have no evidence of anything. You had this aunt come in and say, she said, I'm not going out there with this.
Yeah, it's kind of like when I tried to take the expert to the beach, and he just looks at me and said, "Do you think this will go to the beach with that?" Uh, it's really hurtful, but I know why he does it. So,
Oh my God. Yeah. Like, what evidence did you show that this was an ongoing thing, that they were still having problems, that they were still fighting, and like she was just plotting this whole thing? I don't understand. Like, that's what you're making
no.
it.
And again, remember, during the divorce proceedings, she was asked, "Do you want to file claims against your former spouse because of the $25,000 she took out fraudulently in a loan in your name?" And she said, "No, it won't help anything." So she seems like a pushover who just wanted to make it work, even though the other one had owed her a lot of money. Again, and if you're in a custody battle, as a lawsuit against the other one stealing from you fraudulently, that could be a great thing to have in a custody battle.
Yeah.
So that she was this vindictive bag of garden implements, it doesn't add up, in my opinion.
No, it doesn't, because the Anne looks like the bully in this situation.
Yeah, and she did so in court as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and she said there was a strange sense. She had got a strange sensation when they arrived at 10 o'clock at night after driving all day. As we talked about when she talked, they discussed that driving for that long, there will be some tension. People are tired. People are grumpy, and you have a small kid in the car. It's not a fun ride for 8-10 hours, or how long it takes from Massachusetts to where they're going in Florida. I would I would probably just say, "Hey, hello," and then go sleep, and then we can talk in the morning. When I went to Delaware to visit the friends I had over there, we flew out from Germany. I jumped on a train near me at 6 in the morning, so we were up at 5, and I had two kids with me. We went to Germany, got on the plane, flew to London, flew to New York, got a car, went down to Delaware. So I'd been up close to 20 hours when we arrived in Delaware. So we just went out to get something to eat, and then I went to sleep.
Yeah.
So people would probably find me very standoffish at that time of day when I've been traveling for 20 hours. I'm not the nicest person when
I
I'm.
imagine, because I drove to Florida. Well, I rode with somebody to Florida from Michigan, and we drove straight through, and it was like 22 hours. And
Yeah.
I mean, if that's what they did, and they were coming from Massachusetts, oof, yeah, you'd be tired.
Yeah, with a kid in the car.
Mhm.
So, and then they went on to this cruise where they probably didn't wear too much clothes, but all of a sudden she didn't want to go to the beach with her wife. Why?
Because she
It
looked.
just, yeah, but again, it just doesn't make sense that she would stand in front of her wife's aunt saying, "Should this go to the beach with this?"
Yeah, no,
And again,
believe
yeah,
that all much, to be honest with you.
no.
I think she was grasping at straws.
Yeah, and again, maybe she believed something like that because she wanted to make sense of why her she was practically her other mother, why her kid died.
Yeah.
And yeah, and if you're traveling that long, you need a day to sleep and be well rested, and then you get up, and then everything is fine. And we had the pictures where they were together, and they're only smiling on photographs. Yeah, fine. Yeah, exactly, because you've been concentrating on traffic and going the right way, and maybe you just get tired, and it's such a stupid argument that you felt like there was something wrong after they have taken a car from Massachusetts to Florida. And they have to be on guard because there's drop gators in Florida that all of a sudden just drops out of the ceiling and attacks you. So as far as I know, it if Australia was real, it would be like Florida.
A couple of months later, weeks before Ann's death, they went on a cruise down in Florida with Brianna. And before that cruise, they visited Ann's aunt,
Oh.
Aunt Nancy Kaufman, who we'll hear from during the course of this trial. Trying to make it better, trying to put on a happy face, trying to stay together on this cruise.
We have no evidence of them trying to stay together on the cruise. We have no evidence on what happened on the cruise.
Yeah, it's just
We just have the aunt who said they weren't happy in her house. I hate to break it to you, because I know you're too young to have been in a relationship, but sometimes you meet your significant other's parents or family members, and you sit there and look at them and think, if I didn't sleep next to a hot body at night, I would never ever talk to you. You annoy me more than everything on earth. It happens sometimes because you're with the one you love. You're not with their family, and some family members are really annoying.
Well, and a lot of people that, like, obviously when you're with somebody else's family too, like, it's not so much. I don't know how many times I've been with other people's family and then I'm already irritated about something with him, and then being around his family is just not helping either. And you're trying to, like, put on this fake
Yeah.
okay with it. Yeah, so I get it. So it's like,
Yeah, and the second you're out of that house, it could clear up.
Yeah.
It's just because you're in a new. Well, Murph, don't be sad. That's why I'm perpetual single. It's because I'm the nasty one.
you are not.
I am perpetual single.
No, I mean, you're not the nasty one.
Well, I play a nice guy on TV. The first time I met my father-in-law, I think we said 5 words to each other.
I
I
am
couldn't
that, though. I can see that.
I couldn't understand him. I have a slight accent. Most people can't even hear I'm not born and bred in England, but he has this thick farmer accent in Denmark, where I was sitting looking at my ex-wife saying, what did he say? And whenever I spoke, he was looking at her saying, hvad siger han? Hvad sagde han? Forstår du, hvad han siger? And I was just, why don't you understand me? I speak perfectly Danish English and everything. Well, I can be. I'm quite cantankerous sometimes if I get on my bad side. But I have Jamie with me now, so I'm always on my good side.
Yeah, I make sure he has a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Doesn't get
that's
mad.
but still, even if you love your in-laws, sometimes you just have a bad day, and they don't, because if you're staying at their house, you're sleeping in a different bed, and you have been traveling, and it's not the same as you're just walking around in your birthday suit and at home,
Absolutely.
and going to because you have your routines. You get up in the morning. I get up in the morning. I turn on my iPad and see who's streaming, and then I follow that, and then I go get my vitamin pills and my breakfast, and then you have your coffee, and you have your set routines. But if you go to someone where maybe they get up 2 hours after your normal time, you just pot around in the house because you don't want to go make coffee or stuff like that to wake them up. It's just such a stupid argument. And again, they were trying to keep it together on the cruise.
Yeah.
No evidence of that.
No.
No evidence. Yeah, it's kind of like I'm illiterate in every language. Yeah, because routine. When I have when my sister's back from Switzerland, she stays with me. Uh, I live in a small house, and it's not, the walls are very thin, and I'm I wake up at between 5 and 6 in the morning, and she's here with her kid, and normally she gets up later, and I normally make my first coffee at around 10 minutes after I get out of bed, and it's on an espresso machine. It's kind of like your K cups. That's noisy as hell, so I can't get my coffee. I'm just sitting there and can't really. I put in my earbuds and just watch YouTube to wait till people get out. And when I go to my toilet is right behind the wall beside me and behind me. This is my guest room and guest room office. So if I go to the toilet, it's noisy as all. Yeah. So if you're out of your routine, it takes a couple of days to get into your routine, because maybe you take a nap at a certain time, and this aunt is always very hyper at this time and want to go to the beach or something. It's just not evidence of anything, because on any given day you could see that in any given relationship. But it's the Branca theory of prosecution. If you do it or you don't do it, it's still wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Murph, I thought we should be a little festive today because I have to sit here for a long time. So I was thinking of you when I went into my closet to get some things today.
He's such a smooth talker, Murph, isn't he?
I think because I know Murph Turf likes my flowered shirts. I was actually thinking about if I should wear a white shirt and a tie if we ever get done and go on to next, because it's a solemn thing. But then I thought, no, I want to be happy, so I put on a flowered shirt.
I love it.
Yeah. I'm never gonna meet any of you, because when I meet you, you'll think he's nothing like we thought.
Oh my God, stop it.
I'm just gonna be the guy saying, "Can we go to Five Guys? I want to try their burger."
I'll take you to Five Guys.
Yeah, that's gonna be a fun trip.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, me and Dave said he's only like 20 minutes away from me, and we were making fun of each other because he'll go all the way to Sweden to meet you and Nick, but he can't drive 20 minutes to meet me. Good times.
We I used to live in Copenhagen, and they had just built this. What do the people who look at stars and that, and had an observatory where you can go and watch IMAX movies with about the star system and everything. And I so wanted to go when I was in my town, and then I moved to Copenhagen, and I lived like 5 minutes walking distance away, and thought, yeah, I do it on my next day off, and I said that every week. So next day off, I'm going to go there, and 25 years later, I've still not been there.
Well, that's how I feel about Michigan sometimes. There's like so many places that I'm like, oh, I really want to go there. And then I just I don't know. It just like gets put off and put off. But that's funny with like 5 minutes away.
Yeah, but you never see what's next to you.
No.
You travel a long way to go. I want to go to the first real city in Denmark. It's called Ribe. They have a big cathedral there. And I've been thinking about going there because my dad went there right after my mom died, and he asked me if I wanted to come, but I couldn't because I had some meetings I had to go to. And since my dad died, I thought, well, it could have been our last trip. I want to go there. We went to Rome on our last trip. That's a pretty good thing too. But you just never do it, because then I have to drive, and then it's an hour and a half, but I'll happily drive 2 hours to go to Germany and buy not cigarettes, beers and candy. It's just, I could do it easily, but you just don't do it because it's trouble. We don't really do chewing tobaccos in Denmark. So, but I know the Copenhagen thing is a chewing tobacco. Yeah, Jamie's favorite is Five Guys.
It is. It's my sister's favorite too, guys. So
It's your sister's favorite too, guys.
yeah. I'm gonna come. Oh my god. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill everyone.
Hi, Vinosaur. It's the same. Vinosaur lives in it's the second biggest city in Denmark, and I think I've been there 2 times. One was when my nephew was baptized, and then we have what's called the old city, where they tear down old houses. They build them there as an open museum, but you just don't go there. And again, because they're weird people. Well, thank you, Tootly, and whatever I can do to help you with your Bell's palsy, but I'll try to stay away from the computer talk. But it's because there's been a lot of problems with the Discord today. But I'm just happy that it suits your pain or whatever. Yeah.
See, the expert knows. Yeah. Oh my god.
Jamie has been on YouTube almost as long as I have. She should know better.
I should know better. I should know a lot better. But like, I talk to you guys like you're just my friends and we're talking, and then
And then when someone said, Jamie, can you read the super chat, and you do it?
Yeah, Dave says read the super chat, and I do it, and now here it is.
Yeah, and I hear so much about that In-N-Out burger. And have you had that what's called Wahlburg or whatever, the Mark Wahlberg thing?
Yeah, they put one in the next town over, and I had it when it first came out. It was okay.
Is it good?
I mean, it was no Five Guys. I'm gonna come. Oh my god, stop it.
MG, was it that one you were looking for?
Oh my god.
Expert is a Twisty. Shizzy has the same problem. It's when you try to access it through the PC, but it should be up and running right now. So yeah.
Yeah,
well, I have it.
Yeah, MG, he got me earlier this morning when I got on. I was like, he has Shizzy's, he has Shelly's, and he has mine.
Yeah, and that's because I do bake sometimes. I really want.
I love a buttered biscuit.
See, hers is good because she has a good voice. I just sound like a crazy person.
Well, I have another clip with her, but I don't think that's appropriate to play in when we're waiting in a murder trial.
Mm-mm. You might want to just delete that altogether. Poor girl.
Well, no.
You're gonna keep it in the back pocket just in case.
You never know if she acts up. She hasn't been here today, so. MG Mexican Law Show has them.
Mexican Law Show. Mexican Law Show is a little sneak.
Yeah, that's we were talking earlier about Shizzy and Shelly should be reading the 50 Shades of Grey.
They should. They have like great voices for that.
Maybe they could make them interesting. Those books were boring. You girls really need some. Let's hear this.
But you'll hear from Nancy Kaufman that the issues were still there. And on that trip, she heard the defendant say, I want a divorce. All those things that were facing before the end of their relationship, the division of debt, child custody disputes, were all back on the table. Weeks.
Were the things back on the table? We heard no evidence about anything being back on the table. Again, Lies.
before Anna Marie's murder. On March 28, 2010, which was the night before Anna Marie was killed, Anna Marie went to a shift as a paramedic and a firefighter. It started at 8 p.m. It was an overnight shift. When that happened, the defendant had a friend of hers, Mike Cieranowski, over at the house. Anne did not know about that, and she was not happy about it. The defendant will describe in her interview that it was a big source of contention, who they would socialize with outside of one another. And Anne that night was, quote, so mad. But you won't just have to take her word for it. You will see phone contact between the two of them while Anne is at work and Cara has this friend over at the house. You'll see the text messages that are sent between the two of them during that time frame. You will see the hostility, you will see the anger.
What?
The
No.
text messages sent between them. Do you remember the text messages sent between them? Who was hostile? Who was angry?
It wasn't Cara.
No, Cara was answering, saying, "Oh, relax, it's nothing," and then she didn't answer, and then and Marie spurred out. Good morning, Moni G.
No,
It's
she was more like, please don't be mad, all this stuff.
yeah, it's nothing. We're just having a beer. And then she went to bed, and then she kept texting while simultaneously texting with Mark.
Yeah.
But it was Mike that was the problem. It wasn't that Anne Marie had two other lovers. It was only Cara's lovers, which she claimed wasn't lovers.
You'll see all the things that I'm talking about.
You won't.
You'll see that Anne, in those text messages, hours before she was killed, said to the defendant, I hate the relationship we have. I hate how I feel. I'm going to leave. When Anne ended her shift at 8 a.m. the next morning on the day of her murder, March 29, 2010, she went home, and that argument that had been happening over text messages and phone calls and voicemails the night before was still there. Still in the house at 18 Barton Street between the two of them. Additionally, you'll see phone activity of Anne during that time frame. Between 8 a.m. approximately in the morning when she got home and 12:21 p.m. right after noon that particular day. You'll see that Anne was a regular user of her cell phone, and on that day she was regularly using her cell phone that morning. You'll see that between those 4 hours or so, between phone calls, between text messages, between pictures she was taking and sending to others, she used her phone approximately 40 times within that 4-hour period.
Okay.
At 12:21, Anne made her last outgoing call on her phone. She happened to call her aunt, Nancy Kaufman, that I told you about earlier that she's very close with. Nancy did not answer. She didn't leave a voicemail. But the phone shows that was her last outgoing activity on her phone.
And
Her
then
phone is silent from that point.
that doesn't prove anything.
No.
Proves she went to bed.
And again, where were the proof that the argument continued that day?
Yeah, and they picked out that one text where she says, I'm not happy or whatever. Okay.
Yeah, but still, she had 2 extramarital affairs.
Yeah. She was
It's
doing
always the one person in a relationship who is always complaining the other one is probably unfaithful is most likely the one who has a little side bet going. MG, Dave has them as audio files. The only problem with putting them in StreamYard is they go on a loop when it's an audio file, so you have to click it on and off. Yeah, again, the evidence for what she's saying, they will be showing you, and that's the problem with these opening statements and stuff like that, because they paint a picture. And if you're a juror and you sit there and listen, oh yeah, well, she told me that was this text was because they were angry at each other. No, it really don't. It's when we do a trial, we get we don't get an opening statement. They just read the charges, and then we go straight in to the defendant can take the stand if he chooses to do that, and then they start the prosecution start to question them. They don't get to paint an opening picture telling you what you should believe this shows you. We just get at such and such a day, Jamie was accused of violently beating Shelley over her rendition of 50 Shades of Grey. And that's what you get. You don't get anything about Shelley and Jamie had for a long time been in a fight and blah, blah. No, then they can play audio if they have it while interrogating people. You can't set up all of this. I hate it when they're allowed to play clips in closing as well, because you can make them sound like everything that you want to, especially if it's 2 or 3 days since you heard them the last time.
Well, case in point.
Yeah.
Clips from Dave's show. People can take what they want to hear, and then they just play it, and they build this story around it that it's some massive, they're so angry at each other. And then you pick that one little text message or that one little clip.
Yeah. And it's kind of like this.
Don't come.
Is it because Shizzy don't want you to come on your channel? Is it something else? You don't know. And if you haven't had it in the context.
And
yeah.
my mom was COME, guys. So it was like, and then he put something else, and on the other ones he was adding like to the treehouse. But you know what I mean. But you know how that works, so whatever. I'm gonna come to the treehouse.
No, there's no treehouse in this one.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Jamie's lashes should be registered as lethal weapons. But again, that's another thing. Yeah, you went in and out for a second. All by myself, don't wanna be all by my. Hey, welcome back, Jamie.
Sorry, I got a phone call and it messes up the volume every time somebody calls me. I'm gonna have to get out of it. So, anyways, I'm back.
No, it won't be my new ringtone because people would look at me funny. I'll just keep.
Could you imagine?
My ringtone has been the Canyonero song from The Simpsons for a few decades or something like that. Irish, you missed degeneracy.
I'm gonna come.
And that's what happened today. We're rewatching the opening statements to try and see if they proved what they said they were going to prove. And we don't think so. And no verdict. They have been going for more than they're close to 11 and a half hours now. But again, the third time they went 27 hours. Yeah. And the raincoat that was a tarp or the other way around that they never found any blood on. So yeah. Yeah, Dave has the audio files. He sent them to me. No, it's the Canyonero song. I love that song from The Simpsons. Big stupid truck that drove big stupid truck endorsed by a clown. Canyonero. So yeah.
At that same time, someone else's phone is also silent, and that's the phone of the defendant. From 12:21 until approximately 5 p.m. that evening, approximately 4.5 hours, the defendant also has no outgoing phone activity on her phone. She actually misses a couple of calls that come into her phone that she does not answer.
Nope. She chooses not to answer them because she would be on the hook at the fire department for a 3-hour shift, and then Anne-Marie, who is supposed to get some sleep, would have to take care of Brianna.
Exactly. Now we know that, because, and that's such a false statement. She missed them because we now know that she didn't want to go into the shop or into the station. I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
It's the same thing around here. If you answer an email about when my boss sends an email to the whole team and says, hey, we have some overtime we need filled. If you don't answer, then you don't have to do it.
Well, we I know other channels like to play the closings, but I think closings, it's just a summary of what we've been through, and we saw all the evidence. I'd like to go back to the opening to see if they proved what they set out to prove, and so far, no. So far, they have spun a story about what they were going to tell you without leaving out details like she didn't miss a few calls. We had her shift commander say that's totally normal because you would be on the hook for 3 hours. Still no verdict. Yeah, but Jamie's boss doesn't watch my channel, so it's okay.
Caught dead with this stuff. He does not care for true crime stuff. We've talked about it before. Nah, he wouldn't be caught dead on this channel.
And also, this is a text that comes in at 1:53 that shows later on her phone is unread. A text she would normally reply to and look at that she did not that day.
Because she was sleeping.
The evidence will show that the reason for the silence and the reason Ann last used her phone at 12:21 p.m. that day is because shortly after 12:21, the defendant killed her. The argument that had been going on all night, the argument that continued in the house when they were there the next morning, it found its way to the top of the basement stairs. And you'll see and hear that the top of the basement stairs also happens to be a couple of feet away from the exterior entrance, the side door of the home. That was the regular entrance used, just feet away from one another. And in the defendant's words, they were still tit for tat at the doorway. The evidence will show that in that area at the top of a set of very steep basement stairs, the argument's still going on. That argument found its way down those stairs and ended at the base of those stairs on a cold cement floor with Ann bloodied, with her being hurt, with her being bruised. And this argument was the argument to end all arguments between them. At this point with Ann and her condition, of the things that have been said, of the things that they knew that had happened in their past, the evidence will show that things had gone too far, gone further than ever gone before. In the defendant's mind, there was no turning back. She put her hands around Anne Marie's neck and she strangled her until she was dead. After she killed Anne Marie, the evidence will show that the defendant engaged in a lengthy scheme to conceal the crime that she had just committed.
What?
To misdirect the investigation in this case.
What? Oh my God. That is laughable.
After she killed Anne Marie, the evidence will show that the defendant engaged in a lengthy scheme to conceal the crime that she had just committed, to misdirect the investigation in this case, and to avoid the police from discovering what she had done.
And what?
How did the evidence show that?
Yeah. Tell me the lengthy scheme. Tell me how she misdirected.
She complied totally with all the officers at the scene. She came in the same night she was interrogated, and her mouth didn't stand still. And the next day she came in and yeah, she gave them a different route, but they still have her at all the convenience stores she went to.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then the luminol on the floor that showed possibly cleaning and maybe just feet walking along.
What scheme did she? What scheme?
Oh yeah, by dumping the pain and sitting down next to the dead body. It's that one, this one. It's yeah. What did she clean anything with? Oh, the 3 magical racks that was lying on top of the trash at McDonald's 28 hours after she threw them into the
With
and nothing was found on those. Even the white stuff on it, which they didn't mention, wasn't paint because they tested it. It didn't show up as paint, so you don't have to mention it. It just looks like there's white stains on it. And funny enough, not funnily, funnily is probably something else. Funny enough, they didn't mention that rag with the white stains on it or brought that to court. They brought that pink one that didn't look anything like the other ones they said it looks just like.
Yeah.
It's where the oh yeah, and they brought the rags back to the crime scene, so they contaminated the evidence. But
they're the ones that contaminated the crime scene. They're
yeah,
the in a lengthy scheme. She went out with her daughter and drove around and got some groceries and stuff. What scheme was she plotting? Like, it's not like she was trying to throwing away the towels that tested and there's nothing on them. Oh yeah, she's getting rid of evidence. What evidence? That wasn't evidence. She just brought it in and said, hey, look, these towels may match the ones under the sink, but they show no evidence on them of blood or DNA or anything.
they just did mic test and then went off there again. Camera moving. It's not close to feeding time yet.
Feeding time.
Oh, they just did a mic check.
Okay, it's on. Check 1, 2.
Mic 1 2 1 2 mic test 1 2 1 2 mic.
She said they're just testing the sound.
Yeah, but why would they test the sound if nothing coming up? I don't know.
Probably because it's
Yeah, because yesterday they had problems with their sound. Maybe. Pop. Yeah, she did go out and do a lot of stuff, but the small purchases they say is indicative of her trying to hide a crime was shirts for her daughter and groceries, normal groceries, some juice boxes, a big gallon jug of juice, some bread, a watermelon, I believe. Is
Yeah.
it is that the stuff you would buy when you're trying to spend a little money here and there, or is it stuff you will buy if your daughter is going to school and you have to pack a lunch and the apples you bought wasn't ready? Oh, bananas. She also got bananas.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because I'm stuck here, so I can't go over and give him a shellacking. But hopefully we'll get a verdict soon, so I can go over and tell Nick that I didn't get sick for a week after drinking. Who's the real Vikings now?
Right.
Well, I thought he just was scratching.
Vielhammer's getting mad.
Yeah, but it's the same. If I see a baking program, I'm
Yeah.
yelling at the screen. We have what's called the big baking competition. You might have seen it from England with it's the Great British Bake Off.
Yeah.
When that show was on, and if I was home with my parents, and I believe it was on a Saturday night, so if we were sitting together and watching it, my mom asked me to go to another room because I was yelling at the screen all the time. Stop opening the oven door. You're letting out all of the heat out. No, you're using the wrong thing to whisk it. You have to make put the sugar and the butter together. You can't whisk it with a. And I could yell it out for hours. Yeah, even you did better than Nick with his drinking. Have anyone tested his alcohol to see if it is alcohol? Nope, I'm not pulling that one up. Hey, Thierry. Yeah, well, I won't say hopefully because I really want a verdict because I want to go yell at Nick for calling me something, Dane.
It started with her attempt to alter the crime scene.
Okay.
The evidence will show that the defendant engaged in an attempt to clean up the basement area where Anna Marie had been killed. When the police ultimately arrived later that night and forensic scientists from the lab and crime scene technicians arrived, they saw very clearly that there was a significant amount of blood around Anna Marie's body. You'll see and hear evidence that she had significant gashes to her head, the sides and the back of her head, down to the skull, that caused a significant amount of blood at the scene, much of which was still visible when the responders got there. However, they're also trained to look for blood that's not there anymore, that you can't see with the naked eye, and they have tools to be able to do that. You'll hear evidence that these crime scene technicians applied a substance called leucocrystal violet, also known as LCV. It's a chemical applied that reacts when it touches or hits blood. That can no longer be seen, but which is still there. And you'll hear that when they applied this LCV throughout the basement, it lit right up. The whole basement, bright blue and purple all around Anna Marie's body. In parts where blood was visible, but also in parts.
Well, of course it's going to light up all around her body. She was laying in her own blood. But
Yeah.
all over the basement, and she's saying blood. You'd never said it was blood. You never tested it.
No, but.
And why, again, would she clean up a spot over here, way over here, versus... I don't understand. I don't understand your logic, prosecutor.
Because it makes sense if you want to get a conviction. Again, if we just draw the basement, these are the stairs going down. On the bottom of the stairs, there's a mat filled with blood. Then we have the dead body with spray of blood next to it and, of course, blood around it. Then their claim is there's a shelving unit here, and she cleaned up this part to hide the crime. Why?
Why?
Was it all of her blood that came from all the wounds she didn't have? So she wanted to hide those bloodstains. Because she only cleaned, like, I don't know how big of an area, 40 yards by 40 yards or something like that. It's such a stupid argument.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Viggo, we can try out if you're professionally trained or has worked as a baker, at least in Denmark, you can try out to be on the Danish version of it. I have a friend who used to, in the weekends, we had someone who went to high school or something come in and deliver the bread to the other stores my boss owned. And he went on. He lasted 2 shows because he completely misunderstood the assignment. But I have a friend who has been on the Danish version of it. Yeah, I can't remember who they put on. I watched a few of the Great British Bake Off. I like the dark-haired lesbian and the Mary Berry. I like those two. Well, because you have this magic stuff that only reacts with blood, even though if you look into it, they sell it as a thing that reacts with blood. But if you go in and look, it also reacts with fingerprints and footprints. But don't talk about that.
And some kind of cleaning products.
Yeah, Rabbit. I'm not a pastry chef, so I can't make it look very pretty either. I have a rural look to my baking, but that's because I don't care about looks. I care about taste, ladies. Exactly, and they want to plant a story in the head of the jury, so when they see the evidence later, say, "Oh, that luminol, that's only blood. The only thing is blood, nothing else but blood."
Exactly.
So it's blood all over the place. They do it on national Danish television, and you can't access that if you might actually be able to access some of those from abroad. It's called dr.dk, and then you might be able to find it. I'm not sure if you can access, because we can access it because we pay the TV license over the tax bill, so they can't keep it from us. Move cars in the drive. Isn't it your driveway?
Oh, I know that feeling, Thierry. We had 5 people living in my house growing up and 5 cars. It was ridiculous. Yeah.
Mhm.
To actually say out loud blood, 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 and nothing else when you never showed us evidence that you know for a fact it was blood.
Yeah.
It's so slimy. It's so slimy.
And that's, yeah. Oh, did I say punctum? dr.dk. Sorry. Thank you, Vinosaur. You could say period as well, but that means something different, so that's not as nice. I don't like Noel Fielding. I don't like. I know he's a comedian, but that depressing way he does comedy, I don't like that one.
Your blood was no longer visible. You'll have an opportunity to see and hear testimony from a member of the crime scene technician services, wipes and swipes and smears and movement within that blood that's no longer visible to the naked eye. In areas where there's blood that's later determined through DNA analysis to belong to Anna Marie. So you will hear that there was an attempt to clean up the basement.
No.
Blood that's you'll have an opportunity to see and hear testimony from a member of the crime scene technician services, wipes and swipes and smears and movement within that blood that's no longer visible to the naked eye. In areas where there's blood that's later determined through DNA analysis.
No.
Yeah, that's correctly. Yeah, in areas where there is blood connected to, and that's the blood on the stairs. So in the area where there's blood connected to Anne-Marie, you find these smears because that's on the shelving unit. They
Yeah.
found a little bit of blood on the bottom of the stairs this far away. So in the area, but again, it's not lying. It's just a little bit of manipulation of the truth.
But they also, the smears that they claim they are found on the shelving and like the floor area, like you don't know how, like you can't see it with the
No,
naked.
but she didn't lie.
In there, you don't know how
She didn't
long.
lie.
I know. It's so disgusting and misleading.
Yeah.
And if they don't have
Especially now we have
on
seen it.
like us or on their jury like us or like people in chat that are actually like logically thinking like, wait, what?
Yeah. Where was all the blood on the stuff in the shelving unit. There was no blood on those things. It was only on the shelving unit,
Yeah.
even though the shelf was stacked. But she wasn't lying. She didn't say the smears was in the blood. She just said it was in an area where there was blood. So it's not lying. It's just a little bit of graying the black and white tones in this picture.
Analysis to belong to Anna Marie. So you will hear that there was an attempt to clean up the basement. You'll also hear, in terms of the crime scene itself, evidence that will establish an attempt to stage a break-in, to make it look like someone broke into the house and must have killed Anna Marie. You'll have an opportunity to see the door jamb and the door on that exterior door that I talked about. That's just a couple of feet from the top of that basement stairs. And you'll hear and see evidence of hack marks that are in the door jamb of that door, on the side frame of the door. What I mean by that is crescent-shaped hack marks where the wood is cut out and there are wood chips on the threshold of the door immediately below it. You'll have the opportunity to see a shovel.
And that's evidence. I don't understand why they put so much emphasis on that. Yeah, the wood chip from the door is right by the door. It doesn't prove anyone did it, other than, yeah, something was chipped up from that door and it landed next to the door.
Yeah.
It would be weird if the wood chips were on the back porch. It's not evidence of anything other than some chips were knocked out of the door frame. To me, that's yeah.
That was used to create those marks. A shovel that belonged to the Rintala residence, that had white paint residue that's consistent with the paint residue from the door jamb. And you'll see those marks. But what you won't see, ladies and gentlemen, is damage to the door itself. In other words,
False. You have damage to the door frame and the handle is bent. So if she was trying to say that she broke in and wanted to establish that, she would say, oh, did you see that the doorknob was bent? It was clearly damaged, the door.
you won't see any hack marks or movement or chips off of the door on the actual plane of the door itself. You'll see there's a large pane of glass on that door next to the doorknob,
Hey, Farrell.
which is unaltered,
Girl.
not damaged in any way. And the doorknob was still intact and it could still lock. It still worked. The evidence will show you, based on the angle of those marks.
Jamie, do you hear this? Woke Wesley is calling you out.
First of all, I was first. I'm the trendsetter. Let's
Tell
just
him.
be very clear.
Yeah, we're gonna do a Valhalla on Danny later. Jamie's just she just gets into the mood and it's gonna be something like this.
Listen, young man, if you want to step in the squared circle with Valhalla awaits, you better bring everything you got, woman. I swear on everything, there will be no mercy. I will punish thee.
Oh, I love that.
Just put Danny on in there and then there will be drama. It's
I
worse
know- I know
than
you're
when I make fun of Lefty for clicking his keyboard. No one messes with your lashes.
no.
The hoops will come out, the wig will come off, and there will be hair pulling.
Oh man.
No, Danny is a cool, can't call her girl, cool woman too, and she does some great stuff too. This way up. Have you met Jamie? Why do you think she has such a close connection with Dave, who's a defense lawyer? I'm not saying anything. I'm just maybe think about that.
Well, whatever, Wesley. I know you're just messing around. I'm just kidding too.
Well, Get
I
back over there and tell
But
him Danish are the superior race in Scandinavia.
yeah. Oh Lord.
Yeah, keep those lashes lush.
Yeah.
They just had a fixer up yesterday.
Yeah, I just had a fixer upper. Fixer upper. She told me they're doing so well and they're so clean. I love I love when my eyelashes are complimented. My eyelash care.
Yeah, that's I probably. My barber just said, "Do you want your eyebrows trimmed?" And I said, "Yeah, if you think they need to." Zip, zip. And then I'm out of the house, out of his chair again in 10 minutes. Not for the eyebrows, but the full get up.
You're hilarious.
Yeah, it's better to, in some ways, to be a man. I spent less than a year on my barber than most women spend on one trip. So
Oh yeah. I used to get my hair fully done and that was expensive. I couldn't even imagine. I do it myself now. I'm like
but,
one of those people, like I learn to do everything. Like I as much as I can, I learn to try to do everything myself so that I can save some money.
yeah, because it's my daughter. She used to have highlights put in, whatever that means. I'm a man, and she was, because she makes her own money and had to pay for it, so she went back to, nah, it's good just to have this dirty blonde. You don't need the highlights when you have to pay that amount of money for it. So
Oh yeah. Well, since she has a sister, because me and my sister, we would, for us to be able to like save money, we would both learn how to do something, and so we do it on each other. Like we always did each other's hair. So like she'd learn how to do highlights, and I would, so that we could do each other's hair and cut each other's hair.
well, it's
It worked.
stupid amount of money, and my daughters, when they were younger, they always, when they were on vacation by me, they get a haircut down here because we had it's just a small hair salon. It's an old one, and you paid like 200 Danish for a haircut if you were long haired, and they just needed a trim. The I don't know what you call it, the ends of the hair when they're split and that. So they just needed a trim. But if the mom had to take them to a female hairdresser, it would be 600 or 800. So so paying 200 at my place was, and they got the same for it. One time I went into a real hairdresser to get my hair done because I would try to see what they did. Normally, I just got a buzz in the side and a bit off the top. He gave me a buzz on the side, a bit off the top, a cup of coffee, and I paid 6 times what I usually paid. So I never went back. He don't trim my nostrils, but he do trim my ears because men get ear hair when we get old. It's weird.
You do.
Oh yeah, I need some new glasses as well. It's so crazy expensive. It's I was at a shop talking to someone, and it made me an offer for a new pair of glasses. Nothing fancy, just some Oakleys like the one I have, and they wanted 11,000 Danish. Then I went to another store, and they sold original Oakley glass with the same strength and everything. Maybe a slight bit thicker, but I can't feel it when I wear them. And they wanted 6,500, so almost half price. It's, you can't tell me that the glasses is so much better.
Mhm.
So yeah,
What are you talking about?
are you in the right chat?
Yeah.
Am I talking to someone?
No, I was reading it and I didn't know what they were talking about.
Oh, we have had people on multiple threads. Yeah, that's roughly 6,000 Danish. That's what I would pay if I bought the cheap ones, but another one wanted me to pay around roughly £1,100 for a pair of glasses. Tell me where the last £500 come in. Yeah, £500.
Marks that I'm talking about and the evidence of the door, that those hack marks were done with the door open. That's why they appeared that way. That's why the door was not actually damaged. An attempt to stage the scene to make look like a break-in. Now, after the defendant altered the crime scene, you will hear evidence that she left. She got out of the house. She took Brianna, who was still in the house with them, and left. And the evidence will show that this was an attempt to create an alibi, to be somewhere else that day on the day that Ann was killed. At approximately 5 p.m. that evening, you'll see the defendant pop up on various surveillance videos at places around the area. The Holyoke Mall, Stop and Shop, Burger King, pass through at McDonald's. And you'll see her and Brianna on these surveillance videos. You'll also see quick trips at these places and small purchases. Purchases of $1.50 here, $7 here, receipts kept, receipts put into her truck for these purchases, $14 of groceries at Stop and Shop.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, who cares?
My normal shopping trip is around that amount. If you get some milk and some meat and stuff like that, and I go shopping when I drive home from the gym. I normally, I forgot, I need milk. I have no bread. I stop and get a little one. But yeah, I don't know why. Soraya, no problem. But don't dox people.
Yeah.
Get face to face. That's the one bad thing about YouTube drama and stuff like that. You people talk all the shit because they don't have to face the other person.
Especially online. And that's ridiculous.
Yeah. I had a friend who got his eyes lasered, and he really likes it. But in Denmark, you have to have a really bad eyesight before you can get it. So that's, yeah.
And I don't know if it's cheaper, but I buy all my frames off of, you can get like a lot of your frames for your glasses off Amazon, off all those, I love some of those crazy glasses websites, and then you can just get your prescription put in them. That's what I do with all of my glasses. And then
yeah,
usually cost like $9, and they're nice.
Yeah, I should look into that because when you get a test, they must give you the results, so you can just plug it into a website.
Yep.
Because you can spend so many monies on glass, and I know I like Oakley's that frame, so no matter which Oakley I buy, I know it fits me.
Mm-hmm.
So I should just do that. Yeah, then I had a little bit more money to upgrade my YouTube studio.
All within this time frame. You'll also hear within that same time frame, and I'm talking about the time frame of 5 to 7 p.m. as Anna Marie's discovered shortly after 7 p.m. that night. So those 2 hours that she's out of the house. You'll also hear evidence.
I'm gonna have some spring rolls in the air fryer when this is over and we go on our word on screen break.
It's an attempt to create a digital alibi. What I mean by that is her calling and her texting incessantly Anna Marie's cell phone, which, as I indicated earlier to you, is obviously not being answered or responded to these text messages. These voicemails you'll have an opportunity to hear. You'll hear at least 4 voicemails over that period of time. You'll see the text messages that she sends her. Now, you'll also hear that in her interview with the state police, the defendant says that the reason she left the house that day was so that Anna Marie could sleep. She worked an overnight shift the night before, and she was due to work another overnight shift starting at 8 p.m. that night. So this was her time to get her nights of rest in. But despite that, even though they left so Anna Marie can sleep, you will see her calling, her texting, why aren't you picking up? And leaving on these voicemails all the places she's going, all the things she's buying on these long voicemails to Anna Marie. The evidence will establish this is an attempt to create the impression she has no idea Anna Marie is dead and to be somewhere else. You'll also hear that as she was driving around, evidence that she disposed of items. That McDonald's that I talked to you about earlier, where there's a surveillance video, she tells the state police about going to McDonald's. She says that she went into the McDonald's, made a different choice about not buying food there, and decided to go somewhere else. So didn't go into the store and didn't go through the drive-thru at McDonald's. But what she fails to tell the state police, that they find out whenever they pull the video, is that when she goes into that parking lot at McDonald's, she goes by multiple trash cans in the parking lot, all the way to the back exterior.
No, she goes past the entrance to the drive-in
Yeah.
and parks.
Video shows, lady.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, your video doesn't show a lot of anything, really. Just a blob of a car and possibly her car and possibly her getting out of her car. Where do you see her driving by multiple trash cans?
Yeah, and it's on a potato can with rain on it, so you don't know if all of those trash cans were filled. So she thought, well, I'm gonna go to this one. It looks empty. Or did she just go out and goes back and give her daughter a juice box? Because us three on the panel saw 3 different things in that video.
Yep.
I have been hoping it would be early today, because now we're getting up at lunch, and if they go to lunch, I'm not even sure it's going to be today. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm
she goes to an
looking
open parking,
No.
but you have the drive-in, and she was going to the McDonald's, according to her, because she wanted to buy some food for her daughter. She didn't want McDonald's. She wanted the mac and cheese from Burger King. So if she's making fuss on the back seat, I don't want McDonald's, she pulls in instead of driving into the drive-in. Again, I can make a totally reasonable explanation for what she did.
And
I'm
again,
getting angry.
they don't know. I don't think they really even know these stinking rags came from her.
No, because they don't look anything like the rags she had at the scene. And when they were tested, it wasn't paint, but it looked white. And I bet that's why they took it, because it must be paint. They had a mic check, and I saw a tuft of hair walking past a few minutes ago.
A tuft of hair.
Isn't it what you called it?
Yeah.
Like a little. There no questions been asked since yesterday morning. Around, that must have been around 10 in the morning. They asked for the maps of Western Massachusetts and the picture of which route she drove in town.
It was the only
And
thing.
those people who were asking about that has totally, absolutely not been on Google Map last night.
Well, yep. I know they went home and did it. They looked.
No, because then they couldn't be in the jury room, because then they were broken their orders, Jimmy.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of things, but they never told us what the test showed us. So again, it wasn't the paint they believed it was. It could be bleach. It could be some other paint. It can be.
But
I don't know.
if it was bleach, what is that? What would that mean, like, at all?
Well, if it was bleach,
if
I
you're
would.
gonna find rags that she threw away, you better have blood on it. You better have paint on it. You better have something that ties her to that crime scene. Or then what are you showing? Because literally,
But I'm just thinking.
They held him up and they said, "Look, these rags." No one.
No,
ever-
they only held one up, and the rest was pictures. But I just think things that Wolfram says, it looked like bleach stains. He didn't say it was. And And if it had been bleach stains and they had tested it and it came out positive for bleach, they would have shown that in court, because then, oh, look, we have a cleaning agent.
I wasn't yelling at Wolfie for the comment. I was just saying, like,
She
whoa,
was.
to me, like, again, that, like, okay, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I want to see blood. I want to see paint that ties you to that crime scene, because then what is this showing? It's you trying to make it look like she's getting rid of evidence.
It's again, what did I say yesterday? Look here. Don't look here.
Yeah, look, guys, she drove all the way to this McDonald's to throw away these rags. How suspicious, even though the rags proved nothing.
Yeah, and remember, no bloody clothes was found, other than the small amount she had on her covered in paint. So if she had done it in those clothes, she must have stored them somewhere where it didn't leave anything anywhere in the house. Then going to the neighbors with the daughter when she came home, ran back in, put on the clothes, even though she had the clothes on in the video we saw, and then run down the stairs, pull the body in her lap, so it will give a reasonable explanation why she had blood on her clothes. Or else she was out shopping with blood on her clothes, and then maybe the paint was added later, but no.
So, yeah, like, what do you, I don't, yeah.
Especially in this courtroom, because they have a big curtain. Yeah, and that's why I don't understand why we're sitting here for. We're coming close to 13 hours, I believe.
Yep.
I could be wrong, but I think noon will be 13 hours since they started deliberating. No new questions. The only questions from the jury is, can we have a map of Western Massachusetts and the display showing the two different routes she described? She described a route that was shorter while she was being interrogated on the night of the incident. The next morning, she said, we went this route, which would be a longer route. And again, that's obviously to hide the evidence. What the? I don't know. Oh, my daughter sent me a video, probably from my new house. So that's what they wanted to see. And we did the Google thing yesterday, and the round, if you just drove it straight, as they said it would be a 40-minute ride, and we don't account for the minutes they spent in the store.
Yeah.
And again, from the house to where Mark bought his pants, it was a 17-minute drive. But we don't get into the pants because that's not interesting.
No.
I'm pretty sure they don't have a plant in the jury, but you will have people in the jury who will always believe the state, because why would the state accuse someone of something if they didn't do it? And
Yeah.
that's a big problem for a lot of juries.
Yep.
I said yesterday, more than 8 hours we were in hung jury territory. If we had had a quick verdict, I would have been not guilty.
What did you say yesterday, though? Didn't you say you looked it up and
27 hours for the third trial. Yesterday, okay. If they had been back before dinner yesterday, I would have, if we had heard something, I would have been afraid that they would go guilty and had spent the afternoon doing the which of the lesser included can we land it on.
Yeah.
But now I think we're in hung jury territory, and there's a lot of yelling. Yeah, ifs and buts are like the Zachariah Anderson case, which Nick is holding a fundraiser for right now. The ifs and buts is all the evidence in this case. That wasn't a jury notification, I'm hoping. No,
No, I haven't seen anything.
I haven't seen anything, no. A lefty jury. Yeah, because you love the state. You trust the state.
Trash can at the furthest most corner of the McDonald's parking lot. Pouring down rain. And in the pouring down rain, she exits her truck, walks over to that trash can, and goes back into her car and leaves. Something she didn't tell the state police about. When they go to that trash can, they find 3 rags, consistent with types of rags that are used for cleaning.
Tell
Cut
them
out pieces of fabric.
Sorry?
No, I'm just saying, like, she didn't tell him about that, and maybe by then she decided to shut her mouth.
Yeah.
Or maybe
Oh, she forgot.
she didn't
She's
throw it away.
yeah. Oh, no, the sound on my phone was a guy from a political party in Denmark who really wants to have me on and talk to him about something in Danish. So sorry for that. I should turn my phone off.
And particularly a pink cloth diaper, an old pink cloth diaper that would be used for a baby. The same type of pink cloth diaper that's located under the sink at 18 Barton Street in the kitchen, among a bunch of other racks.
No.
You'll also see surveillance video, as I said, from these places, the fact that she's driving an open bed truck. In the back of that truck, you will see in surveillance video larger items that are moving around within the back of that truck, including up until less than a half an hour before she arrives home on the surveillance video. But by the time she drives home, those items are no longer there.
What are they?
And she didn't tell the state police about it.
Because they were probably just
By 7 p.m. that night, she's now done what she wants to do. The evidence will show she's altered the scene, she's created her alibi, she's disposed of items, and she has to go home. She has a baby, it's time to go home and to initiate a police response to the house.
ridiculous.
And she doesn't do that by going into the house, using her cell phone, calling 911. What she does instead is she scoops up her daughter, Brianna, the dog, the family dog that lives at this house.
No
She runs over to
evidence
the
about
neighbor's
the
house,
dog.
the Dupuy residence at 20
No
Park
evidence.
Street, the next door neighbor. She gives them some cryptic message to them saying, Anne's in the basement, call 911, which she
Oh my God, the words they're using to describe this event is ridiculous. She didn't call 911 right away. She scooped up her daughter and the dog and went over and gave them a cryptic message.
Yeah. Call the police. Cryptic message. Something happened to Anne-Marie. Cryptic message.
And then I love Wolfie's comment. Would you think to tell the police that you ate a candy bar and threw away the wrapper? That's pretty much what it is. She had stuff in the back of her truck. We don't know what it was, but it was
but
gone.
she had it.
But she had it.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's evidence of she had stuff in her back of the car. Shenanigram, they ask for 2 things. A demonstrative showing 2 different routes she described riding to the Quick and Stop and Walmart, and a map over Western Massachusetts. Both were denied for them because one is a demonstrative and the other one wasn't in evidence. And none of the jury totally have absolutely not been on Google Map looking up the information they was trying to do with these things. But that was, I believe, yesterday around 10, 11 in the morning, and we haven't heard anything since then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah.
And again, they didn't find any evidence. And again, those rags magically stayed on top of a trash bag at McDonald's for 28 hours and was completely clean. Even the garbage underneath was completely clean. Nothing. Oh, and they brought the garbage bag back to the crime scene, laid the rags out on some butcher's paper and let them dry at the crime scene. You're a lawyer, you know that's totally fine. That's standard police work.
Yeah. That's exactly what you do. And I see this is good to listen to because I didn't realize she hadn't told the cops that she threw away those rags. So it's really funny to me that this is a thing.
Yeah.
They found these rags and then they're like, oh, look, they look just like the ones under the sink when they don't at all. But yeah.
The defense don't have to. It's up to the state to prove you're guilty. They objected to the state trying to imply it was some kind of thing. I can't even remember what it was. They implied that it was. But
they thought it was like a laundry basket or something because that's where she stored the bloody clothes. That was what their implication was.
yeah, but still, no evidence of it. And
No. But they're trying to. And I didn't realize she didn't tell him that about the back of the truck either. Again, it goes back to just that little comment Wolf made. It was just like, okay, well, if it was such a normal thing, like maybe she had a bag of some trash in her truck or something to donate. She was out and about, so she just threw it away. And it wasn't to do with anything. So why would I tell anybody about it?
And again, I don't know if any of the 57 people watching this stream right now ever worked at Burger King, McDonald's, Denny's, In-N-Out, Five Guys. And can you roughly estimate the times when you were on a shift where you didn't empty the trash bins outside of the restaurant for 28 hours? And in those 28 hours, not a single piece of trash was thrown into that trash bin, because that's what the testimony said. He arrived at the scene, looked into the trash bin, saw these 3 racks lying completely perfect on top of the completely clean trash, and took it out and took it home to the crime scene. Blocks said she worked at a McDonald's. She said nope.
Yeah, well, now this is making me think even more because it's just like, maybe they did change the trash bag and it was somebody else's rags that were thrown on there, because if she never told anybody that she threw away rags and they didn't know about this, they just knew what she was by a trash can at McDonald's because she told them that could have been anything. Now,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they did they even ask the McDonald's when they changed the trash? No, clearly not. So
No,
that's
we don't.
kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy to me because now it's like, did they really bring in evidence from some other person, some other thing, and claim it as hers? That's insane.
Yeah, especially because the racks that clearly looks like the other racks doesn't look there. It's a cut up T-shirt. It's a rack with some embroiderment in the middle of it. The other one are those fluffy microfiber cloth. It doesn't make sense. Do we know anything about the jurors? Nothing, absolutely at all. Because trying to guess what the jury is thinking by knowing that they are 4 of them are Hispanic, 1 of them is in the 20s, 2 of them are in their 50s, and 1 of them is close to 70 years old. All 4 of them are male. Will be just as watching Dr. G, totally carapayola, because you can't tell anything about that. Because I bet if you round up 12 of your friends, you can't figure out what they are thinking right now. So I don't really do that speculation. It's some people like to speculate by, oh, it's primarily women and women vote a certain way, and no, it's a flip of the coin. I don't do jury profiling, let's call it that, because you can't tell anything. Because look at me, big guy, lots of tattoos. When people see me as a layman, do they think, oh, he's going to be nice to the criminals or he's going to be a hard ass? I don't know, but I'm a juror too. And I go all over the place with my verdicts. So I don't know. Yeah, they're trying to find it. I think there's maybe 2 or 3 holdouts who are really fighting for one thing, and want to prove to them. But see, she could have done it or she couldn't have done it, whichever way it is. I don't know. Again, there was one McDonald's when the state said it that it seemed kind of weird. But then we looked at a map and you could see, well, it was on the natural way home. Instead of going backwards, she went, which would make a more direct route to her house. So again, the Branca School of Prosecution, if you do it, if you don't, it's wrong.
Well, it's exactly what it was, because like how do we know the detective? They weren't saying like we found that. I don't even know. It's crazy because yeah, it could have been somebody else's rag, somebody else's trash, and you're bringing it back over there and trying to tie it to this woman.
Yeah.
No DNA on these rags that says it's hers, she touched it, or there was blood or paint or anything, and you're just, look, she went over to this McDonald's and threw it away.
They got her. Men in Black got Jamie. Oh. Whew. I was so afraid that the Men in Black, they got her. No more Jamie. She said the wrong things. Massachusetts finally come for her. Yeah, Bubble Grid, my friends would probably be 80-20. Hey.
People need to stop calling me. I'm busy.
Yeah, I'm yelling at the screen, god dang it.
Exactly.
Yeah, especially because if you saw the video of the McDonald's thing, it's a potato cam that's really high up with water on the lens. And she's all the way on the other side of the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
We watched it. We are 3 people watching it live as the jurors would. And afterwards we go back. Shizzy tells me what had happened because I think I was inspecting my hydrangeas or something. And he said, yeah, you can see her car. She goes through the drive-in. And then we rewatched it. No, he saw it completely wrong because she was driving behind and pulling into a parking lot on the other side. But because you can't see anything, you can just see a black truck. And I said, well, that has a closed bed on it. So the back of it was closed, so it couldn't be that. Oh, he didn't notice that. Then we watched it again, saw her drive in, park. It looked like a door opened, and then there's just some dark shadow near the truck. I saw her go to the back of the truck. Jamie, you saw her open the back door and look in where the kid were.
That's what it looked
if I
like.
remember correct. And Shizzy, it was he just saw her standing next to the car. So again, you couldn't see anything, but it sounds really, really ominous. I don't word now more. Really bad when the prosecution tells you, "Get away from me."
What do you?
So yeah.
Oh, well, it sounds really bad when they say she drove past all these trash cans to go to the farthest one to throw all this stuff away.
Exactly. They could have pulled out 3 from under the sink and said they found them. They could have walked down, dipped them in paint, and said, "Oh, we found them like that at McDonald's."
Yep.
Yeah, I dressed up nice for you ladies. It's Friday.
Doesn't he look handsome?
Yeah. It's because we need something nice. Now, let's see if we can do the last 11 minutes before lunch. No, because it's lunch time now.
And then she goes back to the house. The evidence will show that in a last-ditch effort in those moments to contaminate that crime scene, to eliminate whatever forensic evidence continues to be around Anne Marie's body, she dumped a 5-gallon bucket of paint all over Anne's body, all around Anne's body. She then got herself under Anne's body, rolled Anne's body up on top of her, got herself in all the blood and paint, and waited. Shortly after that 911 call was made by the neighbors, the police and the paramedics arrived at the scene. They find the defendant underneath Ann's body. They see her crying. She's yelling, Ann is dead. She says she can't get out from Ann's body, even though she got under her body on her own.
Okay.
And they assist her in doing that.
Whatever.
Yeah.
It might be easy to roll her on top of you and you're freaking out and you just found your wife, you know, unalived. And then yeah, you used all your energy to do that and now you're stuck.
Jamie, have you ever been to a gym?
Yes.
Do you do glute bridges?
What are those?
That's where you lay with the barbell across your hips
Yeah,
and
yeah.
thrust.
Okay. I didn't know
Yeah.
that was,
Yeah. When you have your legs planted firmly in front of you and your butt down with that on, and you can push up with all your weight, can you move more weight than if you was laying the same weight on your thighs and sitting with your legs stretched out in front of you?
Absolutely not.
We're talking about, you have the dead body right here, face down, and she kneels next to her and rolls her over so she can get some momentum and she has some leverage. She can roll her up on her legs or whatever. Then she's sitting with dead weight in her lap, so she can only use her upper body momentum to move it. No, if you can use your, I can deadlift a whole lot more than I can bench press because I can put a lot more momentum into it, and I have a big momentum when I get moving. Not fast, but it'll move stuff because kilos move kilos.
Exactly.
So yeah, yeah. She probably couldn't because yeah, and again, if her legs were bent and she could kind of get a motion going, she could probably wiggle out from under her. But when you're seated flat with dead weight on you, you can only push it with your hands. It doesn't move. You taught me how to. Who taught you how to gamble? I don't know. Yeah, but it's because if you have a small nail, you need a big hammer.
And they get her out, and they move her upstairs. The evidence will show that one of the first people she talks to that night is Officer Gary Polder of the Granby Police Department within that home. And he asks her several questions. What's going on? What happened today? And in that conversation, the evidence will show the defendant made a critical mistake. He asks her, what time did you leave the house? When's the last time you saw Ann alive? And she says, 3 p.m. 3 p.m.
Okay.
The reason
Well, she
that
was
is a
looking at
significant
his
piece of
watch.
evidence, ladies and gentlemen, is that although the paint that was there is fresh, it's wet, you'll hear the first responders, you'll see the footprints that they made in that wet paint.
You can say it's fresh.
Yeah.
People do not say fresh lady.
No. And they were just instructed before she did it.
Yep.
So again, shenanigans. Oh, that's a long one.
Begins.
That's what Jamie said.
As I indicated, when the first responders arrived at the scene, they found the defendant underneath the body of Anna Marie, and they helped her out from that body. And I told you a few minutes ago that she made a critical mistake saying 3 p.m. You will hear evidence that when the first responders arrived, they observed the body of Anne Marie Rintala. They touched the body of Anne Marie
I
Rintala.
agree.
They moved her arm. They moved her hips. They
No
moved
one
her
should
body
have been
in order to
unalived,
release Cara from out underneath the body.
and she
They
shouldn't
will
have been tried for the
testify
fourth
in this
time.
that when they did so, her body was stiff as a board. Her body was.
Yeah, and that's why I thought the judge did a good job in the beginning when he ruled they couldn't say anything about fresh paint. But he should admonish her at least in front of the jury, saying there's no such evidence. And this prosecutor should really get, I can't say, she should get punted into the sun.
Completely one unit. Her arms were above her head when they moved her body.
Still no verdict. We haven't had any action today in the courtroom. There isn't any questions, no nothing. And now we're just watching the opening statements to see, did they prove what they said they would prove? Yeah, because you can't punt someone into the sun in real life because it's far too long away.
It was completely locked in that position and moved as a single unit, sit as a board.
Single
And the
unit.
reason that will be important during the course of this trial is I expect you will hear evidence that, in the opinion of forensic pathologists and medical examiners, that her body was in well-developed rigor mortis, which is the stiffening of the body after death. And you'll hear from the medical examiner in this case, Dr. Joanne Richmond, who worked for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of Massachusetts, who did the autopsy in this case, who determined, in her view, the opinion of cause of death, being manual strangulation, and that she will offer an opinion before you regarding time of death of Anna Marie. You'll also hear, based on the evidence in the case, an opinion from another doctor by the name of Dr. Thomas Andrew, the former chief medical examiner in New Hampshire. Both of these medical examiners have over 30 years of experience. I expect they will testify that based on the conditions of Anne's body, when the first responders arrived at approximately 7:15 p.m. that night, that it is their opinion that Anna Marie was dead well before 3 o'clock. And by the defendant's own admission, only 2 adults were home at 3 o'clock that day, her and Anna Marie. During the course of this trial, the evidence that I just indicated to you will come through many different sources. You'll hear from numerous witnesses, you'll hear from the first responders, as I indicated, paramedics and police officers. You'll hear from state police troopers who responded to the scene and were in charge of the investigation. You'll hear from crime scene technicians and forensic scientists, members of the crime lab who examined the physical evidence collected at the scene, who conducted fingerprint analysis and DNA analysis. You'll hear from the forensic pathologists, as I indicated to you. Granby police officers who responded previously to the incidents, the domestic disputes between the defendant and Anna Marie. You'll see photos and videos of the crime scene at Anne's body. You'll see the photographs of the LCD and that bright blue color of that blood at the crime scene. Surveillance video, phone records, 911 calls, divorce filings, restraining orders. And you'll have the opportunity to hear over 3 hours of the interviews conducted of the defendant the night of Anna Marie's death and the next morning. The video and audio recorded, and you'll have an opportunity for yourself to see everything that she said about her relationship with Anna Marie. And at the end of the trial, the evidence will prove to you that the defendant, Cara Rintala, killed Anna Marie, that she intended to kill Anna Marie, and that she did so with deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity or cruelty. Thank you.
Absolutely not. They have never shown us where the premeditation came in. There was no evidence of premeditation other than they 3 weeks, 4 weeks before might have had an argument on a trip to Florida. Ladies and gentlemen who has a significant other, have you ever had an argument on a trip? Then hopefully the other spouse won't show up dead within a couple of months, because that's totally because you wanted to kill them later. And why did she do such a shitty job at it if she had premeditated it? Why did she do it while her kid were in the house? And we know the child's bed was unused, so she wasn't sleeping.
Yeah.
Well, don't think about it. Just believe whatever they said.
Yep.
Yeah, this way up correctly. It's more unusual not to have an argument.
I've had many. I've never unalived anybody.
You've never been caught unaliving anybody.
Oh, they're still kicking, so lucky them.
All your other ex-boyfriends are alive.
They are, all of them. All of them.
Yeah, she did never offer a time of the opinion, because Trooper McGarrian called her and said, "How long have you been dead if you're cold as ice and stiff as a board?" 6 to 8 hours. And when she saw the body 4 to 6 days, I can't remember the correct time frame, 4 or 6 days later, she said, "Well, yeah, that's exactly the same time frame that I totally, absolutely did not get by any technical evidence. It was just Trooper McGarrian calling me up and asking me on the night of the crime."
Mm-hmm.
Every trip you take. Yeah, I just want to help. Is the worst words you can hear from anyone in the government.
Okay.
But friends, Romans, countrymen, I want to eat some spring rolls because they must be getting close to. No, yeah. I'm gonna grab something to eat because I'm hungry, and you should too. And to make Iris, who probably isn't here, happy, or the other Iris, we're gonna do what we always do. We're gonna have a little fun,
Yeah, they are
guess
on
some words.
110. It says. So they're at
What?
lunch. The jury.
110?
Yeah, that's what it says.
I'm looking at the live chat and it says no lunch break yet.
Yeah, she just put in there. They are on lunch until 1:10 Eastern time.
Oh, they are doing it. Okay.
So they are at lunch.
So that will be in an hour. They're back. So shouldn't we just have a little bit of fun, people?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Swap Up. You got Jamie. You have to make. I know I'm not a good substitute for Shizzy, but still, I can put this on so people can have fun without me. What should we play as background music today?
I'm gonna come. Oh my god. I'm gonna come. No. I'm gonna come.
Oh no, sorry, that was the wrong one. Let's do a little night driving. Oh, I have to share this. Have fun, everyone, and I'm kind of coming back. And if you're in Shizzy's chat, you have to come over to mine to play along. But have fun with it, Jamie. I will get something to eat, and we'll be back. Well, I thought we could jump back on because, as you can see right here, absolutely nothing has happened, but still. They are confirming that the jurors have been working through lunch, which to me would, again, I'm just guessing, maybe indicate that they are not as far away from reaching an agreement. It could be it's Friday, they want to go home, but if they were totally deadlocked and half of them were fighting, I would believe they would have taken a lunch break, gotten away from each other, had a breath of fresh air. But if they are back in the jury room having their lunch, to me that's an indication that they might be closer than we previous believed. What do you say, Shizzy?
Sam, hot, sweaty, tired. I just tilled up my yard. So sorry, I'm catching my breath.
Yeah, but as I said, it's confirmed that they stayed and worked through lunch. So to me, that's a positive indication.
Yeah, that sounds like
Because
they're pretty damn close.
yeah, because if you were fighting, you would have gone out, gotten a smoke, gotten a break. To
Had
me, it
some
seems
lunch.
like had some lunch, and you would sit the four of you who says guilty, and the four who said not guilty would have been in a corner saying, "How can we convince them?" If you keep working, to me, it sounds like maybe two people in the room are acting up.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. And we'll see.
Yeah, and again, it could also mean they are just looking at which of the lesser included do they want to strike her with.
Yeah, what exactly they want to put in there, or making sure that they have all their I's crossed and their T's dotted.
Exactly. And all of the elephants in a row.
Oh
Hey,
my.
Jamie,
Hi.
did you have something nice for lunch?
I didn't eat my lunch yet.
Didn't eat your lunch yet. This is the Danish cartoon I talked about yesterday.
This isn't going to get you struck, is it?
Hopefully not. It's on YouTube. And I'll remove the sound and we're going to make a break for it. These are the normal Vikings where someone is walking up to them. This is
Oh,
Rosvad is her name.
so that's a girl, right?
Yeah. And maybe if you can recognize who this guy is.
Oh,
He's a nice guy.
yeah.
And as you can tell from all the Marvel movies, this is Jamie. Which god is this?
Is it supposed to be Loki?
That's Loki.
No, that's Doctor Strange, man. Come on.
Yeah.
I like
Oh,
And they are, because a lot of the old stories was about the gods going back and visiting normal people. And these are the magic goats that Thor, and as you can totally see, he looks just like Hemsworth.
yeah.
So
Very
they
close.
have been out fighting the trolls, and now they need a place to stay, so they go visit this human family. And of course, even though this is made back in the 80s, Rosvad is the smarter of the kids.
Of course.
So even then, back then, Denmark was on the forefront.
Very smart
But
children.
yeah. And this is Chalfe. He's just stupid, but he can run fast.
Oh. Nothing like having a kid that can run fast.
No, because they need him for a race when they go to retrieve Thor's hammer. So he's gonna run against a troll, but in reality, I believe that's your mind, because your mind is always faster than you. and Loke has to eat against another troll, and in reality, that's fire, because fire burns things. So again, it's a lot of things to explain the myth and stuff like that. We should probably. He's gonna fight the chickens. He's gonna be a mighty man. Go with the. And of course, the girl is laughing at him.
Yes, because he thinks he's strong and powerful, or should be strong and powerful.
Yeah. And I don't know if you know this about the goats that carries the wagon Thor rides in, but he can slay them every night and eat them, and then they will be resurrected again in the morning. So he has always got food, and that's why the common man likes him. And they just throw all the bones, and he swings his hammer, and they come to life. But you can't break the bones. It's very
you can't
important.
break the bones. You have to leave the bones whole, or else
because
resurrect with a broken leg or something.
Exactly, and that's what happens to these kids who are then. What did I do? I did it stupid. They are taken as slaves or servants to Valhalla, because Loki makes him break one of the bones and suck out the marrow. So the next day the goat can't walk, and the goats are actually the ones who make the lightning. It's not the hammer. Many people believe it's the hammer, but it's when they are running across the sky, the sparks from their hooves.
Wow.
So yeah,
makes me think that Valhalla is probably Valhalla Awaits is probably pretty upset that his goats aren't kicking out sparks.
Yeah, but maybe he should get better goats.
I'm thinking, and then he can eat them every night, and they'll respawn in the morning. Just don't suck the marrow out of them.
Yeah. Nothing interesting has happened all day. They have been deliberating all day, but we take it as a positive indicator that they have been deliberating through lunch. So no matter which way it will swing, hopefully something will come soon. I tried to watch it, but I really didn't like it, especially because I grew up with this cartoon, and I read a lot of the sagas and the stories about the gods and the heroes, and I like the idea. It's kind of like what's the Percy Jackson story with a kid who gets godly powers, but I just don't think it's well made.
Well, they also made some pretty interesting cross references on that Percy Jackson stuff, which I thought was pretty interesting. Of these are your Roman gods and these are your Greek gods, and they're all the same god, just
a different outfit.
Yep, different cultures.
Yeah, the horn that Thor has to drink against a big giant called Udgårdsloke. He's the king of the trolls, kinda. He's the one who stole the hammer, and he has to drink from a drinking horn, and he can't really tip it up. It's kind of like something won't let him tip it, but it's because it's connected to the seas. So he is drinking the sea, and I think they mess it up for him somehow, because he almost drank the sea dry because he could drink so much.
Sounds
yeah, so if anyone is wondering why Nick is having a drinking stream, it's because it's in our culture. We drink a lot. And Wilhammer, I didn't say that. I said that Loki made the young boy Tjalfe break the bone and suck out the marrow of one of the goat's bones. It wasn't Loki.
Yeah, it was the kid.
Well, it's, even if some of the stories has been told and retold, watch it. It's a really, really, really good cartoon, especially if you have kids who's kind of interested in. It's kind of like superhero movies and stuff like that, but still tells a story, and most of the old religions are just good ways to explain how the world works. That lightning, you should be aware of that. It's because the gods are punishing you, or you should just stay inside because it's pretty stupid to be outside in a thunderstorm. So so that's but we have the one, and I just got to thinking about it because of those Odinists and how little they have to do with Odin, because Odin was not a purebred fanatic. The Nordic gods, they went all over the place and did whatever they wanted to do. And we even have a god, the god of the sea. He was chosen by his wife because he has nice feet. So back then, even back then, you can get only feet. But
might as well keep the god with great feet in the ocean.
yeah, I love the drawing style. It's not for everyone, but it's kind of like the Lord of the Rings cartoons, but just not as bad. Not so as not bad, but so dark. Hey, Lexi.
Hey, Lexi. Wow.
A chicken of the sea. Well, is it chickens swimming in the sea, or what do you mean?
No, it's a tuna. They call it chicken of the sea. It's pretty bad, isn't it?
It's a Jessica Simpson reference. Jessica Simpson was asked her boyfriend in that horrible reality show. They call it chicken of the sea, but is it chicken in the sea or something like that? She didn't get the tuna reference.
Ah, smells like chicken of the sea.
Hey, Donna. Well, she was hot. She got a lot of money out of being hot. So poor girl, yeah.
Hey.
And now I don't know what she does now. I haven't heard anything about her in a million years.
Hey, nothing wrong with making a lot of money whenever you can.
Nope. And it's a small window, but get it in there.
Yep.
So I don't know why people have so many problems, but it's the same with the people who would complain about OnlyFans girls. Don't complain about those. Complain about the simps.
Yeah.
The girls don't pay for it.
Yeah, don't be a simp. Don't be a simp if you don't want to. If you want to simp for them, go ahead. Nothing wrong with that. It's your money to do with as you will.
Yeah.
How is that old saying? A fool is easily parted with his money.
And again, you can probably have more fun with someone with flesh and blood for less money.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
Well, if you smoke weed, it's probably something. If you're cold, it could be something else. Oh, she had a drinking problem. Hopefully she gets past that. Yeah, but again, there's always been people with loose morals, and they just don't come crying in 3 years when you want a husband, and everyone says, "But you're the one who did this." And I have told it before. We had a girl in my town where everyone saw her pictures. They got leaked, and it's a small town, so everyone talked about it. So now everyone has seen her plastic operations.
Mm-hmm. They know what every part of her looks like already, so there's no mystery.
Yeah. But her two kids might not be as happy.
Suck. Oh my.
Yeah, just like Jody. Jody has no surprises left, but that girl hasn't either. And just the fact that it was at a parent teachers meeting where one of the fathers was, "Isn't your name this and this? Have you Googled yourself recently?" That can't be a fun night.
Yeah, a lot of times lot of times it's because they've been looking. They were
but it was
late at night browsing.
wouldn't you do that sometimes if you hadn't been in a loving relationship with only one woman and only had eyes for her, then you might also go on the little Google machine. But again, who Googles stuff like
No,
that?
I'm just saying
You go to
I doubt that he was Googling her. I guarantee he was on OnlyFans.
no, because it was leaked on under her real name or on some OnlyFans girl thing where the pictures get leaked. So
Yeah.
and that's a big problem.
Sure.
No, because again, people saw it. Yeah. Again, I talked with you about the Democrat, or was it Dave, the Democrat candidate who went
was on
crazy.
Chatterbait or something like that with her husband.
Yeah, and then claimed that it was revenge porn to share it. Nope, you put it out there. Hey, Farrell.
Yep.
And if you put it out there, you have to be able to see it again. And that's what people forget a lot of times is, I made $100. Oh, I'm so rich. I'm gonna go buy something. But there's always a price to pay. Nothing in life is free, and you have to pay one way or another. And sometimes it's better to work the shitty job at McDonald's for $8 an hour, because you get older too. But the internet never forgets.
I guarantee you, there's probably something out there about me.
It doesn't.
I would almost bet there's some stuff out there.
Yeah. Farrell, we haven't heard anything from the jury today. No questions, no nothing. We know it's confirmed that they have been working through lunch, which we take as a positive indication that they might be close to some kind of verdict. Either way, it's hard to tell. They've been going for more than, I believe, 14 hours now. Oh my God, I've been sitting in this chair too long this couple of days. But hopefully we'll get a verdict today. Either way, but I would have had lunch if we were far apart, because then I would try to gather a few people with. If you have a few swing votes, try to get them on your side, go back into the room, and hit the other side harder again. Mm-hmm. So,
yeah,
hopefully. But I have a nice one.
If we don't have anything coming out by 2, I've got to go drop off this tiller back at the tool rental place. I don't own a tiller, not in my area. And it'll take me a little bit to drop that off, but I'll keep my phone up and hooked up and ready to go. If for some reason it does come in, I just got to drop this off. Once I drop it off, then I'll come back here and I'll jump in and relieve you for a bit so you can jump over on Nicholas's stream.
Yeah, hopefully something will happen, because 14 hours, and again, we've been sitting here.
Yeah, talking.
What the F have they been discussing in there that I can't see it. I can't see them returning with a guilty verdict, but I couldn't with Zachariah Anderson, and now when you're thinking and you're saying, oh well, they've been going for so long. Oh, they're pestering the not guilty into voting guilty. That's why, and because you have these, it's a human thing. The longer you wait, the more negative the outcome will be. So
yeah,
I just sit here and
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean,
no.
To me, it seemed like they would be back within a few hours before the end of the day.
Yeah,
I was pretty like, wow, I'm surprised they're going this long. And then whenever we went through yesterday, I was like, they still haven't made a decision. I mean, I'm not saying not guilty or guilty. It just I'm just surprised. There's got to be something that someone's holding out one way or the other, and everybody else is trying to convince them some way or another.
Yeah.
Trying to get it so it doesn't come back as a hung jury. And is it, like I said, the worst case scenario that I would like to see would be a hung jury. That would be the worst case scenario, where they would have to either try it again or just finally give up on it. Best case is guilty, and the worst case going the negative way would be, guilty of all charges, and the
by for life.
the best of the worst way would be, that time served or something of that sort, and guilty of lesser charges. So I don't know.
Some involuntary manslaughter and then give her the 13 years that she served so far. They got it Wednesday before lunch, as far as I remember, because they only had 2 witnesses for the defense. No.
It was Tuesday.
Yeah, they ended Tuesday.
And then they ended early on Tuesday, came back on Wednesday, and ended before lunch.
Yeah, they did closings on Wednesday, and he read the jury instructions. I believe they went out around 2:30 or something like that on Wednesday, if I remember right.
Yeah, and then they finished up and came back yesterday. They were there all day and
had 2 questions.
Yeah, 2 questions, and those were like, now you have to remember from the best of your recollection.
Yeah, and people totally haven't done any research on those 2 questions at home.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, if you buy the state's everything, you must vote guilty. But that's the problem, because, and that's because we know it because we cover trials. The bar is only reasonable doubt. Yeah. They don't have to show Mark did it, the defense. They just have to show Mark could have done it.
Right.
But I'm not sure everyone recognizes that fact.
Well, butter does tend to slow down the brain. They do like their butter there.
I know another person who likes butter.
I like butter.
But she hasn't been here all day.
Where has she been?
I don't know. Do anyone know where Shelly has been?
I love a buttered biscuit.
Who was that? Oh, what was that? I didn't get that.
It's just a favorite dish.
I love a buttered biscuit.
Oh, buttered biscuit, huh?
Yeah, some people like a buttered biscuit. So, yeah, I don't know why. But she hasn't been here today. Maybe she's ate too much yesterday. She was on her first stream yesterday, I believe.
Yes, she was. That was her very first time on stream.
Yeah. So now we just, like Farrell has to pester her into getting a camera.
And she said, "So do I get christened now?"
Yeah, I heard that. That was when I jumped in for 2 seconds.
Yeah. You got christened, all right. So did Jamie.
In which way do you get christened? Is it like
I'm gonna come? Oh, Jesus Christ!
Don't come.
To the treehouse. I'm gonna keep
it. Of course, the judge has said it to them every day. Don't do any independent research in this case when you leave the courthouse. So, of course, none of them have done any of that, because that would not be okay. And none of them have said, they're always talking about prior testimony. Why? So no one does that, because they admonish and they ask every morning, did you do it? And they say no.
All right, I'm going to jump here for hopefully not too long. It shouldn't take me very long to get this thing dropped off and get back over. So I will keep my Discord open, and if for whatever reason you just call me on Discord, and I should be able to
pick it up.
Yeah, and I may not pick it up. I may just hang it up, and then I'll just jump into Discord. That'll be like the signal that they're coming in right now.
We'll figure something. I haven't tried to call via Discord. We'll figure it out.
It'll just ring. It'll ring me and
okay.
Cool.
I go into your profile and there's a telephone symbol somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah,
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. If not, Jamie will call me.
I will.
Yeah. All right.
I'll blow up his phone. That's fine.
There you go. I'll see you all
See you later.
Bye.
Who would I use for a book deal? Well, I don't know who you can finagle into giving you a book deal, and I don't know if the juror can sell a book in this one. Maybe if one of them can tell a story about how they forced other people off the jury, and how they were always asking people, which way are you gonna vote, and should I revoke the restraining order your husband had? Then maybe there's a book in it for someone. I love butter biscuit.
I don't. That was Shelley.
6 times. That's just too much. And again, I can understand you can get a hung jury, you try again, but if you get 2 hung juries and then you try again, and then you get struck down in Supreme Court, to me that's just not right, because the state has all the money, and they can just keep hammering you until you don't have any money, you don't have any life, you don't have any fight back, and maybe take a plea deal or stuff like that.
Which Dave had told me that that's what a lot of people do. They
Yeah, of course.
Plea deal because it's just better than the option of spending all this money to fight. Sometimes you just do it.
TV, of course, you could take a nice drive because you've been in court all day and just ride around town, but you can't do any research. Then the judge will ask you again tomorrow, did any of you have any problems following my commands? And they say no, and I trust them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we got the death penalty in 4 of the cases. Oh my God. Yeah, but again, as I have said a few times, I don't know when you are electing the next district attorney in Massachusetts. Is it normally around when you have the president's election? If I would try to get the job, I would make a campaign about how much money they have spent prosecuting this poor member of a minority society, because it's totally because of her sexual that they choose to railroad her like this.
Mm-hmm.
I could run a campaign on this. I would find out how much money has been spent over this 13-year period and said, well, D.A. Peterson, he don't care about taxpayer money. Let me give a crack at it. This poor lady, they're just beating her because she likes other women. You can make a hell of a political campaign around that message.
Sure.
But it seems like the prosecution just want to win it, and when they have had such a weak case that they get 2 hung juries and they had to finagle the paint drying expert, they should have dropped it, in my opinion. But again, I don't know.
Yeah, once it got you got 2 hung juries and then it got overturned.
Yeah.
You should have let it go.
And it's 13 years. If she comes back with involuntary manslaughter, she'll have done time served.
Well, would she have? Because, I mean, she wasn't in jail the whole time, was she?
She's probably been, maybe she's been out on bond, but doesn't that count like doing time if she's on a tether?
I don't think so.
Well, I don't know.
I think they count.
I know nothing.
Time behind bars, so I don't know. It's a good question, actually.
You could be under house arrest as well, so that counts.
I didn't know if that counted either.
No. What do we know? We're not lawyers.
I know.
You only watch us because of Jamie's lashes.
And my charm and wit.
Well, they come for the lashes. They stay for the personality.
Oh my God. Nick's
Yeah.
done.
Is Nick already done? That
You
was
got,
early.
got viewers joining you from Nick's channel.
Oh, I thought he would be going long.
I thought he would too.
Yeah. Nick just ended his stream. Mo called it.
Oh, he's done, Solomon.
Well,
Mm.
well, that's the big problem doing drinking streams. Sometimes they end a bit early because you get a little bit hammered. But now we have Sol her here. Her. It's getting worse. I should start drinking because I can't speak today. Shouldn't we play the little thing made by Mr. Wheelhammer?
Yeah.
Not that one. This one. And I have to pull it on this screen and then have to do stop and then go back. And we can do this. Hey everyone, coming over from Nick's channel. We haven't started drinking yet, and we probably won't because we are on verdict watch going into the 15th hour. So it's been a long day already.
Yeah.
I bet alcohol was would have been a great choice. Oh, no. Nick doesn't get sick. He only stays sick for a week. Rachel Hope Brintonson Engelhardt. Oh.
Baker can start drinking. I'll be the responsible adult.
Yeah, then I just have to transfer the controls over to you so you can pull things up.
Keep it under control until about 7.
Yeah, I thought you already have. Why can't I speak English? Well, Solomon, if you want to come on here, it's a different trial, but you're welcome to come on and talk about your brother. I'm going to pull this down because people won't be going over there. You are more than welcome. We are just sitting here waiting for a verdict. So if you want to come on, show us something, talk about something, you are always welcome. And talking about showing you something, I'm going to pull this up and share a little thing Wheelhammer, who was on yesterday, made. It's a really good little promo. Did I put sound on?
Those tiny little moments throughout somebody's life, nobody accounts for those. But what they do a really good job of is making up all of these things that they want you to believe when they can label you as a monster. I'm innocent, Judge. Not guilty. I'm innocent.
That's so well done.
Yeah. And you know, his message speaks for a lot of people in the situation too. I mean, think about what we've been watching so far.
Yeah.
You know, they
And
create monster, a story.
I really love the I'm not guilty. I'm innocent. That hit me so hard when I heard it the first time because after watching the entire trial, I had this. I felt it in my soul. Yeah. So yeah.
I was absolutely hands down disturbed by that trial.
Yeah, that's one of the worst trials we've watched. I have to say that.
And it led me to this group of wonderful people. I mean, like, fortunately, and we're fighting the good fight. So.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone should watch this stream on not this stream, but the one we just saw the trailer for on Monday. I'll be having a day in court, so when I get home, I'll watch it. Because this is such an important issue to get done right. So
And this
Yeah.
is, yeah, this is thoroughly why I enjoy doing this and why I'm glad I found Baker and he has the same passion for it as much as I do. Like, we like to see these trials. We like to, you know, see the government, what they're doing to people, the shady stuff that gets done and calling it out.
Yeah, and that's what I believe. If we can do if we can do anything good by sitting here punching the numbers, it's raising awareness to
Yes.
something for something like this, because it's just heartbreaking, and especially I just went to the Give and Go and where he's holding up this little fish, and he just seems like the nicest guy. And I know things can look a certain way on camera, but still, watching that trial, he just looked like a good guy, if you can say that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Absolutely.
the Monday stream is the one we just showed the little promo for. I'll do it again. So stop playing till I tell you to play. For newcomers who might not have seen this one, it's called Wrongful Conviction Day.
Those tiny little moments throughout somebody's life, nobody accounts for those. But what they do a really good job of is making up all of these things that they want you to believe when they can label you as a monster. I'm innocent, Judge. Not guilty. I'm innocent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Legal Vice's channel on Monday. Will be Day of Innocence, and I really like that name. Not innocent, Wrongful Conviction Day. Yeah, and yeah, it just you get a bit sad when you watch it.
Yeah. Because we've gotten close to so many people that are so close to this, and Solomon being part of it all.
Yeah.
You feel like it's one of your own too.
Yeah, and I have said this a million times, Solomon. You are your brother's keeper, and you spread awareness in a way no one else could have. It's such an amazing job that you do for your brother, and it's hard to think about what happens, but it's the same in this case. 4th time she's been tried. 13 years she's been in the court system, 2 hung juries, and the 3rd time they get her convicted, but it's overturned, and then they go for a 4th trial. And we are sitting here between 14 and 15 hours of verdict, and we watched the entire trial, and I can't see them rising above reasonable doubt, but I couldn't do that in Zach's case either. So now you're just getting nervous. Another person could be a victim of a bad trial.
Yeah, and watching that opening statement and realizing how much BS they're
13 years.
They're trying to throw in there to make you think this woman was doing something shady. It blows my mind.
Yeah, and not looking at anyone else, even though it's a lesbian couple. For the we just got a lot of people over from Nick's who's probably most interested in the Zachariah Anderson case, but I'm covering what's called the Cara Rintala case. It's a lesbian couple where the one of them are found strangled in the basement, and the one who is strangled has a boyfriend who's only allowed to kiss her on the corner of the mouth. I don't know. She has a girlfriend who she lived with while her and her real wife had been apart because they might be going for a divorce. They had been back together for 3 months, and then all of a sudden, one day, she's found unalive in the basement. The wife says she was out with their daughter, don't know anything about it. The police only looked at the wife, who they found sitting next to the body, who was the one who called the police. They never looked at the boyfriend or the girlfriend, even though the boyfriend gave her 3 credit cards where she ran up $7,000 of debt. When his wife found out he had given her these three, oh, well, she found out of 2 of them. She got angry. That's a motive too. The girlfriend gave her a MasterCard, American Express Black Card. We don't know how much debt she ran up on that, but they just pointed at the wife and did everything to make it stick to her. And so far, the only DNA on the scene is the victim. There's nothing. There's not a single mark on the defendant, even though her wife was way bigger than her.
Well, the problem with the DNA too, I was just sorry to throw that in there, is they don't know if there's any other DNA because they never tested for it. They only tested for Cara and Anna.
Well,
They never tried to test for Mark's DNA or Carla's DNA or an unknown DNA.
yeah.
So
It was only one of the lesbians who had a sugar daddy and mama. Oh, and I should maybe say that before the divorce, she had fraudulently taken out $25,000 in a loan in her wife's name, which the wife forgave her during the divorce proceedings because she didn't want to hurt her more. So she seems like the killing type. If you can forgive her fraudulently running up $25,000 in debt in your name, yeah, you'll all of a sudden you'll just kill her with your 3-year-old in the house who doesn't. No one says she noticed anything. Totally believable. I know how important corners are, but still, a corner kiss, it's not the same as running the corners, I'm sure. Yeah, it gets tough sometimes. Jim, go listen to that other guy. Oh, lefty probably. There may be a single mark on her body though, but they didn't test it. No, yeah, they never got a DNA profile from Mark, as far as I believe. And they said Mark was totally cooperating with the police. Mark is the corner kisser. He was totally cooperating with the police. Well, he showed them his phone where he had deleted a message. Then he gave the police his bank records maybe a year later with his phone records. The bank records showed he lied about the day of the murder, but there was no need to look into that either. And when they finally looked at the phone records 2 years later, after they had indicted Cara, they found out he had lied about his phone. But no reason to look at him. It was the wife. It's always the wife. So yeah. Were you over at the lefties?
yeah, he had a clip they wanted me to hear, so I had to go see what it was.
Having fun with you today.
What?
Just saying, everyone is having a bit of fun with you today.
Well, because it's just so stupid. Because of David's stream yesterday, it was too much fun.
Yeah.
Should have been there.
Yeah, but I have this thing called night where I have to try and
know.
sleep.
Well,
But we saw the state opening. Should we watch a bit of Rosemary?
I love Rosemary. I miss her.
Yeah. No, you're not getting it swapped out right now. I'm going to keep it. This is the defense opening statement, and this one. This is I think she's kind of famous in Boston, lawyer who does this pro bono. And I think she has been doing it most of the way through, been keeping it pro bono.
Yeah, that's what I heard. She's
And she's a lovely lady. She's a bit feisty.
This whole investigation started with a lie. It started with a lie. When that 911 call was made, that Cara Rintala asked her neighbor, Roy Dupuy, to make, he said nothing about it being a domestic. But you know what the dispatcher did? The dispatcher called it in as a domestic. So before they even get to the crime scene, in their head is the idea it must be Cara Rintala because it's a domestic. The first responders hear that it's a domestic. The first police officers on scene hear that it's a domestic. And when Cara Rintala voluntarily agrees to speak to the police without a lawyer, 6 minutes and 55 seconds into that conversation, the question is asked of her, so I heard there's been a lot of domestic violence. That's why Cara Rintala is bringing up the domestic violence. Not because she wants to talk about a relationship with her and her wife. Because you'll hear evidence, I expect, that they reconciled, that they dropped the divorce proceedings. And you heard the prosecutor talk about, in that statement, Cara said that she was bamboozled. Want to know why? Because Anne Marie told DSS that she lied. She lied about the assault and battery in 2008, that it never happened. So was Cara bamboozled by Anne? Well, if your spouse comes in and lies about you and gets you arrested and gets you kicked out of your house, I think you've been bamboozled. And I think that's what the evidence is going to be. Now, what you didn't hear from the Commonwealth, because they don't want you to look at this case objectively. They want you to look at it with blinders on, exactly like the first responders did, exactly like the state police did, exactly like the dispatcher did when they said it was a domestic. They want you to just focus on that. They want you to believe that Cara Rintala is the only one in the whole world who had access to that house, and the only one in the whole world who could have done this. What they didn't tell you about is a guy by the name of Mark Olasak. You didn't hear one word about Mark Olasak. Mark Olasak was Cara Rintala's partner as an EMT and firefighter. Mark Olasak was in love with Anne Marie. And how do we know that? We know that, ladies and gentlemen, because when they got around to interviewing him 18 months later, when he first lied, two days later they said, "Where were you?" And he said, "I went to physical therapy that morning, and then I was home the whole rest of the day." Total lie. Total and complete lie. That's not true. But because the police believed it was a domestic, great, all right, we'll check that person off. We don't have to worry about that person anymore. Then they find out that almost a year later, maybe even a little bit more than a year, that Mark Olasak is still sleeping in a sleeping.
We got another guest. Hey, were you on next?
Yeah, I told him to go eat some bread and go to bed.
Oh, he had a little problem.
Well, I think he was done. He's been up since whatever time, his time, and then math, and then time. He raised 1,400, I think. So
that's a great thing.
Yeah, but he was definitely done, and I was like, "Sir, you go to bed."
Yeah. The expert, why do you ask a man who has been divorced for more than 20 years how to raise a wife?
How to raise a wife. Aww.
Well, Baker just started a domestic. I'm going to leave now.
Aw.
Loki's trying to burn down the house. And
Yeah. This is the only correct answer. Buy extra mustard.
Yeah.
you have to have your own stash. That's the thing. Look, I have my own, I have a snack drawer but the feral one now knows where it is. So I have to have my own snack drawer. I even bought keto, like sugar-free candy that he all ate because he's evil. I mean, he doesn't use his powers for good.
Of course.
No, and mustard there doesn't go
Mustard
bad.
was innocent.
Yeah.
Well,
That's-
did you clean out? See, the expert, had you cleaned out the refrigerator, you could have saved your mustard. But since you made her clean it out, really, I mean, you're responsible.
Yeah. No, we are not rewatching closing statements, because closing statements are just a summary of the trial we just watched. I think it's more interesting to see the opening statements and see what did they prove that they told us they were going to prove. And when we watched the state's opening, we were stopping every 5 minutes and yelling at the screen because they didn't do any of the things they said they would prove to us.
Absolutely not. They lied.
Yeah.
I mean,
The state lying?
right?
My
Did you
shock.
hear it? It wasn't more of a lie. It was more of a story, a fabrication of the story of like, yeah, well, you know, there's blood, even though we never tested for blood, but we sprayed the stuff that one of the components that it finds is blood. So let's just say blood. I mean, why not, right?
Yeah, and you haven't watched this trial, Mo, but they have this amazing explanation about what happens. Why is this now not the right thing?
I love it when it does that. It shifts up and you're like, wait, that is not even what I was thinking, but okay. And then my brain goes ADHD and I'm like, squirrel.
Yeah, but we have the crime scene. This is a stair down in the basement. Here is a mat filled with blood. There's Frybird.
Are you doing something on the screen? Because we can't see it. Sorry.
Jamie.
You love me. You can never be mad at me. Don't give me that tone.
But this is the crime scene. Here are some shelving units. This is filled with blood. There's blood 2 places along the stair. There's blood spatter near the body. There's blood around the body. Over here, in this little area, they sprayed the luminol and said there are indications that there had been blood there, and now she has removed it. She cleaned up the crime scene, leaving the mat filled with blood, the 2 bloody stains on the wall, and the dead body. But she cleaned up the crime scene.
Yeah.
Why?
She is attempting to clean up the crime scene in the corner, in the far corner of the basement, but
Yeah.
she leave a body and all the other stuff there. You know,
She left the body 2 feet from where she cleaned it up, and they haven't found any cleaning supplies. They haven't found any bloody clothes. They haven't found anything indicating that she anywhere else they did it. So yeah. Oh, hey Gigi. Yeah, give us the verdict. That's we need
This
it.
is day 3,
Too
right?
much. What?
This is day 3, right?
They have been they have been going more than 15 hours now.
for verdict watch. Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
they got the
Lord.
trial around noon Wednesday. Well, Saul, you can't have one without the other. It's the lashes that make you. Oh, I shouldn't say that because I was really close to say it's the lashes that make you.
I'm gonna come. Oh my God.
But no, it's the lashes that draw you in, and then her personality keeps you around.
My charm and my wit. along with these lashes, guys.
Yeah.
How many
Well,
mustards do you guys have?
well, you need different mustards. If you're making a sandwich, you need something with a little zest in it. If you're having some kind of cheese, you need something with a little more punch. If you are eating a hot dog, you might want a little sweeter.
Ah,
It's
I like the sweet
Three-
and spicy mustard. That's my favorite.
3 days for a verdict. The last time it took them 27 hours to find a verdict.
So yeah.
Yeah, or maybe the blood that was cleaned up was just because this luminol reacts with certain cleaning components as well. And the things they said she cleaned up had plastic bags right behind them without any trace of blood on them. So why did she only
as soon as
clean
I
some
get
of the
fried,
scene? That's what we don't understand.
it's like the Joel Guy Jr. thing. You think you can clean up a crime scene, but your murder mittens get all cut up and you get tired, and it's like, oh my goodness, there's so much stuff to do. You just get tired.
But it was just the dumbest place that they picked. Like, oh, there's smear. We can see smear on this shelf that had nothing to do with anything.
Okay.
And
Well,
they could, once they spray it, they ruin it. So they can't test it after that. So they just spray it and say, look at all this smear marks.
That's as smart as, Gareth Pursehouse saying that he didn't intend, he went in there to talk to her because she didn't return his phone calls, and she threw the first punch because, she got startled, and then he had to aggress on her because, she threw the first punch.
Even though you encroached in her.
Well, and then, things happened, and, after a little light struggle hug to the neck, I mean, she parkoured her ass over to the balcony, and then, things happened and he had to run away. But then he also had to call his girlfriend from not Twitch, was it Tinder, because he was sad and stuff, and he just had to get away from his mental state.
Jesus.
Sadly, weirdly, I mean, they didn't buy it. It's kind of odd.
I know, right?
How long did he was convicted?
Yes, first-degree murder with a special condition of lying in wait, and he could have been eligible for the death penalty, and then also burglary.
Oh. Well, he's probably not gonna come out right away.
Well, if I were the judge, I would make him change his name to Prison Pocket, but, possibly, I mean, he'll be in there long enough to make a funny joke. I mean, he'll have enough time to work on his comedy.
No, why not?
Yeah, that's
the prison comedian.
He might tell a funny joke once.
Maybe if he tells his jokes, people will be so disgusted by him because his jokes are terrible that they'll leave him alone.
Yeah, or he'll tell them to the wrong one. There aren't any balconies in prison, are there? Because I sense poetic justice coming soon.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
It's some people are just stupid. But what's the thing with the syringes with nicotine in them?
He alleges that he went over there to tell her about his big sadness because I don't know if you realize this, but she was the only therapist in California. He could not talk about his unrelenting sadness to anyone else but her. There are no therapists in California. So he was going to unalive himself with the pure nicotine was his story. He just had to do it right with her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you comfortable? Are you sure?
Look at all the animals.
Yeah, I know. It's like Noah's Ark over here.
Have they befriended each other yet, or?
No, not really.
Oh,
Fry's still barking to see if he'll make friends, and the cat is still trying to send him to Abu Dhabi like Garfield.
Oof. God, I love that.
but let's
If you
go back to let's go back to Rosemary and hear her talk about Mark.
Like a pink sleeping bag that Anne-Marie Rintala had at the fire station. And even Detective
Yeah,
McGarry
Donna.
thinks, that's a little weird. It's a little weird. Let's go talk to this guy and find out what's happened. So they go and talk to him 18 months later. And they find out that he is sleeping in Anne-Marie Rintala's sleeping bag. And he tells them a story that we're really, really good friends. And being really, really good friends, these are the things that we do. We go out to dinner. We go for drinks. We hug. We kiss on the corner of the mouth. I don't know why that's important, but he thought it was. And then at least on one occasion, Mark Olasak sent a text to Anne-Marie Rintala that he loved her. And he says he loved her in a friend way. That's what he did. And you'll hear evidence, I expect, that the police learned in the investigation that after Mark Olasak lied, that they actually went and got the records of his credit cards. Because they found out that Mark Olasak allowed Anne-Marie Rintala to have 3 credit cards that he paid for, that his wife knew nothing about. Because Mark Olasak, I forgot to say, was married with a kid.
Oh, Mo's gone. I had a question.
Doesn't tell his wife that he opens up these 3 credit cards. He'll say, I expect the evidence will be that he told the police that he was trying to help her build credit because she had really bad credit. That's what that I expect the evidence will be that the police knew. So they
Sorry,
go and
had
they
to pull
look
a
through these
pizza out.
credit cards. They try to
I just because again, I'm not married, haven't been for a long time. Hypothetical: if you knew a man, maybe
Mhm.
a man who was married with 6 children, and
Yeah.
he had a little work fling and gave her 3 credit cards without telling. Let's call her Joe. The woman's name is Joe, and he gave another lady 3 credit cards without telling Joe that he had done it. Oh, and he also slept in her sleeping bag for 18 months after her death. How would you think Joe would react to that?
Well, hypothetically, they don't start looking until you're on your 3rd dead husband, is how I'm going to answer that. So,
Yeah,
you know,
hypothetically.
let's just say if I were the cop and being a person with a uterus and a brain, I would be looking at the wife like post haste. I'd be like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna need his wife to come in yesterday.
Yep.
We reached the same conclusion. We have heard nothing about them looking into the wife.
try to figure out what it was. What is it that that you're allowing her to charge? What is it that you're allowing her to use? What is it that you, Mark Olasak, are taking on the responsibility of paying? By the time Anne-Marie Rintala is killed, there's a $7,000 outstanding debt on the credit card. Again, that Mark Olasak doesn't tell his wife. Now, I expect that you'll hear that the police found out that his wife, during the course of this investigation, finds out about 2 of the 3 credit cards. And he allegedly has some conversation with his wife where he doesn't fess out to the 3rd credit card. And his wife, I expect the police will tell you, that tells them, I don't want you involved with her anymore. I don't want you around her anymore. I don't want you working with her anymore. I don't like what's going on and I don't want it to happen. And what does Mark Olasak do? Continues to see her. What does Mark Olasak do? Try to find a way to still work with her. until he makes this statement to the police that says, I'm a great friend, until you lie to me. Until you lie to me. And you'll find out, at one point when Anne-Marie Rintala was moving back to be with Cara Rintala, to fix their marriage, to have a chance at getting right.
Hey, expert.
Hey, how y'all doing?
You were
Good.
just hanging out, waiting.
Hey, buddy.
Hello.
It's been so long, I feel like, since I've seen y'all.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Well,
been
it
a while
does.
since I feel like I've been on an island over here. Like I have no friends.
Well, Mo, you're early in the morning, unfortunately, now for me.
Well, I have all the small people.
I know. What can we do to fix that?
Well, apparently crate training is bad.
Don't say that, because you know when you say stuff on YouTube's,
It's forever.
Yes,
parents
I
get
mean
mad.
it's a joke, people.
Oh, wait, saying
But
bad?
just it's called sarcasms. Any hoozle. I can't do all day trials, so I tried to pick out times when I can be, consistent for consistency's sake. So that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, Baker is he's a beast. He's
Yes.
I mean, he truly is the Iron Man of these trials. I can't do them. My shoulder hurts still from like 2 weeks ago doing a trial. Yeah, I don't know why my shoulder hurts. That sounds really dumb. And I have no way to explain my way out of that one either. So anyway, my wife threw
Oh,
away
don't
the
you love
mustard. I
getting
found that out
older
last
when you're
night.
like, what the hell did I do with triple Lutz getting into bed? What the hell did I do? And you're like, crap is wrong.
You know, I've been very Jimmy, all right? What's up, babe?
We broke her. I'm sorry.
It took a long
How do
time
we put her
today,
back
but we got her.
What is she doing?
It's been a day.
Oh.
It's because you didn't sleep all night.
Oh.
She was hanging out with all the cool kids.
Yeah, I was hanging out with David and all his dork friends. They're my dork friends too.
Yeah. But,
Not all. Never mind. I'm gonna come to the tree house.
Facts not in evidence.
Yeah, it's always taken.
Anyway, Mo, it's great to see you, and
To
let
see
me
you
know how
too.
that. I don't crate train my dogs.
Oh,
Some people
I'm not.
do.
I'm not. I'm joking. We don't even have a crate. Fry's a free roam kind of guy.
Don't come.
You were just peppering that in so awkwardly. Expert and Mo are trying to have a serious conversation.
That's why it's so great. Baker gets me.
Whatever.
Yep, it's because you stole my accidental sexual innuendos over on Aussie's channel today, so I need to get you back.
You're the only one that got them.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there going, okay.
Yeah. Where's the reaction? And I had to up it in chat, and you were the only one laughing on screen. So
It was
maybe
too
we're
early
the
for
weird
people.
ones. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's all fun. It's all fun.
Yeah. We hope
So.
so. Until someone loses an eye, then it's hysterical.
How do you guys feel about pirates? Anybody?
Of the
Pirates go
Caribbean or just pirates?
Yeah, like of the Caribbean, I think.
Well, I was like pirates or I'm the captain now. Like I didn't know which, like
Yeah.
Somali or like I didn't know which pirates we were going with.
I'm not sure I'm a big fan of the Somali ones.
Well, that's what I didn't know which alliance we were going with. Keith Richards or I am the captain now.
Yeah, privateers.
How do we feel about that?
I don't know. It was brought up. I feel like I ruined your stream already.
No, because I've been sitting here for 5 hours and 5 hours and 46 minutes. Please take me down a rabbit hole of something I
Oh.
I
don't
mean,
understand.
you know, I guess pirates are okay as a
I
thought.
think if they had better PR, it would have been different, you know? It's like Robin Hood. Robin Hood was a thief, but he had a good public relations person. And it was like, oh, Robin Hood, he did so much. He stole from the rich and gave to the poor. Yeah, that's called a thief.
Yeah.
You're not stealing from the poor.
Nope. Because what he was stealing was tax money from the poor
taxes.
given to the rich. So again,
Yeah.
I know that socialists really like him, but what he really did was steal from the state, and socialists like that the state have all the money. So again,
So really what we need is to remind so we need a children's book that says Robin Hood was an ass.
No, we needed maybe the pirates were really cool. Caitlin.
Hey, Caitlin.
Robin Hood had great tights.
Yeah,
Oh
and
God,
some
I
of
love
this-
that movie.
Oh, the tree from the custom movie was just felled by some. I think they believe he was a 14 or 16-year-old kid. You know,
Oh,
from when they had this stone dike, not the dike. I don't know what's something like that's
wall?
called. Yeah, kind of the wall, but it's not really a wall because it's just made to keep livestock in the field. But you know where they jump over that fight with the prince of
Oh,
or the
yeah.
sheriff. Yeah, that tree has been felled by some idiot kid.
Sounds
16-year-old
about
kid.
right.
Yeah,
Sounds on brand for this year.
yeah, and again, why? But it's the most. As soon as the expert jumps on, Shizzy,
Shiz, what's happening, man?
What's up? How's it going?
I don't know.
Shizzy's internal monologue after seeing the expert.
Don't come.
Don't
Crazy.
Don't come.
Don't come.
Mr. Mo asks what we were talking about today. Mustard, pirates, and coming. No, seriously. This is a real job, sweetheart. It really is. I promise.
It can be. Then you just have to mix all those together into a conversation for half an hour, which I think is easy, actually, to tell you the truth. So
it is.
Now, who was it? Was it Jamie or was it Mo that asked about the amount of mustard I had?
No, I am a condiment
my wife is not here,
whore.
so if I have to leave real quick, you know why.
You said you had different like styles of mustard.
Well,
Oh,
I get the different styles. I was just joking because we have a bunch of different styles of mustard. So I was just laughing because she pitched all of them. Generally, I leave the yellow mustard, as alone standing.
Yeah, it was. I had to really, it's like mustard from a jar, like stone ground stuff and all that. I was like, oh, it's gone. After I made my sandwich.
Oh.
You can't
Then you're
really eat it
looking at
then.
Then you're looking in the junk drawer. Like, do we have one lone packet of mustard? Like, maybe we saved one from a McDonald's package. What?
Yeah, I discovered one in the floorboard of my car, and I was like, well, she threw away the stuff that was in the fridge. She would die if I ate this sucker. So
No,
I put it all
sugar and
up.
acid in it. It'll keep forever.
Yeah,
I know.
It's
That's what I was
got.
thinking.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Just rub some dirt on it. Fine.
No, I haven't
No,
had
you
it. I
just
haven't had my
use
sandwich
some
yet.
honey and cayenne pepper.
Ooh.
Well, and I'm the type of person that buys condiments and I'll forget that I have it like extra and then I'll buy more. So then I have like a ton. So it makes me laugh when you said you didn't have any.
No, I'm the type that I thought we had because I buy with the big family, people are like, are you hoarding in the, early coof days? And I'm like, no, we just have a family of 8. This is a Tuesday.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I don't like the American. We can buy it in one of our stores, and it's not good. It's so artificial.
And ours is
Some
called
good
French's.
Dijon. You need some Dijon mustard. That's good.
Yeah, I actually had some. What's the store they have in Germany? And over here, it's Trader Joe's and Aldi. It's whatever that company is in Germany. Their American brands.
Aldi.
Yeah,
Aldi is
Aldi.
German.
Oh,
No,
yeah, that's right. I'll
Aldi.
have that. That's what it's called over there. Okay, so that's what we have.
Yeah.
It's Aldi.
Aldi.
I
Aldi.
call it Aldi.
Yeah, Aldi's.
Oh, they Aldi's.
Aldi's.
No, it's
Is
not
it
We
Aldi?
call
all.
it Aldi's.
There's only one L.
All.
Yanks. L.
Yeah.
Like that.
The only time I'm proud to be called a Yank.
It's because all of you are the same. It's like when you look at Europe. Do you live in Paris? Nope. Do you know France? No, but I've been to Paris.
It's all the same places, isn't it? Like
Yeah.
The Sound of
We all-
Music and Harry Potter all happened in the same place, right?
I don't know. I never saw Harry Potter, but Paris is not in France.
Yeah, but
Paris,
people
Tennessee, I know that.
Yeah, but
don't
Brittany
know that.
really isn't in France. They don't. Brittany does not want to be part of France, and France wants to be
No,
part
Brittany's cutting herself now with those knives.
of Britain.
See
Yeah.
that video?
She's
She,
okay.
She nicked her leg.
She
got a
was
little
just trying to redo the Shakira dance. She's not having a break.
And speaking of
was
Shakira,
just-
whatever happened to that videotape she made?
What video?
Shakira?
Yeah, she was in a home movie.
No.
Oh,
When?
movie?
Yeah, like
Never
a
heard about that
Kardashian
one.
type of home movie.
Yeah.
Well, now I
That
need
nice
to see if her
lady? I
hips
can't
don't
believe it.
lie.
I want.
Yeah, it was her and two dudes.
Expert. I don't believe you. Yeah.
Do I look intellectual enough to make up stuff like this? I mean,
Yes.
Yes,
What?
you do, sir.
No,
on
it
the
just comes-
fly,
it
you
just
think I'm
comes
smart
across
enough to
as-
come up with crazy stuff like this?
Yes.
Real life.
No.
Is,
Oh
Look up
boy,
Shakira.
No, it just comes across his feed.
yeah, she bangs, she bangs. Isn't that her song?
no.
Yeah.
No, that's
Oh.
Ricky Martin.
Ricky Martin.
Yeah.
A man who has never
Well-
banged, actually.
No, but there could be two dudes in his videos.
Yeah.
Are you sure it wasn't
yeah.
him?
Boy, that was a ripoff.
Well,
I know.
do you have
Menudo.
do you have Little or do you call it Lidl? That's
No.
another German store.
No,
Okay.
no. You just have the
Oh, no,
Aldi.
Lidl's what you put in your like.
Aldi.
soup.
Aldi.
Aldi. Ask
Oh.
Ace. He'll know it's Aldi.
Well, Mass was yelling at
Well,
us. Says, why
We
do
call it
alcohol?
Aldi's because we have to add an S to it where I'm from.
Aldi's.
There's an S.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because-
Well, I'll
You
call
know.
it Aldi from now on because I don't know if it's
Yeah.
an Audi or an Any.
Well, think about this. If you see a guy named Al, do you call him All? Hey, All.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna.
but it's with
but now
one
I'm
L.
going to do
You
it.
call him
One L,
Al.
like Al.
well,
yeah.
that's my
Albert,
dad's
short
name,
for
so
Albert.
I guess that's
I
what
don't.
I call him
Like
from
short
now
for
on.
Did
Prince
you-
Albert.
Did all of
Or
you go
short
to
Prince
the?
Albert.
Did all of you go to the Mexican law school of words and stuff
Yeah.
Yes.
where they just
Yeah.
make
I
up
think I
syllables?
did. No,
Yes, we
man.
did.
I feel like I took a class.
Baker, have you ever seen my morning newsy news where I just say something foreign? I highlight and in order to not cause an international incident, I just say something foreign.
We should do a segment where you read Danish news.
Oh
That'd
dear
be
God.
It'll
awesome.
probably last a couple of hours
Oh,
when
dear.
I'm just yelling
Y'all
at you.
had
No.
incident, didn't you?
I'll say
Like,
something
days ago?
with a circle with a cross out
We-
and
we
little
have-
dots. They made up their own little language. I'm going to say circle dot thingy. And there we go.
Yeah, the culotte. That's very confusing. Like Motley Crue.
That's not a culotte. That's an umlaut,
Oh.
An
That-
umlaut.
and that's German. That's
Yeah.
that's not Danish because we would put the u with the that's y.
Basically, the whole thing would just be highlighted and said something foreign.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah,
why I
that's
want
how I
to
do.
have you. But again, it's to make the ladies happen. We have 3 extra letters, so when we spell the alphabet, it lasts a little bit longer.
Well, that
You know,
that's always
you weren't
helpful.
taught that technique when you were younger?
I can touch my nose with my tongue. I wasn't taught any technique.
Okay, yeah.
Well, as long as we're giving out helpful tips.
You know what? Never mind. I'll leave that one for later. I forget sometimes.
Yeah, that might be a
what's going
Rumble
on.
exclusive.
So yeah, I've got to go
No.
get some mustard this afternoon.
So I got this from Nick today.
That could be the hate.
Choklad. In Denmark, it's in Sweden.
That's just racism.
Yeah, I don't get what that is.
That's the funny racism I've ever seen.
That was from Nick.
Yeah, it's because and I wouldn't say it that way because I don't use all the D's, so I'm not D guy. So I would say chocolate.
You know.
So
Now I'm going to be giggling when I go get chocolate later.
Fed, you can't say that's anywhere near accurate because you Norwegians are always saying we talk. You even have a sketch show that
Baker,
always
he's
makes
not
fun
even
of Danish people.
conscious. You're
No,
yelling
Fed.
at an unconscious person.
No, Fed is saying this is accurate. Who has been on
Who's
a drunk
unconscious?
stream? Nick.
Oh, well, if he was in America, people would be drawing
Yeah.
those D's on his face with a Sharpie.
I mean, that's very American.
Yeah, it is. Could you imagine? It'd be like, you passed out in America, dude. Ah!
Just hoping this is before
We'd
your
paint the
flight
Swedish
home.
flag on his face. He'd wake up, he'd be like blue and have like, a yellow stripe.
Yeah, Nicholas would wake up looking like an extra in Braveheart. It'd be terrible.
We try to build things on people when they fall asleep drinking. If you're the first one falling asleep, you'll probably have a tower of beer cans or something built upon you, and some D's painted just to have a fun bite. But we
Now, do you
we are
build Legos? Like
no, we just use whatever is in the room, and maybe if you can
Ah.
find a shopping cart or something like that, just put it in bed with people.
Shopping cart?
Whatever you find. You do it when you're
Oh.
younger. I haven't done it at least in 10 years.
So that's where Michigan learned about milking horses.
Yeah.
I need to learn to not sleep like Tom Cruise so I can stay on everyone's streams because I feel like I've lost a couple years here. I need
I
the
thought we
cliff
were
notes
this
of
is all new content.
Yeah, this is new stuff, man.
Yeah.
I know. I feel like I've missed some stuff.
We're setting the trend.
This is just racism.
I'm
And
sorry.
I'm really offended.
I feel
by this one.
terrible.
And this is the Norwegian people who have done this to us, and I don't like it. I get angry when I watch this because every time you talk to a Norwegian person, they say, "Have you seen that funny commercial we made?" Get up. Why don't you? What happened? Why?
Now this funny commercial we
this
made.
one.
I
That's
know about,
probably take off the sound.
Danish language has always been impossible to understand for most Scandinavians, but the recent years it has been impossible to understand for us in Denmark too. So for me, the Danish language has collapsed into meaningless guttural sounds. For example, the other day I had a problem with my bicycle, had a flat tire. I had to go into a traditional Danish ice cream store. And when I came in, I didn't even remember the Danish word for hello. Get good. I didn't understand anything of him, so I just repeated what he said. Good at it. Jeg skal sige, lille solskin og lille skåner. Skulle skal jeg få en lille cykelgruppe? Skal jeg få en lille
This is pure racism.
Yeah, it feels a little cringy to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to participate in something like this.
Whatever.
How do y'all
Fit.
have Europe? I don't understand Europe and their languages.
Well,
I
why-
say
why
bring
not?
it back. Let's have oh gosh, let's bring Archie Bunker back. Let's bring it all back. Let's explode brains. Let's bring Blazing Saddles back. I think we need to all just have intensive integration to unpolitical correctness back, and then we can all start not being insane. Force everyone to watch everything.
I don't trust myself touching.
Oscar the Grouch was my favorite.
No,
Oscar the
I
Grouch.
liked
Pro-brain.
Waldorf and Astoria, the old guys that were just always making fun of people.
Love them.
Yeah,
They're the best seats in the house.
they did. We are.
I'll
and-
just let that stand there. Oh, Blazing Saddle, yeah. One of the funniest movies. Nobody ever talks about the producers. I think they should play that in Canada right now. That could be a good movie for them to watch.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, we
Oh,
did.
that's another Mel Brooks movie.
I've never seen Blazing Saddles, so we'll see.
I watched We did Blazing Saddles.
Oh my gosh. You're saying you've never seen
month ago.
Blazing Saddles.
No,
What's your favorite Die Hard movie, Jamie?
Die Hard movie?
Hmm.
The original Die Hard.
Let me tell you what.
That's
If you haven't
best
seen The
Christmas
Barbarians, you're missing out.
I haven't seen any.
It's on
Did you
Amazon
see it?
Prime.
It's best movie ever.
Here's the problem. I started too late. I have 20 more minutes of it. But it's gonna be the best 20 minutes of my life.
You haven't finished it yet?
I mean, yeah. The dude there's a scene where the guy's been like he's gonna be hung for his crimes of being awesome. And he starts going like that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't understand him at first. But after you watch that scene like 4 or 5 times, it's very easy to translate. And anyway, that's a flex noise. It's like an awesome. And as he does that, the noose explodes off of him. And he falls to the ground and he starts laughing. Oh, it's so awesome.
What is
It's-
happening?
He has so many women, he has to be taken out in a wheelbarrow.
Or watch the Three Amigos in reverse. It's so much fun to watch because that's back whenever you had VHS, so you could rewind it while you were watching it. It's really awesome to watch Three Amigos in reverse.
Harris knows. It's a flex noise. It sounds a little pharaoh, but it's there it is. There it is.
Oh my God, is this the cannibal one?
A tyrant of darkness ravaged the land.
In the
Two
actual.
defenseless children, raised as slaves, trained as gladiators.
What in the homoerotic are we watching?
No, just exotic.
Only together they defeat.
I love it when they chop the man's arm off.
They were rogues.
They were greasy, oily, and close together.
Heroes. They were the barbarians.
There you go. Look at that.
I love the fight scenes. They're not even close to each other. This is awesome.
The internationally renowned bad boys of bodybuilding, Peter and David Paul. Get out of here!
That's right.
They later did a movie called Baby
The
Steps.
barbarians.
They didn't do the Barbarians too?
There is a Barbarians too. Don't get, but you might.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
Yeah.
Just watch this one, and I'm pretty sure you're not gonna watch any other movies when you need an action movie.
I am.
But they don't
I'm
show
gonna
the
make
guy
Mr.
who's
Mo
in it.
watch this now.
I'm intrigued.
That's on Amazon Prime, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I
And
did-
it's
Oh.
the guy that's in those Motley Crue videos. He's in it. He's in. Have you ever saw a Home Sweet Home video? He brings. He's on the beach. He brings. I think Vince Neil the telephone. You guys don't spend a lot of time watching videos on YouTube, do you?
Nope.
Not
What
music
I watch and what I
videos.
talk about are two different things.
Does anybody want to call Eileen or Aileen? This is Aileen. So this is Aileen. Aileen sent me a message. Said, hey, you come out and talk, and I was like, who is this? And it's like, I'm Aileen. Don't you remember? I'm like, no.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Eileen, and I was like, "Are you gonna
If you
wear?
want-
Are you gonna
But
wear
if anybody
overalls
wants
with
to
no
call
shirt?"
Aileen, it's 1-805-947.
I was like,
Yeah,
I'm
don't
okay
call
with
her.
it. I love the song.
I'm sure she's some sort of bot or something.
I'm sure
I get
she's
these.
not a
I
dude.
get like 10 of these things a day.
Really?
Where just where they send me a message and just like, hey, how you doing? And I'm like, who the fuck is this? And they're like, hey, don't you remember me? And then they always send a picture, and I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure I would remember an Asian lady.
Don't you mess with them?
Huh?
Jiraiya, everything made by Canon was fueled by all the snow from Colombia, and every movie is a masterpiece. That's
awesome.
Hey,
yeah.
if it gave us Predator 2 with the sweatiest Danny Glover ever, and he was just about done as hell, he starts. That is the level of retired and done that starts my done and tired Danny Glover scale of doneness. Then I'm willing to keep the 80s.
Oh, I love the
Do what now? What, Danny Glover in the 80s. That's all I got.
Okay, so I have a Danny Glover level of done, tired, and ready to retire. So it starts
Silverado.
with sweaty. Well, it starts with sweaty Danny Glover from Predator 2, and it ends
Silverado's
with.
way before that.
I just start with sweaty Danny Glover from Predator 2, and it
Well, it
ends
was in
with.
LA in the future.
And it ends with Jesus Christ. Why the hell is Chris Rock in my movie Danny Glover in Lethal Weapon 27?
4.
So whatever. It's still that's the end of the scale. So when you reach why the hell is Chris Rock in my movie, that's when you know you've gotten to the end of Danny Glover
but without
done,
Chris
retired,
Rock,
and ready
think
to
about
go.
all those people that we wouldn't have found out about at Burning Man. Chris Rock is you know what? The Pirates, they need Chris Rock to be their PR person.
Oh my god.
We do.
They do.
The Caribbean Pirates.
Those Caribbean.
Not the El Capitan or Capitano or whatever. I'm learning so many languages today. I just feel blessed.
I know now I want to go watch Predator 2 because I love Bill Paxton.
Oh my god.
Actually, no, I want to go watch Aliens because Bill Paxton has the best line in Aliens. Never mind. I'm going to see
game
it.
over, man.
Bill Paxton was
Yeah, I
in that
know.
movie that I showed Jamie yesterday with Matthew McConaughey.
The Frailty.
Yeah, Frailty.
Oh, I love Frailty. Oh my gosh, that's the greatest movie. It's weird,
Yeah.
but I like
It is
but I
weird.
like 7. I like 7, but I always watch at the end. I'm like, he's not gonna shoot him. Don't shoot him.
That doesn't have Bill Paxton in it, does it?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
7
he's-
doesn't have
No, but Frailty does.
Frailty does.
It was made like 2008,
It said
Yeah.
2001.
something like that.
Something.
You
Well,
know,
no,
it's a
'cause I was
good
just-
movie with Bill Paxton in it, and maybe one of the best movies that everyone's forgotten about.
Weird Science.
Is that is the one though, but True Lies.
Oh God,
That's
I
right.
love that movie.
That's right. That was hilarious.
And if it's
What
still
was
on Amazon
best
Prime, you need to watch
movie?
it quickly before it goes off because you
Yeah.
can't buy that, and you can get like the modern version of that. Like you can only get like the standard definition version.
Who was he?
Jamie.
Okay.
True Lies.
So remember Jamie Lee Curtis?
Yeah.
If you can't remember
Yes.
Jamie Lee Curtis in that movie, then there's something wrong with you.
Well, she's my namesake.
She was born a guy.
And then, of course, so Bill Paxton was the secret agent man that worked at a car dealership.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a little wiener guy.
A little wiener guy.
Oh, wiener guy.
He urinates on himself.
Well, not like the little Nevish guy, the little fakey guy.
No, he says I've got a small.
Well,
weird
yeah, but I
package.
call.
It's pathetic.
Well, yeah, but I wiener
Do it
means
slowly.
more like
Do it,
nerdy
do some
weenie.
more. That's from that strip scene.
Oh God, yes, it was. And he drops the recorder.
Yeah.
Bend over. It's like, what?
Can we get the verdict at
do
ludicrous speed?
Yeah.
Or can we go to the side thing where the verdict's already out and then we push fast forward? We're here right now. With the power of technology and recording, this is already out now. We'll just push in
Through the
and
magic of TV.
Yeah.
Spaceballs 2, the search for more money. I always say that, and people, if you haven't seen the movie, they're like, "What are you talking about?" And I was like,
Yeah.
"How are we even the same species?"
I can't believe Fedorowski has True Lies on the Spanish Blu-ray. That's the only way you can get it. It's the Spanish Blu-ray. So if you have it on Amazon Prime, you got a 4K TV. It's awesome. Oh my gosh, it's awesome.
I mean,
it's awesome anyway.
It's on Prime though.
Mm-hmm.
I have to get it. I have to watch it. I haven't seen it in a long time.
They're also making a Twisters
too. We
too.
watched Blazing Saddles. Y'all are just now getting to that over there on the. Well, that's why it's Mexican law.
It is.
Says the EP, senor.
But that's the worst thing is we don't have those on the Danish Amazon Prime. I can't watch Barbarians. Again, I feel a slight racism.
I think we should take this to Geneva.
Yeah.
I mean, they're remaking Twisters 2 and Practical Magic 2. And
no, leave it alone.
I know. We need to stop this. They already tried
They're
to remake
remaking
movies.
Bambi.
Why?
For
saw that.
flip's sake? What are they going to
Yeah.
do? Make it an antelope? Are we going to have...
No, they're remaking Bambi, except it's going to be with a little more modern. So they'll be out there with like 60 cows, just 50 cows, just
Live
Joe
action.
Rogan comes
live
in
action.
on a helicopter.
Yep. Joe Rogan comes in, flying in, jumping out of the helicopter, or
On
with a couple
DMT, just
with a couple of hatchets, and just takes Bambi's mom's head and.
oh
Yeah, it's
dear
gonna be
God.
wonderful. Sure.
I know. Like, what are they going to try to make it a live action Bambi?
That would be
What kind of
awesome.
bait do you use
Yeah,
to fit
they
for
will
a
be making.
mermaid?
It will be a live remake.
No,
Or a dead
Disney,
remake.
stop.
No.
For the love of God, Disney, stop. For tiny baby Jesus, stop.
Yeah. A lot of their.
Well, think about it, they don't have to pay the
loves growing-
writers.
had a-
Well, they just landed the union, the strike things just ended. So
No, they managed to screw up Snow White enough with writers. With a story already written.
They're not writers. They're
They're
plagiarists.
Imagineers.
see you later, Gigi.
Bye, Gigi.
Plagiarists.
Destructioneers. They're deconstructioneers.
Yeah, but again, it's just can't we can't we have new movies? That's why I love canon movies. They were so stupid, but it was 90 minutes. You were entertained, and everything blew up in the end.
Yes.
Well, and also Canon did a lot of TV shows like the A-Team and Knight Rider and stuff like that.
I really am sick and tired of them remaking everything and not coming up with anything new.
Okay, can we get Chuck Norris rides again? I mean, Walker Texas Ranger. I guess we're going back. For the love
Yeah, but
of
he's
God, I can't.
Well, they tried to remake that show. I
Of
don't know.
course they did, but they probably did it with like
It was one of the guys
politically correct
from,
woman, you know,
the-
strong female lead, and it was Walkerina,
No.
Texas Rangerette.
no, it was the guy, you know, that one of the one guy from that Supernatural show. Not
I'm
the
listening.
okay. It's the like longer hair. I don't know what his name
Oh
is.
no, not him then. No.
It was
You need
him.
the grizzled one.
And I think
No.
I don't know if it's still on like air, but they were like remade it.
That'd be cool if they like remade Enter the Dragon.
It'd be cool if they remade Dirty Harry.
Tremors, Solomon is oh, don't ever remake Tremors.
Oh, that's an amazing movie.
Oh, it's so
That's
good.
such a great movie.
Bacon. Oh my God, it's so good.
I've seen all 7 of them.
Oh, I've seen.
I know. I need them to make figurines of the butt blasters because I just need one for hilarity reasons. Because any life cycle that has a butt blaster in it just needs.
Wow. So he's been arrested on suspicion.
Yeah.
Finally.
Well, it only took them what, 20-something years. Congratulations, Las Vegas. You are doing God's work.
Yeah, well,
I bet that bald-headed girl is going to be really mad. I mean, Will Ferrell's or Will Smith's wife.
Will Smith's, yeah.
Yeah, she's going to be
Yeah,
very
just keep
upset.
keep her name out your mouth though.
I didn't
Yeah,
use her name. I just called her that bald
chick.
Woman.
Chick.
Yeah, and keep
That's
your
married to Will Smith.
under
Or like it's cucking
loosely.
One of the two.
Loosely. let's
Sure, something's loose there.
I used to
But-
like
but ag-
Will Smith.
But again,
I loved him back. Yeah.
I'm not a lawyer expert. Is this smart?
There's tell him more. Oh. Wait a second. 2019? What year is this? Is this 2023? I don't remember.
Yeah.
It took 4 years for the cops to read that?
Yeah, well, he said he told the authorities in 2010.
So,
I
so
don't-
what happens if you write a book and you sell it as a nonfiction? It's a true tell-all, and then you admit to doing something like this. I mean, somebody is going to be like, "Hey, we want our money back." You know, like the publishing house. You
Yeah.
lied.
Or
Yeah, you
they'll
could-
sell more books because people are interested now. I mean, they probably got people buying the hell out of his books now because he's been accused.
Oh yeah.
Got a
'Cause
weird
people are
Danish name or
weirdos.
something.
Yeah. I see. Everybody knows who I'm talking about. I'm glad. But yeah, I seen it like an advertisement for it a while back, and I was like, "Oh man, they're redoing that." But it's not Chuck Norris. It's not the same.
No, and
Every time I see open marriage, it just makes me think there's a tramp stamp out there that says "open for business." That's
yeah, and
Notice
all
the
of these
tramp stamp.
open marriages is only for one of the persons in the marriage.
Usually,
Yes.
Yeah.
There's always it's never for both ever.
No, it's like that Democrat
marriage.
that Democrat senator candidate who's like, "Look, I am ethically non-monogamous, but my husband doesn't like it." I was like, "Well, then you're just cheating."
You're just openly
I'm
No,
like, I don't know what
they
the
had a deal. They had a deal, so
Oh.
that's yeah, or something. That's always the
oh, never mind.
it's
What
this
happened?
one.
What happened? Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
understand what it is.
I don't, but
I mean, if that's your thing, go ahead, go for it. But
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Not my scene.
Yeah.
I was at a in a my first political party I was a member of. We were at this yearly convention where you meet and clap like seals, and you're sitting at the dinner at night and talking about with some you're just mashed together from everyone near you county, and we're sitting there talking to this little bald Play-Doh looking guy, and normally you just say, "Oh, what do you do?" And oh, I run this club called Mona Lisa or something. I was
Mona
thinking, I
Lisa?
know that name. I can't remember the name of it, but he had a swinger club. The nicest guy ever, but he looked kind of like Play-Doh that melted in the sun. But again,
It's
if
never
you
the
have,
boobs you want to see. Never go to
Nope.
the topless beach. It's never the boobs you want to see. It's always the 8-year-old woman, and they've been through 8 kids. It's never the boobs you want to see, people. I'm telling you.
I would imagine
Well,
not.
Well, who
Mass,
hasn't been
let me
sunburned?
say, in my 15 years of being in politics, and I've been the chairman of our local party. I've been to some meetings. I could write a book about someone, but I would probably never get to release it. It's yeah.
No, it would probably be a bad idea.
So someone, let's just say I know someone who knows his secretary real well. And I'm sure they were just going over the bullet points for his speech every night.
Seems logical.
Yeah. You want to be prepared. So you have to retire early and go to a room and talk about it. But
Yeah,
I
mean,
don't know, because politicians are people of a certain higher standard than the rest of us. They would never do anything wrong.
Never.
Yep.
No, what
Yeah.
standards? Higher standards?
Oh,
Yeah.
Feinstein does that today. Isn't her husband one of those who earns a lot of money on the stock market?
No, that's Pelosi.
No, Feinstein too.
Oh,
Feinstein
really?
too. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Feinstein's, I think she was valued at what, 50 million?
Feinstein's the one that let the Night Stalker go. She held a press conference and left out really important, pertinent information key to the case. And then Pelosi's the one that gave Jim Jones a building contract or commissioner. You know, our California politicians are just awesome.
Yeah. Not
Reagan.
to rack on only Fedorowski. How's your former PM doing? Her husband might have been trading a bit in the stock market as well, and she knew absolutely nothing about it, even though they had shared economy. He made a year's wages betting on the stock market, and she didn't notice it because she was too busy running the country. She has to be very stern with him now. So that's what's happening.
So being stern with him means that into the bad boy room with him she goes.
Yeah, she had to resign, but still, she had a few problems before that. She might have misused some credit cards and stuff like that. It happens.
Who was the chick, the prime minister chick over somewhere that was big
Finland.
into the Coca-Cola stuff?
No, it was never proven. She took a test and it showed up clean because she was at a party where everyone was yelling about Colombian dance powder. She did never partake in any of that, and she was ousted at the last election. And everyone said it was just because she was a woman that she was ousted. Because if it had been a man, we have our cultural minister right now left our parliament previously because he was stopped in a traffic stop and had a little bit of a nosy problem. But she never took any because she did take a drug test a lot of time after the party allegedly happened. So they did in the Danish parliament. They went around and swiped all the toilets because we had a lot about the clubs should do more to keep drugs out of the nightlife. And I think in 90% of all the toilets in our government building, they found traces of cocaine. But that's probably the
on the
journalists and the
seats?
visitors.
It was just cleaning fluid.
Yeah, probably something like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
But it's
It,
just,
it happens, you know, as you do. Things just those
yeah,
things happen.
don't drag on
Oh,
because even if they're from the Libertarian
Oh, I
Party,
do.
they do it too.
Oh yeah,
oh
I
no,
rag on all of them.
I hate
Yeah.
all politicians.
I think they should make it where nobody in your family, anywhere in your family, should be allowed to gamble in the stock market if anybody's involved in any part of politics. Just a thought.
Yes.
You know, here's the thing. I don't care. I don't care if they got rich off stock market or anything else like that. What I want is, I want to get rich.
Yeah.
I want low taxes. I want stupid, frivolous spending to end. I want personal liberties to be left alone. Basically, I just want to be left alone.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear about how I'm a bad person because I'm this or that, or try to put me into a check box. I don't care. I don't care about anything they do. I don't care about if they eat, if they don't like mustard. I don't care.
Well,
I only care
no,
about
I
myself.
care.
Yeah,
If
I
you
care about
hate
that one.
mustard, there's something wrong with you.
Crossing the line.
Yeah, it's crossing the line, expert. Hating mustard. Can't let that fly.
I can't go behind that either. But no, but it. That's what I always say. Politicians are in politics for themselves and
Just
getting
leave us
themselves rich.
alone.
But
and
the
stop
problem is
screwing us over.
we have politicians who want to demand what kind of food can be served in public cafeterias because we have to fight the climate crisis. So you can't eat meat.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. We got that.
Well, they have,
It's
they
so
have,
weird,
they have been
though.
on David's stream lately. A lot of meat eating going on there.
Jeez, oh Pete's. I would
So
like
weird
to
that y'all have the same issues over there.
actually. What
It's
is
kinda
your
like politicians.
mustard expert? What's your favorite kind of mustard?
Stone ground.
Just regular stone ground mustard in the jar.
I like it. What's the guy? I can see it now, but it's got the whole seed. What is that? I had some in my fridge. I could have gotten it and told you, but
Gouldens or
no,
No.
Gold is good, but no, it's
and in France they call it moutard.
Yeah, that's
a lot of
that's
people call
just,
me a moutard.
I was just wondering because I like the sweet and spicy.
This Cuban mustard I had was amazing, and it was like that. It was like almost had like that honey mustard taste with a spicy chili bite to it. It's amazing how good food the Cubans can make, but yet they don't have any food.
Well, it's because they sell it to all the Americans.
Yeah. They're allowed one chicken a month and I forget how many pounds of rice and beans. Yay, Chavo Guevaro. Shay.
Chavo.
It's not Chavo. Shay.
Chavo?
Shay Guevaro.
Sounds like an automobile.
Right? They do have some old what's down there? Moutard.
Champagne bacon honey mustard? What is that?
Well, and I showed yesterday some bacon jam, and everybody's like, "No, there's no such thing as bacon jam." I was like, "Bacon jam." Ooh.
Oh yeah, there is bacon jam.
I'd like to try that bacon jam.
Yes.
What do you put it on? Like what's
whatever you feel like putting it on.
everything?
I had. Have you guys ever had bacon flavored vodka?
No.
That's so nasty.
Thank you. Baker is so. I swear, man. Somehow we share a
Yeah,
gene
one of my ancestors has had a little accident somewhere, And
It's got to be, man. It's got to be.
yeah.
Yeah. The like. Oh, I got it. Thank God it was.
That
free.
is right. Correct. Right there. Peace peony. Bacon jam on brie on goat cheese. Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah. You use it like on a charcuterie with that. Oh, and get yourself
What,
like
charcuterie?
some
I would
salami
go
and
with
meat.
the honey mustard for something like a charcuterie. That's
Well, you do
that's
that
good.
too. So the bacon jam is better than honey mustard.
Shark coochie. Yeah, that's
Charcuterie.
charcuterie.
I just say that meat plate.
Meat. Yeah.
Meat, cheese,
Meat and cheese.
charcuterie.
Charcuterie.
Well, it's a French word. No one knows how they sound. Least of
No
all
one
the
knows.
French.
Yeah, how are the French over like in Europe?
French are actually pretty chill. Like if you get outside of Paris, they're pretty chill.
What?
I don't know, man. That wasn't me that said it.
I hate France. I've been to France a lot of times, and I hate them. No one
It's in
wants
my
to speak
blood not to like 'em.
speak English or anything. Even in Paris, you can't talk
there's-
to anyone.
Well, there's a trick.
There's
To it. There's a trick to
I
it.
think this might be a hate crime.
There's a trick to it.
Yeah, no, just wear a New York Yankees cap because they think all foreigners have money. So they know us Danes have no money.
Oh my god. Baker just exploded. It was just funny.
There was a whole lot of French hate over here. Oh,
Hey, dog mama.
Hi, dog mama.
hello.
No, you get outside of the big cities, most of those people are pretty chill. They're a little more down to earth than people in France. I didn't like the people in France. They had some weird attitudes.
I understand they build strong roads. They can hold the weight of German tanks.
Well, that's until the Americans come along and bomb the shit out of them. So-
Yeah.
Mais je parle pas un peu français, so I can do it. I can get by. I can say "de bien merci," and you don't need to say anything else. And all the Americans are just sitting there and thinking, Klingon? No,
Yeah, the French
I'm
guys
not a.
remind me of the Klingons.
Yeah. Yeah.
How come they're supposed to have? Oh, there we go. That's why it's
The
unnatural.
Jerrys and the Frogs don't get along.
I
It's in my
can't
blood not
imagine
to
why.
It's been a long time coming. They've been fighting for forever.
Well, they're like that. They're like that dodgeball kid who's like real wormy, you know. And like he runs up, like no one can hit him because he's so like like he's just wormy. And he runs around going ha 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 as he hits like all the power players on your dodgeball team. It's dodgeball. You can dodge a wrench. You can dodge a ball.
No, you know what? I'm ready for Poland to take over. Poland deserves a fair shake. At one point, Poland deserves to rule.
Polacks.
I used to. I was deployed with Polacks, and we had a big shaking us together dinner with the Polish commander. He brought a lot of vodka, and then when we got a little friendly and later in the night, he said his biggest dream as a soldier was China inviting Poland twice and being fought back at the border of Poland. And we were like, why? Because then they had to go through Russia twice. So he would really like to see that. They weren't fond of the Russians.
There you go. That's France. See?
I would do that unexpected. I mean, I would do that unintentionally. That would be.
That's France. That's what they built, that big wall right there between them and Germany.
The
Like, aha, you
Maginot
can't
Line?
beat our line. And so, like, the Germans said, we'll just drive around it.
Well, yeah. Don't
Dummies.
be
Well,
a
of
dick
course,
and build a
Germany
Maginot Line.
built a wall on either side of their own country for a long time.
Yeah, but
Well, only on one side, straight through the middle. Yeah, I watched Allo Allo. That's a great. René, kiss me, embrace me, take me in your strong arms. You should know what it is. It's really funny. So it's a mockumentary kind of thing about the French resistance fighters, and it's René is this. He owns a small bar and sleeps with both of his serving mates and has the most hideous wife ever. So it's a great show. They have a tank commander who's he has a little loose wrists, who's really fond of of Renee, and they are fighting to find the picture of the Madonna with the big boobies.
Well, you know what really helps limp wrists? If you become a baker, because your forearms just get like powerful and from working that dough.
Boy.
Yeah, if you want
It's
to
not-
stop the limp wrist.
Hello, it's not with John Cleese. No, Inspector Clouseau. That's another one. But the accent is just like in the show. Yeah.
Eris is right. Dead on. Oh, that's here.
It's a great thing I'm not that intelligent, so I just say a lot of things, and sometimes it's funny.
Hey, you know what?
If it works, it works.
It works.
It works.
It makes the ladies.
Good
just enjoy it.
morning.
You know, I didn't realize. I don't know where.
Oh yeah, they have a French undercover soldier who's playing a French policeman. So to try and hide, every time he says "good morning," it's "good morning," and all the other people are having a really shitty French accent. It's 80s English television. It's kind of like Faulty Towers and stuff like that. It's just funny if you have that kind of humor.
Oh,
Well, and if you know, they're talking about doing a remake of The Office. That's how crappy
Yeah.
of
oh
writing
dear
that they
Jesus,
have.
no.
So they did the English version, which had Ricky Gervais in it, which is hilarious. If you've ever seen it, it is so funny. And then, of course, they did the American version of it, which is in its own right funny. But now they're wanting to do another, like they're wanting to bring it back again. Just like, why don't you write something original? Change.
Because they want to torture us with 87 Mindy Kalings. You know, she would be the producer, the writer, and probably the boss. She would come back as the Michael, and it would just be horrifying and a dumpster fire. And of course, I'd have to review it.
And watch it. Of course, you'd watch
Drunk.
it. You know you'd watch it.
Chloe,
No.
As you very well know, I'm not Dutch, but it's correctly. But I don't speak Dutch. It would be something I will talen or something like that. It's Dutch is more like a mixture of German and Danish. I don't speak it, but I can read some of it because it's a lot like Danish.
So you're saying that the Dutch just are missing a few teeth so they can speak it a little clearer?
When you try to make fun of Dutch, you just speak in your throat. So, but I think who's the one who is Dutch?
That was a slow pitch. I'm not going for that one.
No. Yeah, Ace is from the Nederlanders. We had a sketch show kind of thing where they had a cycling team back when we had the guy who won the tour, and they had a Dutch sprinter who grew up in the red light district, and he did a lot of things, mostly performance enhancing things, but then he always talked about his mother, who was a hooker in Amsterdam. And that was just fun TV. I like the episode where they're trying to because they want to win the Tour de France, and to beat the other, they think, well, we just start earlier in the day, so we get there first. And then the team owner want to ride up one of the mountains, so he needs a little enhancement drugs. And this sprinter goes into the wrong pocket of his bike shorts and give him the Viagra instead of the APO. So that ends in a disaster. But yeah. I don't speak any languages. I stumble through a lot of them. But I took some English in school, and some German, and some French, and a little bit of Spanish. So
you took Spanish?
Only a little.
That's crazy, man.
Oh, I can't speak any. I can only say ¿Dónde está la
Gordita
biblioteca?
Crunch, burritos, some nachos, and taco authentico.
Yeah,
That's all I need.
Tex-Mex and Latinx. I know that's
I can't
Spanish.
speak any of those things.
Yeah. Latinx. That's like Latin that's on Twitter or something like that.
Hey, that's on them, man. I don't know. If they want to be that, that's cool.
Yeah, that's I do that. The last one is my local dialect. And I only think we have like 9 or 10 on my island. So
wait a second. There's no vowels in that.
There's a vowel. That's a Y.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a vowel. Sometimes it's a vowel.
Mm-hmm. But you would not pronounce it. How would you pronounce the last word?
The last word?
Yeah, Finsk.
Finns?
Finsk.
Yeah, that's where Medina live. She speaks Finsk. This is Fynsk.
Fynsk.
Because our Y's kind of turn into ooh.
Ooh, okay. So whenever she says, whenever she's going, why? You're going, ooh.
Yeah.
So instead of sexy, it's sexu.
No, because
what do you call
sexy
an
is sexy.
An Emmy?
No, because
Man,
that's
those
you don't
Australians
change
get so
names.
mad when you
Emu.
mispronounce that.
Emmy would be an emu. Ooh.
Yeah, right?
I don't say Shushu Visna. We keep the names the same. We just changed it for you because you couldn't pronounce our names. Because you think you have to pronounce everything that's written. Like, again.
Like morons.
Our test, what's his name?
It's Mats.
Nope.
Because you don't pronounce the D and you just kind of rush through it and make a sound.
Mads.
I don't know.
Mads?
It's like a lot. Mess.
He's got mad skills.
Yeah. Mads.
Yeah. But
like MASS.
Exactly.
So what if he changed?
Has E in there. Just say Mass. That's funny. I just love it.
So I wonder if that's where Max came from.
Yeah, I don't get why you call it Nike.
Because it's Greek.
Yeah, but then it would be Nike.
Well, I mean, it's all Greek to me.
Yeah.
I have.
It's all John Stamos. You know what? My wife, that's something else she did that was hateful towards me. I think she's racist against me.
Did she Rebecca Romaine you? Did she unstamos you?
No, we were at the grocery store and she didn't tell me we needed to get mustard. And she said, what's the yogurt I like? And I'm like, I'm just sitting there smiling. And then she says, no, with that hot guy. And my smile went away. And I just walked on down the aisle. And she's like, come on, who is it? What is it? I said, as I turned, I said, John Stamos. And I just kept on walking to the checkout. Oh, yes. I could hear her saying that. I was like,
Oh my
Have you told her that he had the Olsen twins fired from not Home Improvement. What was the show?
Just the
Full House.
Full House.
Full House.
Full
Yeah,
House.
he had the Olsen twins fired from that one. He didn't
Well,
like them.
They probably aged out at some point.
No, it was just when in the beginning because they were crying all the time and he didn't like them. Then they got some new twins and they were even worse, so they brought them back.
Wow.
Where'd you hear that at?
Olsen Twinks. What?
Well, thank you so much, Minz. And there's only one word, one little word missing in the last sentence. Then it would have been
words in that
correct.
sentence?
It's because we have a different sentencing structure. That's what makes it hard sometimes when I get a bit annoyed. Then I have to.
It looked
put
like they
words a
said that
different
your
way.
English is really good. That's what it looked like to me.
Yeah, and her Danish isn't that well. But
I can't read Danish. It just looks like, because I'm looking at your
can see the
impersonation of English. Looks to be good. Your Danish is something, but
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like she's saying that your English is good. That she's giving a compliment. It's pretty nice. And I can't read Danish at all.
Do you realize how advanced y'all would be if you had a simpler language?
Well, we are advanced.
But I mean,
Just
you'd be
just
like,
go
you'd
through
be
your.
flying like spaceships and stuff.
No, because we had to go share our language with a lot of British guys and beat them with a hammer till they understand it. And then we went back home, and then English spread all over the globe. That's why so many words in English is a derivative of Danish words. So
Gaelic's actually pretty cool. My wife actually studied some Gaelic, so
yeah, I don't get that one. That's
it
it's
ties
Scrabble
in.
gone wrong.
Well, it has some pretty cool stuff, and then the pronunciations for it is pretty neat also. Like a healing Q would be a Highland cow. So I mean, it's pretty close.
Yeah, but that now Highland we don't use that word. A cow is ko.
Oh.
So that's
I've known
but
a
if you
few
go
cows that were
to
hoes.
yeah,
A few hoes that were cows.
Still
but
pronounced the same.
it's all something you
Verb.
find on a farm.
Hooves.
Cow is co.
Ko
The W.
with a strong O. Ko.
Strong O. Oh.
We don't have any W's. We don't use that. That's why I can't say words with V and W's in it.
Ah.
And TH sounds are really hard.
So how would you say mow in the deep end?
In Danish?
Yeah.
Mow in dyben.
Dubin.
It does sound like
It sounds. But if I was mass, I would say mow i den dybe ende. But I cut out the D's.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So that's a lot like the same.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty similar.
Yeah.
Like if you were
Baker's
listening
the
for
smartest
it.
person I've ever met. I didn't
Yeah.
realize.
I'm
He's got
telling
the
you.
big brains.
It's a BMW. It's in Danish. That's a BMW. Because a W would in we say V instead of a W, so it would be a BMW.
BMV.
So
Not like BBC, but BMV.
We have a DMV.
Yeah, that place is the
worst.
funness.
There you go, Eris. That was awesome. I like that.
well, if I was Winosaur, I would say Mo in Dyben. We have 3 different accents to 3 Danes who is in the chat. So
and you would be able to understand each other. So
Yeah,
like
because
someone from the south understands someone from the north, but barely.
well, if you go
Sort
really,
of.
if you go really far north or west, most of us will have problem talking. Even south because they've been occupied by Germany for some years. So they had totally different words. Like when you say in Danish, open the window, it's åbne vinduet. When they say it down there, it's öppna vende. It's not
Oh,
the same language.
Wow. See, learning new stuff every day.
Yeah,
don't
well,
like
we
learning.
have we do have the changing accents by one city over, and we are today because we have the national television. We have most of our accents has gone away because I couldn't understand my grandma when she talked real proper, the way from the area I live in. Is it?
Puppy's playing with the chew toy. That's awesome.
Is that Fry? Aw.
Oh, it's not expert. Is Moe's?
I thought it was.
Dogs don't play with chew toys. They chew them up. You hear that hellhound in there?
Man, I cannot give our dog a chew toy because he finds the little squeaker in them. If there's one of those little squeakers, he will tear that thing apart to get it out, and then he'll like annihilate it, and then he tears everything else up around it.
Yep.
So never ever get my dog a squeak toy. Oh, no, bad idea.
Well, I've learned the hard
wrong
way.
with our what's wrong with our currency system?
That is so funny. Xcomer has meme. I just love it.
I don't know.
That's meme copium. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I don't get what's wrong. We have kroner and øre, and we don't really use øre because that's not the. But maybe it's because we count differently.
Somebody's got a duck.
Numbers?
No, but we some of the words where you say 90, we say, how would you translate half 50 is, I don't know why it
Half
becomes
50?
that.
How would 90 become half 50?
I don't know. We know what it is. It just turns it just turns crazy in the end when you have to try to learn it.
Kilometers or something whenever you're speaking Danish. Like
No, but it's just the way we pronounce. And 70 is also one of those half something. And yeah, 70 and 90 is the wrongs that makes why we call it half. I don't know if it's half of something. It doesn't make sense. It's
like numbers don't make sense.
Because
There's
it
only
makes
10
totally sense to us because, but it's the same with the British guys. British guys would say half 8.
There's only 10 numbers. There's only 10 numbers.
Well, yeah.
And then you just add on to it.
No, it should be twice 35.
What is your first number? That's the question. What's your first number?
1, because 0 is not a number. It's nothing.
No, 0 is the first number.
No,
if you
because
remember
it's not
that
a number.
0 is the first number, then everything that follows makes sense. Because you have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then it returns back to 0. You just add a 1, and then you continue on from there.
Yeah, but 0 isn't a number because it's nothing.
No, it's the first number.
I was talking
It's something they made up to make you pay taxes.
Well, it makes it easier whenever you're counting if you remember that 0 is your first number.
You've gone full Dale Gribble on 0.
Mm-hmm.
The Mayans created 0 for tax purposes. Like I've invented my religion for tax purposes.
There you
I mean,
go.
allegedly.
Might as well have a religion. Aim it around 0.
Yeah, I don't get why you put your day after the month. That's weird.
Because that's the way it should be.
Yeah, because America.
Because you go around and say when you're
you have a lot of days, you have a few months.
But see, whenever I tell people, whenever I tell people my
Yes.
birthday, I tell them the month, then the day, then the year.
Yeah, but we say it's the something of January, February, whatever it is, because again, it's normal. You take the smallest unit first, and that's the day. Then you have the larger, that's the month, and the largest, that's the year. It makes sense.
Now, see, our months, we got like 30 days roughly in them. And we only have 12 months. So see, that's
Yeah.
the months go
That's
first.
smaller number.
That's a small
But
one.
you have
We got lots of years.
300. You have 365 days, so it's a smaller
No,
unit
it's the larger
than
number.
12.
365 is a larger unit.
Yeah,
than-
but you
it's
have
more than
you
12.
need more of those to have 12 of those.
Baker,
Ergo, it's smaller.
That's semantics.
Baker, everything in America started because of screw you. We basically took everything and said, okay, you guys made a logical thing, but screw you. That's how we made
Except the
things.
metric system isn't very logical. The
The
French
metric
invented it.
system is totally logical. It's divided in tens.
How many times has it been changed? Like 4 or 5 times.
Never. It's
Yeah, metric system's been changed a bunch. How big is a
Well,
quart of
guys,
wood?
I have to go pick up a kiddo from practice,
gotta
but I will
go,
be on
too.
with
You can't leave
Flux.
before me. I was supposed to leave exactly 1 hour ago.
Oh,
can't the court just come back and say we're breaking for tomorrow or
Well,
whenever they're going to break?
Well, if you got it off pause, you might see that they already did that like an hour ago.
Nuh-uh. No, I was looking in the
Shizzy, did you not tell him that? Oh my god, you
I'm
suck.
giving him a hard time.
No,
No,
this one.
that
No, this one.
they were
So
updating
so
their
what do you got
findings
going
out.
on tonight, expert?
Right now, nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah,
It's
I know,
Friday
I'm really
night.
far behind. Yeah, Friday Night Live lights up at 9 o'clock, and I don't have anything going. And I don't have any mustard.
You don't have any.
If you get the mustard and you just get the White Rabbit on and Diva and stuff like that, you can just relax, eat your sandwich, and they will do the show for you.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping.
Yeah.
Get
Let me
all the
chill.
get all the ladies on there, even Volstorm.
He's good with that. He's got that voice.
Yeah, he does. Volstorm's
I'd like to just sleep during a stream. That'd be awesome.
Oh,
I've had I don't like streaming right now for some reason.
Why?
Oh,
I don't know. I like being here with you guys. I don't have to. It's like I don't have to think. I don't have to do anything. But like doing my own thing, I hate it. Isn't that weird?
No.
No, sometimes it's really, really nice to just go on and don't have to keep an eye on the courtroom, make sure everything runs, maybe pull up something to show if you are having a stream. It's really nice just to be there and be the one who says, "That's what she said," and then relax again. And Jamie knows this because that's what she does when she's done with this. This is it's her job, and then she just go on Dave and talk about.
I'm gonna come. Jesus Christ.
And I think that's just weird.
How did you do that without moving your lips? That was awesome.
I love a buttered biscuit.
Who does love a buttered biscuit?
Who knew that?
But you gotta make it with lard.
Where has she been?
She hasn't been here all day. Oh, she's there. Hey,
There she is.
Right now.
you can come on right
I
now.
have to go.
Yeah.
So you can come
You can
take
talk
my
about
Buttered biscuit.
you can talk about that.
Yeah. She's had some time to, reflect on her first stream with Dave. I want to hear about it. How does she feel
Sounds
Well, you ask if when you can come on, and then I'm not. I'm at work. It's so easy. I won't be here at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time because that will be monkey
It's like
o'clock
6
Danish
o'clock.
time.
now? 6, yeah. No, because they're trying to figure out if
Love
they're
you
going to
guys.
break at
Later.
4.
See you.
See you later.
Hopefully Discord works. I'll
Have a
talk
good
to you guys
evening.
on there.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm watching for the update. She said she reached out to see if they're going to stop at 4 or if they're going to
Yeah.
work. I don't think they're going to continue. But they worked through lunch, it said. Why?
Yeah, that's why I don't get they have been going on. Well, Jungle Minx, it is kind of true. As long as we use it in a fair use scenario, and we don't mention who did it. No one knew it was you who said it until you So
Outed yourself.
So then you outed yourself, but don't be sad because kind of like
I'm
Jamie,
gonna come. Yeah. See,
your face,
they got me
your
too.
face isn't on screen. Someone else have to live with this forever.
Yeah, I don't like women.
So
yeah,
it's yeah, it's kind of like Farrell's clip channel.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Shelly. Now we know better next time. I'm never reading a stupid super chat for Dave again.
Oh, Abigail, is that those horrible salty liquorices? I hate it. Hopefully they just come back at some time. Or come tell us they are sequestered, because then I can go away and just put on notifications and start up, because it's 10 o'clock my time.
Irish just always hopes they come back on.
Oh, talking about the devil.
Think they're going.
Oh, come on. Give us a verdict.
No,
Sidebar from the beginning.
All right. Well, guys, I'm going to head out. I'm going to pick up kids from practice. I will.
Yeah, I was waiting for them to turn it off.
Oh.
I will be on with Flux at 7 for Fluxing Around, and I will see you guys later. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye, Mo.
Bye.
Say hi to Flux for me.
I will.
She's a sweetheart.
Bye.
Jung.
Don't come. Don't come. You can wait just a little while longer.
Don't come.
Just a
Don't
little
come
while
just now.
longer. Not right now. Not this instant.
Keep it going a little bit longer.
Why is
must
it
restrain it just a little
sounds
bit.
way different than when I say it?
Just hold back, Joe. It's okay.
Yeah. Wait till you can be on with MG Law. He'll love to have you come on his stream.
He did.
I mean, you can come on my stream anytime, dear.
Jungle Minx Shelly, you wanted to be on a stream, and what you'll learn quickly is a lot of people are kind of stupid and will take everything out of context and make fun of you.
Yeah, it's fun though.
These guys.
Yes.
Well, have fun, Ace. Yeah. Don't. And there's only 3 Indiana Jones movies. Remember that.
That's right. So glad I stopped listening. You can make a fortune.
Yeah, she has the
Yes.
ASMR voice.
Yes.
He really could. I don't like him and Shelly both. They should. You guys should be doing that.
We could just have conversations.
I love
And just not even sexual conversations, just conversations.
Yeah. Doesn't have to be sexual at all.
Nope. We could tell the news.
Yeah.
Oh,
come on, give us.
Please,
or at
100.
least go away for the week. No, I can't. Yeah, well,
give us a
then
not
you have
guilty.
to run it on Monday because I'll be in court.
Well, if it's Monday, I'll just pull it up on mine and run it from there. And I'll share it with yours so you can just turn it on and let it stream on your side and then join in whenever you want.
She looks like a nice little lady. I feel bad.
Nice little lady.
Nice little lady.
Ah.
What are we going to do?
Right. Members of the jury, I received a note from the jury just as I was about to gather everyone so I could release you for the day. So I'm not going to address the note this afternoon just because of the the timing, but I have received it, and we will address that first thing on Monday morning. So I'm going to release you for the day. Again, I'll give you the same instructions. Please do not discuss this case,
Why can't he just address
any aspect of this case, or anything related
Because
to
it's a
this case
question.
with anyone,
It's a question
including
from
each
the
other,
jury.
until it is time for you to resume your deliberations, which is not when you arrive at
Nope.
the courthouse on Monday, but when you've been called in here and I've said it is time to resume those deliberations. Also, please have no contact with any of the participants in this case. Refrain from any outside research or investigation, online or otherwise, concerning this case. And
No, then he would have done it
all
and
media
not sent them
accounts
home for the
concerning this
weekend.
case. Again, it's very important that you shield yourself from any outside information or influence concerning this case, so that your verdict ultimately can be based solely on the evidence that you have received during the course of this trial.
Yep, that's not going to happen.
So have a pleasant evening, a good weekend, and we'll see you back here Monday at 9.
He said he wasn't.
Somebody just doesn't want to go back to work. That's what it is. Well,
Yeah, they want to make those $7.
Yeah.
So he said he
Oh,
got.
that's what you Junkelmings are.
Oh, yeah.
She's in court.
So they got a note, and he's not going to
No,
address.
if it has been a note to ask for ending deliberations, he would have talked about it, saying, "I'm going to release you for the weekend. You'll come back Monday morning. We'll give it another try, and then we'll see how it goes." He wouldn't have waited for that.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
No, he wouldn't have waited for it because he doesn't want to bring them back if at all possible.
No, and again, if it's because they don't feel like they can get to a decision, he would just have said, "Well, I'm going to break for the weekend. We'll see you back on Monday, and then we'll give it another try." Blah blah blah. Well, you are better. I never said you weren't better than me, but I'm such a nice guy and try to play fair with everyone. And Iris, I just gave her a wrench, and she says, "I'm better." It's just, I get so sad sometimes.
Don't be sad. Don't be sad. Jamie will rub your back.
Oh, thank you, Jamie.
There you go.
It's
so nice. If I did, it'd be a little.
Yeah, it'll be a little weird. So, yeah, some people get the wrenches and then it just runs right to their head. But see, Jariah is on my side. Yeah, you wouldn't release them if they're just saying we want to come back. We can't deliberate, and you give it to him Friday night at 4. He'll say, "We start up again Monday. Go home, have a rest. You've been doing this for."
And they skipped lunch too, didn't they?
Yeah, they skipped lunch, and that's what I don't get. How they've been going at it for 7 hours today with no breaks.
Maybe they did bring them lunch or something like that. Just
yeah, they probably brought them pizza, but
yeah,
it's a working lunch, and that's why I thought if you were split in the room, the yays would go and try to rustle up more yays, and the nays would go and rustle up more nays. You wouldn't spend a working lunch.
Yeah, don't bring them good lunch, because you bring them good lunch, then they're just like, "Oh, we'll just do this on Monday, and I actually get a free lunch."
Yeah, you're gonna give them those crappy wraps from a gas station.
No, you get them from Subway or something like that.
I just can't imagine what they're in there arguing about. I want to be a fly on the wall so badly.
Lawn and Crim also said it was confirmed they had a working lunch.
Yeah, they said they worked through lunch. I assume they got food. They just didn't stop deliberating or whatever.
Right.
I'm gonna end my poll. Will it happen today? you were all wrong.
You were all wrong.
Because 39% said yes, 38% said ha 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 ha. So 1% more, and they have been right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I didn't put a poll up.
No, they don't want another hung jury. And again, had they asked to, he would probably even have gone hard at them and said, "Well, we're going back. You're going to deliberate, and we are ordering hotel rooms so you can stay if you can't get ready."
Yeah, that's what I would have done. I would have just made them stay throughout the whole weekend. Like, give us a verdict by the end of the weekend.
But that means now I can go find something interesting to watch. It's been a long day. Lucky.
Just upload your VPN, watch The Barbarians.
But I don't want to pay for VPN. I'm too cheap for that. I pay for so much YouTube stuff.
You just do the
really. They don't work properly.
Well, it doesn't matter.
And the last one I had, it worked for 2 days or something, and then because it was the free one, oh please pay for it. Then it works again.
Yeah, you only need it for 1 day. Watch The Barbarians and then get rid of it.
Yeah, but I also want to watch True Lies now.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
It is. That's kind of a you problem because we had it on for more than an hour.
Yes.
But Monday, no, we should break early from trial. It's kind of an interesting. We might be.
And I'm guessing
we'll figure something out.
I'm guessing Nick ended his stream.
Yeah, they came over from Nick's a couple of hours ago. That's why we bounced from 40 to like 80 people.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So.
Sorry, I wasn't back.
It is. You have just as dirty mind as Jamie.
She didn't spell coke. She didn't spell coke right. It's not spelled that way. It's spelled COKE.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, Rossman, we are happy that we can entertain you while you're having these problems. Father Ted Time. I never watched that. My dad liked it. Yeah, we still have more than 70 people. It's just dropped now close to 70 because people are thinking they're going to leave. So I have 70 on my side. You have about 10 on your side. So we're close to 80 people. Yeah, Nick was real chat face, but he raised $1,400 or something like that. So that's an okay hangover to have. And everyone on top of my chat, I have put in the link to the free Zachariah Anderson Gives and Go. If you can, please go and contribute a bit. And if you can't, go and share the link so it can get some new eyes on it. And to the rest of you, I'll give the floor to Mr. Shizzy Wisnuts.
Well, you know where to find me is at Shizzy Wisnut. And you can't miss the voice. If you hear the voice, then you know where I'm at. I'm just tired. It's been a long day for me. I've been working and then streaming and working and streaming. And thank you very much for hosting this, Baker. You've been more than accommodating, and I will get a stream link out for you and have it set up for Monday. Because Baker is going to be off in the wild blue yonder doing his court stuff. And of course, Jamie, we want to hear from you.
Yeah.
Hi.
Lashes.
I'm gonna come. Oh.
Yes.
This is what I have to work with. Everyone, you kept me. Yeah, Jungle Shelly. His stream has been done for a little while. He's incapacitated right now. Mo was cut off mid-sentence, so
everybody take a slight break, get a little relaxation, go hydrate, get ready for tonight. It's going to get crazy.
Is anyone we can talk about? No,
Let's see
not
what we
really.
got.
I don't have anyone on my list. I only have Friday Night Tights. I'm not sure people want to watch that.
Yeah, I'm not seeing
Do you
anything.
have anyone? No. Then let the people have some off time, and then at 9, I think the expert will be on. At 7:30, I think Mexican Law Show will be on. So go hang out. You'll find Jamie on one of those channels because she says she'll
be there.
I really
Yeah.
just sleep for the rest of my life.
No, I'm not watching Friday nights. Friday Night Tights. I liked it in the beginning, but now it's like 10 people want to talk all over each other, and I don't like that one.
Yeah, that's never fun.
Yeah, he should be on at. I believe she sent me a link for 7:30. Where is it here? Do we have any upcoming? That's which one is that?
And if I'm
That's
not
the
on
month.
anybody's channel, I will just do it like a weird gaming stream. I'll play some weird game that just space out.
Yeah.
Let
Dave,
people
I'm not
watch me
Dave
play
it
Red
says
Dead.
7:30 tonight.
11:30 tonight.
7. Yeah.
7:30.
7. Yeah, what I said. What I did.
I think
I'm tired.
Expert starts. If Expert does one, he usually does it a little bit later than that.
It's like 9:30.
Yeah,
it's like 9:30 Eastern.
Yeah. But everyone, go out there, have a nice Friday night. I will have the rest of my Pivo, and then I will go watch something in the. I don't know. Have fun. See you all. Love you all. Thank you for showing up. But everyone loves Jamie.